Feeling like I just hit lotería. Mami, let's vamos a tu Costa Rica. Vive la vida. Oh, you ain't heard words, 6, 7 figures. Feeling like I just hit the lotería. Bust down, shawty wanna bust it down. Shawty moving like you just hit lotería. Living lush now, I just spent a couple dollars. Feeling like I just hit the lotería.
My pocket's feeling tight from all these bands, you feel me?
I pity these. I fill them with dirt and I leave them a rose. I pick up a petal, a leaf in a leaf. Do you love me now? I guess you better go. I got a new pockets, it's lining no door. The hand it goes deep, but it's only for bros. If you walk a line, keep it 10 toes. If it's enemy to cross, then you get let go. Let the beat go bang like a Kurt Cobain. If you know my cara, better know my name. If you rep dream team, put the ink on gang. If you're still out east, do the same bang. Mami, que tú quieres? I know that I'm looking sexy. Cuando lotería, not a young, I stay in flex.
Lotería. Mami, let's vamos a tu Costa Rica. Vive la vida. Oh, you ain't heard words, 6, 7 figures. Feeling like I just hit the lotería. Bust down, shawty wanna bust it down. Shawty moving like you just hit lotería. Living lush now, I just spent a couple dollars. Feeling like I just hit the lotería. I hit the corner, started grab my 40. Pulled up, just me and my shorty. Need me a pocket thought so to get lit. Then I hit the lotto, might cop a whip. Cop a crib, cop a zip. Copping anything that boosts my confidence. Then I copped a fit that got me compliments. Now I'm starting to forget what being honest is. Head to TJ, tip the DJ. Tell him go play them slaps. Then in the boat out doing yoga. Working them hips, no cap. Tell me the vibe, then I key and bring it back. Took another tour around the feeling like I just hit lotería. Mami, let's vamos a tu Costa Rica. Vive la vida. Oh, you ain't heard words, 6, 7 figures. Feeling like I just hit the lotería. Bust down, shawty wanna bust it down. Shawty moving like you just hit lotería. Living lush now, I just spent a couple dollars. Feeling like I just hit the lotería.
It's time. You know. We gon' shine. Let's go. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. I was born ready. If there ain't pressure, it's the wrong setting. Cause I love a moment facing my opponent. Victories I want it, and that's more many. Not slow and steady. My horsepower is a force, baby. If you know me like I know me, I want trophies, I want confetti. The BEST, it's no secret, that's me. The highlight of the highlight reel you seen on TV. I run the game, got finesse. When I want, I'm saying who's next. A showstopper, so there's no topping. When I do my thing, that's a flex. It's time. You know. We gon' shine. Let's go. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. I'm the hottest ticket. Every seat in town has somebody in it. Cause they wanna see what they heard about. From the word of mouth as I'm popping with it. I'm the best if they ask you. Nothing less, I don't wanna rest. See me running laps, how I pass you. I be dripping with the swag goo. They going nuts like a cashew. Make your best move, not your last move. Beast mode on all day. I am gourmet, not fast food. Remember this, I got all the game. No dime a dozen, we not all the same. No handouts, had to stand out. From the sandbox to the Hall of Fame. It's time. You know. We gon' shine. Let's go. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. I got it. You want it? I got it. We gon' let the band play with this one. Yeah.
Cut the music, I'ma need my peace and quiet. Catch my breath before I write. This my moment, ain't no try. I'm all in, go ahead and call it. Up in the clouds where I am the pilot. No turbulence, cause I'm at the highest point of the earth where I run the turf. I came from the bottom, so I know my worth. Every time I think that I am the greatest, gotta remember my humble beginnings. God got his hand on me, thought it was spotted. You really just plotted, go searching for prodigal. Gotta go back home with a new dome. I flip the switch, my lights back on. Now I show up, then I show out. Cause it's Major League and we pro now. Don't stop, show out. This is how we go out. Playing with the pros now. Full speed, we gon' roll out. We can never slow down, see the lights, we gon' show out. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we shine, we gone. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we shine, we gone. Who gon' light it up? We gon' light it up, so show out. Who gon' light it up? We gon' light it up, so show out. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we shine, we gone. Take off, blast off. Used to think we got a problem. My light too bright, think I know where to solve it. But who would I be if I cannot be the best version of me? I'm shooting for threes from top of the key. If you can't compete, then don't credit me. Every time I think that I am the greatest, gotta remember my humble beginnings. God got his hand on me, thought it was spotted. You really just plotted, go searching for prodigal. Gotta go back home with a new dome. I flip the switch, my lights back on. Now I show up, then I show out. Cause it's Major League and we pro now. Don't stop, show out. This is how we go out. Playing with the pros now. Full speed, we gon' roll out. We can never slow down, see the lights, we gon' show out. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we shine, we gone. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we shine, we gone. Who gon' light it up? We gon' light it up, so show out. Who gon' light it up? We gon' light it up, so show out. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we shine, we gone.
So I had to come through, I had to save the day. I'm always moving forward and it's at a steady pace. If we go to war, I'ma feel just like a major
They keep speaking on the name like I ain't changed the game. So I had to come through, I had to save the day. We always moving forward and it's at a steady pace. If we go to war, I'ma feel just like a major pain. Like a major pain. Feel just like a major pain. Like a major pain. Feel just like a major pain. I've been through hell and back, I wouldn't change a thing. They tried to hold me down, so I went and spread my wings. Devoted to my craft, cause it's my everything. So if I want it, I'ma get it, that's by any means.
We got that power, we bring the heat. It's winning hour, it's no retreat. It's time for beast mode, our energy is on unleashed. We in the red zone, we stand alone, we undefeated. We're undefeated. We stand alone, we undefeated. We undefeated. We stand alone, we undefeated. We born for the battle, we got no time for peace. Got them living in our shadows, gotta give it all for the team. It's time for beast mode, our energy is all unleashed. We in the red zone, we stand alone, we undefeated. We undefeated. We stand alone, we're undefeated. We're undefeated. We stand alone, we undefeated. We undefeated. We stand alone, we're undefeated.
Good play. Good. He's in our sword. Try now.
I went left.
Oh,
Just pinch left. You're good.
yeah, this one, back. I'm waiting. Renko, super good. Nice, 3-2.
I'll try.
Nice, go. Go.
For the game.
Boom.
Holy
yeah. What exposure.
8-0.
It's not going to be 8-0, right? We're not going to lose 8-0, are we? Look at the pitch. Look at the pitch. Look at the pitch. It's 8-0. I promise you it's 8-0. I promise you it's 8-0. It's a world record overload. Golazo! Gol, 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 gol! Have they played the game mode before?
Two of the most lethal submachine gun players in the world. Another multi-kill from Rancor. He's been the untradeable. Snoopy's still on the back. He's able to find. Oh my God, Snoopy! It's unheard of. This man is gone. Shotzi's there. It's history in the making.
Welcome in, everybody. It is a nice, warm Sunday here in Columbus, Ohio. At least in the studio. We are gearing up for a phenomenal day of action. Sorry, I know you're cold. Let's jump in, though. We were talking before the show. This is probably the best opening weekend we have had on the desk. It's been so exciting to watch. But what kind of separates this year from previous seasons in your eyes?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's the game. I mean, we got snipers back, so shout out to the pros for giving us that. Even though there is a 2-death rule, Overload has been lit.
Electric.
Like some of the
new game mode,
some of the best moments. It's awesome because you're seeing some teams a little bit ahead in that game mode.
Yeah.
People cerebrally trying to catch up. Like these are the elements to a new season that you want, and
100%.
so far it has delivered.
I think yesterday's double dose of Game 5s gave us a boost to some of that entertainment as well. But let's jump in with a big topic of what could be a storyline moving forward. This could be a world record in top-level rookies that have entered at the start of a season, Ali. Let's talk through some of the big names and some of the big highlights. Everyone's picking up on the youngsters. Some of them coming over from Halo, others moving up from Challengers. Who have you had eyes on so far?
I think the biggest one is going to be Mamba, simply because he's the only rookie that ended up winning their opening match during this weekend. But I will say to that point, all of the rookies had their moments to shine from what we've seen so far. I feel like in Search and Destroy, we saw what Lurks was able to do. And even on the side, when you think about Miami Heretics, Lakes had a really big comeback from the start of the series. So for me, I think we have a very solid baseline when it comes to the rookies this year.
And are you calling Abe a rookie this year?
Yeah, for sure. Abe's definitely a rookie. He just got, a little preseason warm-up last year at the end of the year. But yeah, I mean, I think to Allie's point, all the rookies yesterday, at least from the eye test and the way that they were moving, they look like they're ready for this title. Absolutely. They can absolutely hang. And, Trakes is one that I'm going to have my eye on because of his resilience yesterday.
Yes.
He
started off with 11 kills.
Dude, it was terrible. Chris, what is he? He had 11. He didn't even have a minute in time.
It was bad.
And the rest of the series just started to perform better
Especially
and better
in Search and Destroys.
as he got comfortable. And then Mamba, Ali, you just finished talking about him. He won the series MVP because of his boys.
He's him.
In that series. So, yeah, these rookies, man, they're looking good so far. I'm excited to see if they can
I became a super fan of Mamba after watching him find success in Challengers, but at EWC, he was taking names and wasn't afraid to make statements on the stage. We asked him about the win yesterday.
Feeling great, man. That was a gritty win, but I'm glad we got it done. I mean, the team's looking super good. My sub duo is incredible. They're actually insane. But honestly, my pacing, like just adjusting to the pacing is what I'm really focusing on. And we're a really fast-paced team. Sometimes we definitely got to slow it down a little bit, but I mean, we'll get it under control.
If you didn't catch Mamba winning a Game 5, don't worry. You get a chance to see him potentially go the distance against Optic Texas. That's happening around 6 p.m. Eastern here tonight. Before that, though, we've got Vegas FaZe and, of course, the Paris Gentlemates. And we open it up with the Thieves versus Falcons. 3 great games. We hope the first one goes more than 3, though, right?
Yeah, we hope so. And, people all looking at this matchup like, when will the Falcons show up, right? Because this roster is built to win right now. So
it's a hefty roster.
It's a hefty roster. They're going up against Thieves. That is a tall task. We saw what Thieves did.
That'll be the start of the day. At the end of the day, though, Ali, we get a sample of G2 against a juggernaut squad. Optic is considered a different tier than what we saw from Cloud9. They struggled with Cloud9 yesterday. So what do you want to see from Minnesota cleaning up their game?
I want to see the quick adjustments. I was really happy when we did get to speak to Mamba afterwards, because even as a rookie, he had a quick grasp of where their short steps were. And one of those was the pacing. A little bit too fast in some of the matches yesterday. And the hard points, I felt like they beat themselves up in that map number 1 because they were just solo challenging over and over and over again. And because we have such traditional 3-lane maps, to me, that's going to punish you. You're going to kind of just put yourself in a box where you're giving up so much time because because you're not waiting for your team, but it looks like that they have a grasp on that. They understand that. So I'm hoping to see those adjustments today versus Optic.
Top 3 search team, top 5 search team, where do you have them?
I'm glad you asked that because they're the most impressive search team to me so far because of what I saw them do in the game yesterday. Like, when they were going up against Cloud9 New York had some great strats. Like the way that they're approaching it. G2 just, I mean, watching them slow play off the rib, try to bait people out, and then allow Crimp to get pushed up and make an impact play late in the round. It's not headless, it's not mindless, it's not one guy going and making a hero play. It is poetry in motion. So for them, the route to success is going to be to do that once again versus Optic. Become the people that Optic are worried about and don't be worrying about Shotzzy.
These 2 stars led their teams on days 1 and 2. For Mercules, a 1-9-2 in his 3-0. For Estriel, the fantastic SMG earned himself a 1-3-5, 27 kills per 10 minutes, and 3,093 damage. Sheesh. They face off at the end of the night, but all eyes will be on this squad. They are the front runner. They are the kings right now of Black Ops 7. Everyone, though, is coming for the king's throat.
Yeah, I think you can look at every other team in the league and point out a potential weakness and where things could go wrong or what they might need to work on throughout the year. Optic feel flawless right now. Like everything about this roster, top to bottom, the individual talent, the teamwork, how fast they make decisions, like they're ahead, and everybody is immensely talented on this team. So Optic, a tall task for everyone. We're just waiting to see if there's going to be a kink in the armor.
I'm so glad you said that because I completely agree with you. There really isn't much we can say about Optic other than sing their praises and how strong they are starting out in this game. I think G2 will be one of a tougher opponent than they did versus Riyadh Falcons. I'd love to see them maybe take them to the distance in map 2. Should we maybe go to a map 5? I think we're in for a series, but Optic, man, there's few bad things
they just always have control. Like, it feels like even if the other team gets a setup for like a second and a hard point, Shotzzy's making a big
Their
play.
team chemistry is just unreal.
It's unbelievable.
Optic haters would say, though, that the only reason they had a 3-0 was because they had the weakest opponent in the league in the Riyadh Falcons.
Playing a bunch of world champions.
Are looking to prove that is not the case when they take on another 3-0 winner in LA Thieves. And Thieves may have had the most impressive 3-0 because they had to take down Abizi's former duo in Simp and that Vegas FaZe squad. So walk me through what makes LA so dangerous right now.
Yeah, I mean, the sub duo is absolutely insane.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, Scraps picking up right where he left off. Kenny was consistent yesterday. Abizi and Hydra together.
That's terrifying. Listen, that's the potential of an S-tier SMG duo to me. Like, right now they're A, but if both of them are on their own game, I would certainly never want to spawn in against them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the scariest thing is, like, what they can do in Search and Destroy.
Yes.
Abizi and Hydra in Search, like, that's, like, they're great respawn players.
And then it's Paco.
That has been their bread and butter. So it's like playing off of each other. We saw it a little bit in that match versus FaZe. It's only going to get better as the year goes on. LA Thieves team, man, they're going to be hard to beat.
Taking a look at the numbers from the front line for LA Thieves. Paco right ahead, I guess, of Abizi at 63 kills, behind in the overall KD, plus 16 for Abizi, plus 6 for Paco, both above 7,500 damage and a 2.0 in Search and Destroy. You could get hit from any direction right now. Everyone is still learning routes on the S&D map. So what can you do if you're Riyadh going up against this duo today?
I mean, that's where Pred and Exnit have to come in.
Yeah.
Those guys, they have to perform. And you look at the match that they had, Exnit in Search and Destroy was 2-9. Right, like he's the guy. I have my eyes on him. He has to step it up. He has to be the guy that's filling gaps for this team, making impact plays in Search and Destroy. Because every other sub duo has that dynamic.
They do.
Right now, Riyadh do not.
We'll talk that in detail in just a moment. For now, though, we have to chime in on what we saw from Paris. Paris Gentlemates moved from LA to France. And boy, it looks really good right now to be a Parisian fan. This squad is popping off with arguably the best sniper in the game in Sib.
I mean, they were just slamming yesterday. And I mean, it wasn't versus just anybody. Vancouver Surge, obviously, they have some stuff to work through. But Je ne sais quoi, I mean, you're feeling very good if you're a Gentlemates fan right now, especially because I feel like you got Envoy comfortable early. I think that was maybe my biggest question mark into this team was if Envoy was comfortable in this game right away. We head into that overload. He was vibing, and we got some insane numbers out of Dan Ghosty. And so, I mean, again, one of those situations, I don't really have anything bad to say about this team right now.
Yeah, I mean, everybody feels like they've taken a step in the right direction on the team. Neptune could be fighting for, you know, best Slayer in the game once again, just like he did last year. And then Ghosty, like I said, I've become the Dan Ghosty guy.
You are.
He's been unbelievable, and he showed us again on his first match, like 1.53. Look at all that damage. And then in Search and Destroy, Ghosty's just been stellar from last year until now. He's just picking up where he left off.
Ridiculous performance on opening day for the Gentlemaids. They are our third team to earn a 3-0 out of our opening 6. Today, though, we kick off with 3 more matches. When we return, it's LA Thieves taking on Riyadh. Don't go anywhere.
Scuff, the official controller of the CDO.
Monster Energy, official energy drink of the CDO.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and I was just checking my fantasy lineup. If you are an LA Thieves fan, I'm not looking so great right now, but we could be seeing a dub if Abizi's able to drop the numbers he did yesterday. LA Thieves taking on Riyadh Falcons. Let's start with the big dogs. We don't know who's paying more for what roster, but we know this is top tier in that category. Abizi already a millionaire with his success in the title. Hydra, world champion. Kenny, world champion. The only one who hasn't raised a trophy is Scrap, and some people say he's the most talented on the team.
Yeah, you know, that's the one goal, the number one priority, not only for this organization in building this roster, but also for Scrap.
Just for him himself.
Exactly, to get that trophy and get that championship. And they've built this roster for that reason. You bring in Abizi, who's obviously been there, done that. You're trying to have the best SMG duo in the game. And then you're bringing in Kenny to be the ultimate complement to Scrap. The idea, I suppose, is you're hoping Kenny can get you over the edge in those finals or in those tournaments later in the year where the pressure gets higher, where they might have thought Ghosty faltered a bit, right? So for this LA Thieves team, I mean, the Search and Destroy and the SMGs, keep that dominance as your pregame keys.
100%, and no freebies. Don't everybody get hot, which Celium, I mean, we have the Celium index for a reason. Celium's gone up against this specific lineup, not exactly, but these players multiple times over the past couple of years, so we know the damage he's going to be able to put down, and that's where you're going to be looking at Kenny and Scrap to try and counter that. I'm not so worried about Scrap, but I would love to see some more statement games out of Kenny just to make everybody feel more solid. You know, feel more trusting.
He did it yesterday. He just needs to, or in their last match, he just needs to remain consistent for this roster, and things should go well.
Did you see the Falcons match card today?
What was it?
They had Celium facing off against Abizi. But normally you see like 2 people matched up at eye-line, right? No, they put Celium up here, Abizi down here. They're saying, I'm the big dog. So let's talk about the man who may be making bank at the highest level in the CDL right now. He goes by the name of Celium, and it took a lot to break up the FaZe trio. But Celium moves on from Atlanta all the way over to Riyadh to play alongside Xnid, Pred, and they round out the roster with a fantastic blue guy in Kismet.
So when you talk to this camp and rumblings around, online in the league, they have been doing incredibly well in scrims, which doesn't really surprise me because they have a lot of guys when they're in flow state and they're free can make a lot of plays. Yes, exactly. The structure is what would worry me with this team, and I think we saw that in their first match. And Ali, you see their Monster Energy pregame talking through it.
Yeah, I mean, slow down and slay. They got outslayed by 46 kills yesterday, and I mean, we've had teams in the past that have been outslayed, but still very objective face. Think previous Toronto Ultra before their rebranding, but I just don't see that with this team. When I see the name like Fred, when I see like Slaying, even Exted, I mean, he's had some insane slaying games last year. I think high pace, I think of them running in their face and just getting that slaying down. So definitely need to do that. And then Overload revamp needed. Own 3 and Overload this season. It's a new game mode. It's a new squad. Honestly, I'm going to take a different angle here. I think they need to find strength in hardpoint or search and destroy first. I think they need something to lean on. They need something to have in their back pocket, and I don't think it's going to be Overload.
And we got to keep it a buck. This is the worst start to a season you could consider here. You're playing Optic Day 1, Day 3. You have to go up against the LA Thieves, 2 of 3 teams that have 3-0'd opponents. Here's your maps and modes. Do we get to an exposure game 4?
Yeah, these are the exact first 3 maps that the Falcons played up against Optic where they got cooked. Where I kind of don't mind it. It's like, okay, we watched the VOD probably repeatedly since that match. Let's go in and fix those things. And assuming Thieves aren't at the level of Optic, you should seemingly have a little bit more success. So Falcons coming into this one like, yo, let's just run it back and see where we stand.
Let's hit our scuff pick'ems here. Allie, you have been perfect. The fans, phenomenal. You are not perfect, Nameless, but you are just one back. Fans and Allie, go ahead and go first.
I'm going with LA for sure. I think Riyadh Falcons have a little bit more to go.
How many games?
I'll give them one. I'll go 3-1.
3-1. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not catching up here because I'm going LA as well.
Thieves, 3-0. Sorry,
I agree.
Ladies and gentlemen. Before we get this one going, we're going to have some incredible casters. You see some incredible talent right here in Nameless and Allie. We also have Shift and Study on the mics today. And when you guys aren't on the mics, you're on the controller. Let's take a look at what's been going down recently in some competition. Roll this beautiful footage. Nameless, you were in this lobby. Can you explain what I'm watching here?
All right, listen, dude. First of all, this is a 2v4.
A 2v4.
Where we lose to Haggy and Benjay. It's just egregious. I will say, though.
Me personally?
Yo, Jay was getting ready to leave the game.
Personally?
Yo, I was playing well. I was playing well.
Well, if you guys don't want to get 2v4'd by Ben J, just pick me up. You know, listen, I personally wouldn't have let this happen.
This might have been the worst day of my life.
Study, you were in the lobby. There is your solemn face while Ben J is nothing but smiles. Is this the worst defeat of your life, or was it back when you're playing for gold at the Call of Duty World Championship?
Yo, this is some bullshit, bro.
I don't even remember it, Chris.
Yeah, that's actually,
I don't even remember
fake.
it.
I don't remember seeing that.
It was a
shit.
nightmare. And nah, yeah, me too. Wheeler, we weren't even there, bro. I blame my teammates though for sure.
100% is my team.
But we got a match out. We got a match.
Yeah, this match is ready. Shift, I've never felt closer to you. Take it away.
We got a match. You just literally could not be closer.
Yeah, get out.
Legitimately.
Too much Benjay.
Right down
Too
the
much
hallway.
Benjay, Al.
Too much Benjay, I hear you. Hi, guys. Hi, Freds. How are y'all doing? Feeling good, feeling great. How are you? Sunday, debut weekend. I'm pumped. I'm ready to go. Jay, I know you're feeling saucy, especially a little fired up after that little banter we just had. Take me through your thoughts, though, on the series. I mean, the desk laid it up pretty perfectly. Thieves, after the preseason events, try to kind of get themselves into top form, whereas the Falcons are just trying to find any form, really.
Yeah, nah, if you're Riyadh Falcons, obviously the way that you came out versus Optic Texas wasn't ideal. You got 3-0 Steam Road versus potentially the best team in the game. And now it doesn't get any easier because you're going up against a Thief roster who just took care of FaZe the same way in a 3-0 fashion by having a complete ice in that overload. It's only going to get tough, but when you spend so much money in an offseason, you need to see early results. So hopefully Falcons are able to fight today.
I hear that. Well, it's going to be Scar for the opening hard point. We've got Riyadh Falcons. We've got the Los Angeles Thieves. Let's get our Sunday kicked off. Let's get it on and starting things off with Exit already contesting inside the point. Get outside, trying to find against come over.
Yeah, it's good plays right there from LA. Dominate the mid-map control, have deli control as well, and now you're forcing all the Falcons to try to break through plane side. Celium on your screen, trying to line up a couple kills to open up a lane through the middle of the map, but his teammates are just trying to contest and trying to find a different angle, and now it's on Exit on the pinch with Pred finding 2 to potentially have some time to get something here at P1.
Yeah, we got Exit also trying to contest on the right side of the map, able to find one by surprise. That Scrap who drops, and the action's not done yet as Pred's able to clean things out through the middle of the map. So really good start on rotation. The macro game started to be put together here for the Falcons, just a touch, but a bounce back opportunity as Kenny's able to clean up on the second floor of Motel, and it will be Thieves around the hard point for P2 to start.
Yeah, and you can already see Abizi in a very good spot to potentially catch some cutoff kills, but Kismet and the stun connecting. It's going to give them the opening that they were looking for. Clean forward dead, the early break break is in at P2, and he's spawning all of these now on the backside of Motel. So how do they decide to work on him? Because this crossfire is being set up. This is not going to be easy unless you get a stun or a nade to connect.
Yeah, huge heads-up play from Cell to cut off the middle of the map through the old time at P1, and definitely a better start than what we saw on Friday. I don't think any of us would have had on our wager sheet that to start with a 1-16 or something like that, and that opening hard point back on Friday. So much better here as the Falcons will grow their lead to double digits. Hydra on the opportunity to contest, but shut down as did. Okay, 6 in a row, 8-3 for now, and the Falcons still holding on with 12 seconds.
And they also have rotation as well. Kismet set up nice and early over at P3. You had mid-cut. You were fully set up to continuously grow this lead here. Now these are going to take the slow approach, have a couple routes being developed. Kenny going to work his sweet time around blue side, just looking for one kill, and he's able to find it. So now his teammates need to get into the play. You got pressure from every single side. A clean 3 dead, make it all 4, and the break is good for Thieves.
Yeah, Thieves looking really solid on this break. It's had 40 seconds still to fight for here. And Zabizi chooses his life, and he's done better than that. 2 kills go to his way. Scrap in the corner, the next one up, but read pretty well by Exton, who's having himself a heck of an opener. 10-5, a chance to jump to contest as long as he's got a little help around him, but he's playing for the kills instead and finds the player inside the hard point. Opportunity with the pistol, and things are looking good as we head over to a Riyadh Falcons. Listen in.
Come on, MC. One day side. One to their side, I think. Yeah, happy on.
I have ASND.
I go charge you. Yeah, I do what you do. They win you. Yeah, go to you. Half helmet. I want you guys. I want you. Half helmet. This is one of you guys.
One shot. Two ASND.
One is top blue. I think yours are back somewhere.
Kenny and Scrap.
Yeah. This is one, guys. Yeah, Scrap. Two. One beyond. One to blue. Absolutely one of them. China. Back check. Grab the back in one. ASND, guys. ASND, BZ. Just bang time. You guys go past him.
Yeah, I'm banging. Time.
Bang time. Nice, guys.
He's gonna be top.
I'm hitting gate. I have gate. Where do you go?
Back there.
Back to scrap. One to blue, boys. Back to scrap. Stay down, kids. Stay down. Back shack.
Stand left.
Grab the back one shot.
Top blue, bro. He just ran up. Top blue, right, top right blue.
Yeah, one get.
Right side set, weak, Paco. Nice job. Top blue, and easy.
Let's go on you. Nice idea.
I'm mid.
Yeah, I'll get mid. Go.
I'm mid right now.
Getting front. Yeah, only green, boys.
Top green down.
Scrap on the right. Okay, scrap on the right.
I'll see.
There's one on, boys.
RT then.
Block the back for a second.
I'm blocking. You have time?
I'm staying on this.
Item.
Block the back, guys. Yeah, look at the I'll kill Ben.
In the back. There's 118 on me.
I'm
He's R1.
I'm looking. I want a BZ. Only a BZ. A BZ went front green.
Tug of war here through the facade. Scar Falcons just down 5 with 38 to play, but time goes neutral and a chance to check in early to see how the Los Angeles teams are coming it out.
I got him.
One time is one up bus. Oh, like one up plane. I'll see him plane just sitting on the head. On time. Just sitting on the plane.
I'll get. Yeah, he's just hiding. All good. We spawn. I'm gonna double left for tower.
Yeah, we're doubling.
Get pitch blue, bro. Get pitch blue.
Top rocket dead.
Top.
One's already army, boys. Already army.
All good. There's a V2.
B2 one bullet kills.
Okay, he's not gonna get ticket. I'm gonna kill this guy.
Get together.
Yeah, I'll put it. I'm taking my time. I'm one shot.
Play kill. In ticket. Kids is pinching our phone blue.
You
on top, I got him. Yo, top broken.
Listen, I'm
getting help. You have help?
I got time.
He's
I take it.
I
take it. I'm holding ticket.
One guy, Tyler weak.
I hear.
I'm on left time. They can hit right at me. I have your left.
Go right at me. Could be P.
Get left.
Could be bus. Low right, boys. Low right. Pinching army fast.
He's dead. He's dead.
Let the bus come in.
One shot pinch, MC.
Hit a ticket. I'm dead. Ticket, kids, man.
I'm pinching. On time, one ticket.
I'm pinching.
We can double pitch.
AG on time, one ticket.
Fuck, need tickets, probably. I'm going guy maybe.
Yeah, one's probably, yeah.
Right. I can need time.
One bullet.
AG on time, one shot. Two on time, dead. One more AG. AG on time.
I'll be on me.
AG on time. AG dead. Army dead.
I have cut. Get to me next.
Top blue.
Top blue weak.
I'm blocking on.
Yeah.
I'm blocking on.
RDZ, I think, Ken.
Probably check it. I see. Top blue deck. All right, one more low heady. Nice low heady. One shot set. AG. I got one. Hey, let's get out. Hey, we smoke close. Take your time. Tyler, take your time.
Yeah, man.
Nade low.
Keep back post, one's got
He's going right. I'm not top. I meant top left on us.
Can't do anything.
Close time makes sense.
Back on heady, back on.
Stop
Back on heady, going bust.
I'm on Might be top right corner. Yeah, give me paint. No, one top. Paint right now. I can tell it. Top paint with me.
Let's P1 on it. Shit, one shot P1. One shot P1 too.
Top below.
Yeah, one P1 after this. I spawn behind us.
Paco, take his arm. Somebody go.
That's blue. One blue, one mid ticket was.
I'll take it.
I'll see this guy. And ticket ironing.
Top broken. One blue, guys.
Alright, top broken and one's mid cut, bro.
Yeah, one's in blue, or one's in ticket too. I spawn all that.
I knew that. I knew that.
Two that.
Pitching,
They're spawning God.
I'll fold that. Let them spawn there, bro. Let them spawn broken.
Yeah, they're spawning broken.
I have all the middle.
What's not broken? I'm dead.
Got heady.
P5 dead.
Got heady late.
Top dead.
I got heady late. We're to MC.
Yeah, I'm helping him out.
I'm ready defense.
Close them.
Dead. One more stuck.
I need to make a crack up for you.
I'm nading top right. Hop up.
P1 on me. I think there's two types of
I'll see him army.
One P5.
Army dead. One more
Mid cut one shot. P5 is one shot. And then mid cut after that. Maybe plane.
I'm looking at plane. Keep him mid.
I'll see him on the plane.
Come in mid.
I can kill him.
Last guy low right. Nice. Sit up.
AG on top.
Yeah, I'm top.
Alright, AG, one shot time. AG.
That's fine.
Alright, miss MC and AG.
AG still on top.
AG's on over, miss MC.
AG dead on.
Mid cut dead.
One shot.
All load.
Low right.
Yo, mid cut flying the ticket to mid.
MC's low right.
Ticket to mid last one.
Last one. I have all.
Keep your already.
Yeah, look, he could be.
AG and
I'm watching here.
Exit.
Hey, top blue. That's
right,
right.
top
He's
blue.
going blue to the back.
He's still top blue. X is just staying top blue.
Okay, 2P5.
This guy's scaring me. I'm just getting
AG.
time.
I
AG to the right.
In the back of me dead.
Left me.
I'm top.
Back right army.
One stop with me.
One army, one top.
One stop.
That's
I'm
Double P1.
one HP. They're mid of me, bro. I can't challenge. They can go mill.
Mail.
Maybe top.
Mail that.
Guys, I fell down.
Top.
Two left, Joe.
I'm bumping top.
I'm top.
Nice.
All mid cut, bros. I'm
just
all
only
mid
time.
cut. I'm all up cut. They gotta be all mid cut.
Don't say anything mid.
Yeah, all mid cut
Mid right now. Dead. Mid right now.
I'm
On
in
the
the
buff.
corner.
On the
They're
buff.
all going mid.
On the buff. One P1.
I can help people. I have P1. I have all
Low, bro.
Where'd he go?
Okay, sure. I'm
P1 one shot, one bow.
Top.
All right, and then P1.
I'm leaving that guy.
And they're rolling.
He can hit him. That's fine. Got me low.
Rolling.
Look at that.
Nice shit up.
I'm out for the last guy.
Funny out.
Exit
It's shit on.
new. Exit new.
It's AG in there.
Top broken. Shit on. Last guy.
Exit on me.
Shoot spot.
Get Tom.
I'm staying out.
There you go. Hey.
One ticket.
I got nailed on top.
Dead.
Alright, so give me a minute.
Give me my cut.
Alright, AGP1. Missing one. AGP1. I'll get it right on. He's going broken. He's
staying down on top.
He's gonna be top broken.
He's spawning me. He's back
Low
here.
trench. Low trench.
What trench shot?
Next,
One more, make up.
Take it down.
And first needed the name of the game there, Jay, but how about this Steve's little battle back as we get tight to a really tight finish?
Oh yeah, these have been outstanding in these last couple of hard points. That listening was so damn long, and that's why the score has been so damn long of a comeback. It's been the P3 to P4, now to the P5 chain. Falcons could not find their way in towards blue. And now they only need 35 seconds to close out this game. Everyone's spawning towards the backside of Broken. A BZ flying on in, only able to take down one and his teammate. Team kills are not going to assist, but these are still holding as much as they can.
The best they possibly can. 2 to 206. Falcons now in a position to get some possible early time at one. Just can't kills that they need. A big win for the Thieves. Battle back now starting to make their way over towards P1 are the Thieves though.
Big win
inside. Good opening win there versus Hydra. Does he get more than that? No, not the case. The Scrap responds, but trades go back and forth. Pinstripe kill feed. We have a contested hard point.
And they're consistently going to spawn over towards mid-cut, so just get this pressure off of Celium. And again, the team kill this time from Kismet. The double nade is not going to be the assistance. Now he's the last man standing. The pressure's going to be here for Thieves. And they technically have the rotation that they want as well, because now you can open up lanes inside of these pinches, but they're not finding any kills. Xnet is dominating with that AR. Falcons have found something running 4 M15s on this map. Now they're in the lead, only needing 26 to close out.
Spawn's move, though. Spawn's move. And even though the Falcons are going to get this scrap time, Thieves will have a couple of members over the top of Stops and, of course, over towards the motel entryway. First kill, able to be traded. Scraps able to take down 2. 226, 222. Thieves are in, and you got to wait for a moment for the Falcons to come off Spawn.
You just got to hold. You got to now bank on this player working on the pinch. He's able to spawn Kismet also on that angle, so he's able to find an opening double. There's pressure from both angles. Scrap has to get some done. On 4 in a row. Can he take care of selling? No, he cannot. And now Falcons just need one wave of kills, and this map 1 is theirs.
Decent spawns, though, for Thieves. Proximally, they can get back to try to contest this, but they're waiting for a little bit of a pinch from Beezy. Pred trying to watch it. Good shot. Shakes him off the heady. Now you go back to the hard point. X-Dead almost able to take everything, but Cell and Kismet right behind the play reinforced. Last 3 seconds. Last man dash for the Thieves. Do they get here to touch in time? No! And it's the Falcons to stave off the heroic effort from the Thieves to take the opener.
Hey, they said, man, we just played potentially the best teams on this map. We know what we did wrong. Let's run it back and show you the adjustments. And the major adjustment was not getting outslayed by 46 kills. Basically, everyone going positive. And the Falcons were able to dominate that P2 motel hardpoint from start to finish of that game. There's just too much to handle right there for Thieves. When you have a BZ trying to commit on the Dravev, using that SMG, all those gunfights a long distance, Exney was able to pick him off. Kismet was able to do the same thing. And then when it came down to that final push, the route that was developed on Exney to push through plain side to allow Kismet to spawn on the backside of blue, which leads to the opening double, that is a heads-up play that we were not seeing that young man make last year. Riyadh Falcons give us a barn burner in map number 1, and they take the opening HP.
To all of the off-season conversations, whether you're listening to the Flake or you're listening to whoever happened about how the rosters were moving, and of course the groundbreaking and historic nature of what the Falcons did to this roster from last year starting things off to now bringing in one of the historically best ARs in at least current form of the CDL with Cell. But it's Exney that was the question mark the entire time through. We saw that he had capabilities. We saw that he's not just hanging, he could have a chance to really take over. And how about the fact that he did it not just at the beginning of this game, but did it from start to finish? 28 non-traded, and of course, like you mentioned, the heads up, more veteran style play, move the spawns around when it mattered most.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, even when we went to a listening with them, he was basically leading in the communication as well. This guy is hitting new levels every time he's able to spawn on in. And now with these players sitting side by side, he's going to grow only faster in his progression, man. And at least for him, he was able to show it in that map number 1. Got to be feeling good if you're the Falcons, because you got steamrolled in your last matchup, but to go potentially up against the second best team that we currently have in the league and make easy work of them in that opening map where you were going blow for blow. You didn't have an answer at the P4. You were making it mixy at the P5, but P2 was their go-to, even not holding it from the preferred side. It's just great plays, and it's definitely showed the teamwork development aspect on the side for the Falcons.
Yeah, you can see again that comeback effort when it was 119 to 179 for the Thieves, stringing together and snowballing the map like you called, and you heard it through that listen-in, how exactly they were going about doing that, talking about let's let them spawn here, and then trying to find ways to flip and move things around again, thinking about that macro game, allow back in, like you mentioned, that 4 AR meta that we saw from Falcons there in Scott. A little bit too much to over and get too destroyed. If you missed the pregame preamble, this is again a bit of a run back here for the Riyadh Falcons. Played it against Optic, it went 10 rounds, and honestly I thought the Falcons actually played the search pretty competitively. Just a couple things got out of hand, and honestly just the clutch ability of Optic was too strong out there.
Yeah, thankfully they also had a Pred, because Pred single-handedly was able to win them a couple rounds in that search and destroy by popping 2Ps after 2Ps, just finding openings. But unfortunately, the ending result wasn't a W. But just like in map number 1, you came out lackluster versus Optic. You made adjustments. You got the W this time. I'm curious to see what they're able to do on Den Search and Destroy now, knowing what they know and the angles that you were able to develop over the last couple of days, because we know the Bulldog, especially with that boomstick in hand, he can make plays. But one thing that was scary about with Kismet running that sniper in hand is that the objective focus wasn't really there. The hesitation was there for Falcons in their S&D gameplay, and if he's gonna run that sniper, pretty sure Chan said it, someone else has got to start thinking about that, OBJ, because he's Mr. Playmaker, but he can't do it with a one-shot gun in his hand.
And it's interesting, I think, just to see how the dynamic of search is going to change this year with the sniper rifle in play. Of course, the kind of player agreed upon stipulations and rules around it also make for a very interesting, I think, as the search gets deeper, you know, past round 9-10, when you don't have the opportunity to still use the sniper rifle.
Now, if you are Scrap, starting off 0-1 in this series, you're thinking, all right, you relax lesser than that map number 1. Gonna have to try to figure out going into this search and destroy. You got the king of the first blood historically in the BZ and Hydra. That SMG drill can cause so many problems. We saw what they were able to do in their last matchup versus FaZe, slowly pick them apart, really isolate that sniper, not allow him to be impactful. And that's one thing that you have to think about if you're Kismet, because if you decide to pull out the sniper early into these rounds and potentially put yourself in a 1v4, they chase you down and you give up your life for free, you only have 2 lives to make plays like that. And we saw it yesterday in the Miami series where Super in a 1v4 died unannounced and caught him off guard, but then towards the later of the game, Insight was able to use that sniper and be uncontested with it. So there's a lot of strategies that now go into the search and destroy mode with the 2 life play with the sniper in hand. But I think if you're the Falcons, you're going to be making your adjustments. I'm definitely looking at Pred and Exnet to be the playmakers, Kismet to make the play calls, but this time be a lot quicker on their decision making to potentially try to sneak away a 2-0 lead in this series. Now when we take a look at the maps and modes, again for these 2 lineups, it's the same 3 maps that Falcons ran up against versus Optic. They were able to make their adjustments on map number 1, got a Den search and destroy map number 2, and then a Den overload in map number 3. I feel like overload for all these teams, whenever you get to that swing mode, like it was Control, like it used to be CTF, whatever the hell it is, like this is what makes the best teams in the game. When you can start off early on showing that you've been putting in work and you can get ahead when you talk about the new game. So whenever we get there, I'm excited to see what adjustments Falcons made this time around. But the search and destroy, this has got me highlighted. I'm super excited to see snipers on both sides. We know what Scrap is able to do. We know what Kenny is able to do. But on a map like Den, where smokes are going to be impactful, you got to be ready for the aggressive plays over towards that B site. Just don't get caught isolated with that sniper. And you should have a good time. Oh, welcome back, Jan. Alan. You here?
I think I'm back, brother.
All right, buddy.
Can you hear me okay, Jay? It's all I need to know right now.
Yes, I can.
All right,
yes,
man.
I can. I can hear you, pal.
Sorry, friends and family. A little bit of technical issues on my side, but I think we are good and ready to go now, fully, hopefully, because wow, that opening hard point has me gassed and jazzed and ready to go. So I don't want to be missed from any of the rest of this stuff. All the conversation points, though, surrounding kind of the themes of the early search and destroy are, again, I think really important, especially when you look at the teams that have been successful, not just in the preseason events, but especially over the course of this weekend. There are a couple of those key identifiers that are really coming in, like every single map, no matter where we find ourselves, no matter what teams we're talking about. The teams that are doing the best search and destroy right now, it feels like they do have like a really good calm setup strategy. They're very versatile. They're finding ways to, again, play off of different power things, whether it is like having a sniper rifle out, or we even saw yesterday that 4-man hit down the middle of the map at Raid just to try to find something new and different when you don't have a sniper rifle available. So there's a lot of options, and I think teams are starting to find what their identities are going to look like based on which options they prefer. It's really the long way of saying it.
Yeah, and I feel like for search and destroy, it's usually about early dictating the game. And for a team like these who can be the aggressors on the map with Hydra and a BZ, you can shut down early snipers and force them to completely change their game plan. And then you have everything that you want in front of you. It's just usually about that early start off. You don't have trophy sims early on. You got to make sure you're setting up your crossfires and simply not scamming. Like, that's the biggest thing in this game. Giving up a first blood on one side of the map, I know you can make up a lot of ground with the movement, but it's just very difficult to retake some of these sites. So you got to buy your life a little bit extra.
Yeah, And with that, I think, you also have a lot of rookies where we're seeing some of that scamming coming through.
Oh, yeah.
Other things that we're seeing, how about these league packs and all these skins that we've seen so far? Ooh. Take a little bit of a futuristic approach with Treyarch. They're going to give you something special. And that's been exactly the case. And if you have not gotten your 2026 league pack yet, make sure you do so, because it's not just the operators that you see on screen, but you also, of course, get the animated calling cards. You get the weapon camos, which are unbelievable. And of course, extra stickers and sprays, which, if you're feeling like one of those guys that gets that BM attitude and ranked, you're getting ready to go for that, you want to get that nice try spray. So why not load yourself up, scan the QR code now, and get yourself ready to wrap the CDL throughout what very well may be one of the most historic seasons that we've had in the history of the CDL. So pumped about it.
I'm with it.
Search coming up again. It's the run back, so that's kind of the story when we talk about the Falcons in particular. When you look at Thieves, though, and I know you kind of mentioned a couple players by name and some things individually, where do you kind of put them, like, in your mind off of what we've seen in their preseason or in their opening match versus FaZe, like in terms of where their strength in search is? Do you rate them as like an S tier type search team? Like, I think on roster you would assume that would be one of their stronger game modes, but what are your early evaluations of Thieves kind of more in particular?
S tier is just like basically playing perfect, and I don't think you can play perfect unless you develop early chemistry. You got two new players into the mix and two different play styles. With the Beezy playing as fast as Hydra does, even though it's not as playmaking as Hydra does it, he's the guy that's going to firstly go in. So those strats take time to develop. And even though you have some of the best players in the world sitting side by side, just certain things work. You have to figure out what works for you. So between Hydra and Abizi, you got to figure out which is going to be Mr. First Blood or how aggressive you need to be in certain cases. So I feel like they're around A tier and have time to eventually turn into S.
Well, I like the call, and now we have a second opportunity here to see what the Thieves will offer, as the Falcons have a second chance to try to really master out this den search and destroy. And off the bat, it looks like Scrap was taking the sniper rifle towards the outside awnings of A. Everyone else for Thieves is playing the middle of the map, though. A couple of defensive nades trying to stop any early plants, but the threat is more so over through the site, as it looks like Falcons may want to try to put a little bit of extra pressure onto Scrap to see if he hits a shot or not.
Yeah, and they're going to put this bomb down, not going to hesitate to get the objective planted, but the nade comes in at the right time to take care of Xnid. Scrap over the top with the frag, leads to the first blood, and look instantly what Thieves are doing. Gonna rally everyone through Dojo's side. Let's push out with our numbers, 4v2.
Yeah, Fred just gets caught. Just too many players to deal with. What a counterattack from the Thieves. Not often you can get super jazzed up and excited about a round one setup, but that was picture perfect in terms of adapting an A setup through mid, get the overnade, find a way to have a smoke hard hit to clear the front of the site. I mean, that is chef's kiss perfect.
Yeah, it was a complete blind counter there from Falcons. Like, you get over towards B, no one's there to contest you. You take Dojo's side away. So it's like that split second of them not committing on the bomb plan early allows them to get the information through mid-statue and set up Scrap, which would had to be an insane nade from the backside of Dojo through the top windows to find that first blood. And then the teamwork shows there. Regroup towards Dojo, close out the round with ease. So Thieves take round number one. Now it's their turn to show some pressure on their attack, and they're just going for the default spread map setup to see what Falcons are going to throw at them.
And Falcons are opting to really not throw anything besides shoulders, and X did a little too greedy on the visual check down A. Does get connected onto first blood. So now Scrap gonna rotate back over towards the B site. Falcons are gonna lean for an A defense, but this bomb wrap is gonna have a wide open 4v3 post plan.
Yeah, this is just way too easy of a call if you are the Thieves. If you're Falcons, you're thinking, all right, our teammate gets sniped at A, everyone's got to rotate back, but now you're completely out of the play in a man-down situation. Abizi in a very good spot to watch all of mid hop up. Flank is being covered. Falcons need someone to open it with a nade or double to make something out of nothing.
Yeah, but the post plant can just back off of this, because if it starts to get mixy, Abizi can just hit a pinch, and he's on the route now that Scrap has read. The Falcons are here. So now you just back off. Try to see if you can find that timing from Abizi. Still waiting, as the bomb site has not been threatened yet by this retake. Kenny for the first. Hitman connects, though, takes down the snipe, but here's Abizi off the flank, and there's just nowhere to go. Two back-to-back rounds for the Thieves, both very comfortable.
Yeah, off the back of the first blood. This time it's just easy. Perfect play call. All right, spread map. Someone shows face at A. As soon as you get that first blood, you instantly hit the rotation towards B, and it's uncontested. Get the bomb planted, hold your side, set up Abizi for the late pinch. 2 quick rounds there for Thieves. Looking easy.
Yeah, that's picture perfect, though, legitimately. Just by design, and execution, that is exactly how it's drawn up. Beautiful stuff. So now the onus goes over to the Falcons. How do you respond here in this second offensive effort? Do you just kind of go back to what you knew and then, well, no, they're going to try to contest the middle of the map this time. A couple of nades go over towards the Thieves side, but it's Kenny with a little bit of help, I believe, from Scrap to get that first blood again. So Celium's out of the picture. And now all of a sudden you have to see who's going to step up, try to force things. And Exton took a look at B, but with an AR in hand, he's got to wait for help, and it's going to come by way of Kismet on the rotation for mid.
Yeah, now Exton might not check the corner. Kenny's going to be able to spot him, but the trigger discipline, it's not going to lead to a kill. The stun is going to connect, knock down to 34 HP in a dream, and eventually the wall bangs are good enough to take care of Exton. Now Pred has one isolated, makes it a 2v2. Kismet can't get out. Now it's all up to Pred for a 1v2.
Yeah, and Thieves, I believe, will know that the bomb is down here over towards B. You just would not anticipate that Pred is the player carrying the objective in that part of the map, considering where the hit was at. So now it's up to Pred to try to isolate. He's able to get a couple of the tags onto Kenny, but the smoke will come through. Kenny will back off, and things will reset. Careful, tiptoeing on the side of the map, but not going to make a difference. He's going to fall regardless as the shots over the cross at B cut really, really clean, and that's a 3-0 start for Thieves that, yeah, Kenny is loving it.
Yeah, Thieves just have a default setup so far, Alan. Let's just take mid-map away from them. That's the first round it worked. You were able to get the info, shut them down at B. This time they try to contest you, and you get the first blood and force them to slow down on their offensive approach. Falcons have to find a way on in, and mid-map so far has not been the answer. They were able to execute, at least in the first round, 4 towards B, be uncontested, but just could not get that objective down. Now we're getting later into these rounds. Some trophy systems starting to develop.
Yep.
You got to make some adjustments, but you need this round here if you're Falcons.
Yeah, I agree with that. And they're going to go to something very similar to the first round, except that Exton is actually going to play a little bit further up on the rooftops over at A. Shots from Hydra at mid. Smoke also enveloping that cross. As Scrap will put a little bit of shots down over towards the defensive spawn. So the bomb will be planted behind all that action, but meanwhile, first blood collected for Falcons, and they're trying to go quickly for this retake. But the problem is Hydra's the one responsible for the flank, and he's in a really good spot to stop it.
Yeah, Hydra's on the flank, but Scrap's going to have his hands full on the other side. 3 players from Falcons attacking through Dojo, and the nade is able to connect, but Scrap, is he going to get any info? He does not. 2v2, 25.
Kenny stepping up on 5 in a row. Gonna get an angle. A couple of hit markers come through, but Cell still wins the battle. Traded by Hydra, and he's able to find the second in front of him. Oh, that one got a little mixy. Falcons with the numbers advantage. They put the pressure across the map, but they cannot get through the superstar player up front.
Yeah, that's ideal of like how you want to try to retake that site. You give up the B-bomb for free. Okay, you get the first blood on the island player to now set up pressure from every single angle. It's just the 2 players who are watching those angles, one-on-one gunfights, are able to force it into a 2v2 and then set up Hydra in the perfect position to close out the round. These can currently do no wrong. And the Falcons have not yet had an answer here in the search and destroy. Just giving up a lot of map control early. They need to play for some early information before they try to commit on something, because these are just picking them apart.
Now we got early nades for Thieves. We talked about that trophy system being earned here in this next offensive attempt for Falcons. They go back to what they essentially tried to do round 1, but Thieves changed the timing of their nades, and you're actually going to commit a BZ to playing in and on towards this site. Needs help though, and it's all coming from Dojo side. All the Thieves.
Oh man,
counter smoke, trying to challenge this bomb plant, but there is enough resistance here for things to try to fade away, dissipate, and we're still looking for a first blood, all things told.
And Scrap has a sniper in hand, but Kenny's able to find it somehow, some way through the smoke. Exton and Celium, though, with the wall bangs, give them still the advantage. Again, information is still pressure on this side of the map. Exton trying to close that gap, but Abizi's able to get one and get out. 2v2.
Unbelievable from Abizi right there. And I will say for the Falcons, they're at least attempted the adjustments. It's just, this is, big boy football right now. We're just in the trenches. Kenny over the top, able to find a couple tags onto Pred.
Stalling time.
Trying to challenge the bomb plant as the clock is ticking all meanwhile while this is happening. Abizi's also been red on the pinch. It looks like the Falcons may want to try to chow Kenny out using the heady from mid. They are, but now you got to go back over to the bomb. Abizi catches one on the return. Now it's to the 1v1. Pred has to stick for the plant, trying to commit for it. Abizi challenging. Shots are in. Abizi with the clutch, and Thieves stay flawless.
Man, oh man, Abizi can't keep getting away with this. The fact that he was isolated on the backside of Dojo, even with all that pressure on him, you know, he lives in the chaos. Is able to get one, get out of dodge, hit the reset. And his teammate sets him up for the final 2 in the 1v2. He's just surrounded by players. Knocked down to 3 HP, able to get out of dodge. Cellium going to be weak by Kenny, so it's an instant trade. But then you have to commit on the bomb plan if you're the Falcons because you simply have no more time left. And Abizi's just able to get it done there for the Thieves to now be flawless in the game and almost close it out to 6-0. Just need one more.
We're throwing a wrench here if you're the Falcons. It is everyone hopping over and challenging out Scrap, who will fall. Kenny going to get the read that was a heavy-handed approach for the Falcons, so the Thieves will take a moment to back off. But on the same front, Hydra was already playing far enough towards B and says, okay, I'll go ahead and plant and give the Thieves an opportunity for a 3v4 on their terms.
Yeah, because now you're setting up Kenny on this late pitch, and he also in the back pocket has a Hellstorm, so...
Unreal.
30 seconds to go. Kenny's able to win the one-on-one gunfight. Now he can just call in the missile and call the game.
That's exactly the call. Hydra's going to back off. He'll be the first line of defense. If there is information that someone's on for a defuse, the Hellstorm coming through just to delay the clock. It'll get down to about 12 seconds. No one will fall off the score streak. First contact though for Abizi. That works out well for 4 in a row. Kenny caught at mid, but again, the clock has already expired on a chance to defend or defuse, and it'll be a perfect 6-0 for the LA Thieves.
Yeah, you can see Scrap's face. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I just played. A clean 6-0, way too easy of a search to destroy. You found way too much success in the first blood category. Every time they try to throw a wrench into the setup, you were able to break them down with ease. And even though Falcons just played this map a couple days ago and had a better performance there, the adjustments showed nothing. They get 6-0 to map number 2, and Thieves tie up the series.
I think the thing though, Jay, you know, and I'm going to go into this a little bit, and for all of you search nerds that are out there who are really digging into the minimap, like the Falcons were not just like getting outplayed necessarily. They're obviously behind in terms of like how the map started, but round 3, round 4, you know, we talk about those counter nades from Thieves on the defense. Falcons say, okay, we don't want them to throw those through mid, so we change up our offensive strategy. It is the right response. It's just they don't get the kills they need. Then when you get the trophy system on your next offense, you drop it down in, you're assuming you can do your round 1 setup again. But Thieves change the timing of their nades and forces a contest issue that, again, Falcons just don't get that extra kill that they need. And then, of course, you also have the highlight spotlight of just individuals who pop off. I mean, Kenny has a great map. Abizi, of course, you know, he gets that 3-kill round where he gets the 1v2 at the end. It's just the little things there. Like, that's a 6-0 search, but like, I think honestly, Falcons were trying playbook wise to counter what they were facing. They just weren't able to collect the kills that they needed to actually get it over the finish line.
Yeah, that's all it comes down to. Sometimes you try your best to make your adjustments, but sometimes those adjustments still don't lead to W's, and that's because sometimes things don't go your way. And based off the first round, like you take B-side away from them, you're forcing them to play through mid, you gain the early information, you try to get the objective down, and Scrap just throws a random frag through the top window. That just means it wasn't your map to win, so just got to shake that one off. Now go into a replay on the Den Overload, where you just played a couple days ago, and hope for a different result this time around.
1-1 map count. Things are stabilizing, not just in the series, but also here in the studio. We'll head back down over to the couch with Puckett and the rest of the game to get in their thoughts.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great opening half. And after 2 games on my scoreboard, it's 250 objective points to 242 objective points. It's a very even fight, right, Nameless?
Yeah, it's a very even fight. And you heard the boys' discussion about that search and destroy. And for the Falcons, I mean, the Falcons just had no map control. And talking about adjustments, I mean, early on, like their early strategy, just sending Exton kind of on dummy missions over by the B site is just not going to work. He's by himself. Later on, you see them trying to group up, play together. And even then, we're just standing in smoke. Like, we got to try to make some plays together and push them out.
We'll talk about that in a moment. But first, can we visit the good game? Because we opened up with a banger. I asked, show me the game 1 highlights first, because the Falcons, it looked like they blew their opportunity to seal the deal. And then they were actually able to clutch up and land with an opening W.
Listen, this was Exnit's game. This was his map. He was unbelievable right off the start. I literally have it that Exnit woke up and decided that he was him today in this map number 1. Not only in the kills column, but in just some of the plays that he was making on the map too. He was making it so much easier for the rest of his team. This is the Riyadh Falcons we expected when we saw a roster like this.
Yeah, I mean, it was beautiful, right? Like, these guys in the latter half of this game, I mean, we're on the P1, and Kismet's just finessing his life left and right. And when we talk about teamwork, it's not just like, oh, let me rotate early, set up, and get my team spawners. Teamwork is like fine. It's fine communication in the moment. Kismet repositions to the other side of the tank, exit off the spawn, finds 2 kills. And then in a gotta have it moment, when you need to make a play, the reason Kismet is even in this position is Exit goes through mid, flanks around Deli, and the LA Thieves players, they are clueless. They don't know what's going on. They don't know that somebody can spawn behind them. Nobody's even ready for it, right? So just an error in strategy by LA Thieves, not exactly of where players can be.
Clutch rotation by Exnid.
And Exnid also making the massive cerebral play to get his team the pinch. What a play.
Brains from the second-year player. When we go to search and destroy, it looked like it was just first bloods that set the tone. The sniper was bigger on the side of LA Thieves.
Falcons are just giving up too much info in the early rounds, and unfortunately, I mean, you give Scrap a couple of these first bloods, and on the side of Falcons, like, it felt like they were playing their game instead of trying to play to what LA Thieves were doing. They were having way too much presence on the top side of the map, giving B site completely for free, allowing LA Thieves to get that bomb down, and you saw their post plant. Those numbers are probably insane on the back end. They were not losing these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've played this map a ton, and like when you're getting beat, particularly like at B side, is when like, okay, we got to get creative and send some misdirection. Like maybe make them wrap over towards B, take a little bit space A. There has to be threats elsewhere on the map, and the Falcons just haven't cracked that yet. They haven't found their comfortability in like, yo, let's go send Pred on an island, let him play by himself. Let's take space, but stay alive while he's doing that. We've seen the rest of the teams in the league be able to do that so far. The top teams are winning. We have Falcons just a little behind.
Everybody finding success from LA Thieves in that search and destroy. They are going into halftime with all smiles. But if you're looking at the numbers, and Allie, I know you're great at crunching these things. A lot of the haters would say the weak players on the team are in a surprise position. They are leading the squad. Xnid is the one without a world championship for the Falcons. On the other side, Kenny was the big question mark after a rough season last year.
Listen, we saw it last year. Xnid was putting up some crazy numbers in some of the series that we saw. It's just about finding the consistency and where he slots on this team. And on the flip side, I mean, that's a world champion in Kenny. His ceiling is incredibly high alongside the rest of the league. It's just we've seen his floor a lot recently. So it's him finding the balance.
Through 5 maps, through the 5 maps so far, Kenny's been sensational.
Yes, he's been great.
Keep this up.
Call it out. What else has been sensational is game number 3s. We've had overloads that have blown our mind, and the rest of the Call of Duty universe is starting to know how awesome this game mode is. Let's take a look at the reactions to the overtime featuring LA Thieves in Vegas.
Oh my God. Go, 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 go. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah! Oh my God. Oh my God. They're doing it. It's insanity. They got the ball though. Oh my God. It's around the justice. No! We scored for free. Let's go. Oh my God. Oh
What just happened?
Wait, what? Did BZ just do that?
Dude.
Overload's the greatest mode in Call of Duty history. Overload's the greatest game mode in Call of Duty history.
Well, the opinions are steep on it. I know, man. We have gotten some unbelievable showcases of Overload to this point. We've had major blowouts. We've also had nail biters that just have everyone on the edge of the seat. And very well might be the case for this one. It's hard to say, right? I mean, it's still early. Everyone's still trying to figure things out, especially with the recent changes. So, you know, Jay, kind of give you your thoughts on the mode and not even just the reactions that we just saw reactions of, you know, from yesterday.
I loved the mode. Like, Overload in the beginning, I thought I was a little bit like hesitant on it, but then I got to play in it a little bit, and it's just exciting at every single moment. It doesn't matter what the score is. Obviously, if it's mathematically impossible, you're not gonna have fun, but just the non-stop action aspect in this game mode is super fun to watch. You know, there's obviously 3 EMP objective spawns all across that 50-yard line, 2 points where you want to capture either side of the map. You have a preferred side that you want to capture on, but if you're dominating the slaying, then you can capture on whichever one that you want. So tied 1-1 into this series. Falcons got steamrolled last time. Let's see the adjustments this time around.
Yep, that's been the name of the game with this series. It's the same 3 maps that they played on Friday versus Optic. So there is a direct correlation and comparison ability as Hydra's going to kind of slip the net here, but it's red. Oh, or is it? Cell gets not necessarily full turned on, but blown out of the sky. And in that, there's an opportunity for Kenny to turn that to a quick score. Not the case. Cell comes off spawn, stabilizes, scrap will drop, and there's a chance here to at least play a little bit of extra defense as the EMP is still down and, well, almost in. But no, there will be no detonation on A, and we'll finally get a moment to breathe here if you're the Falcons.
Oh, man, these thought that they had a freebie, especially when Hydra finds that opening kill. There was no one contesting him after he finds that second one, but just the perfect play there from Exnid to still be in the mix. Saves the goal coming in. Now the pressure from the Falcons over towards the Palace side at Broken. Preds is camping the corner, but he's going to get sniffed on now, and now it's Steve's turn to go forward.
Yeah, problem is you have to go forward towards the A side, but wait a second, the Falcons are really, really far apart from this. Pred's got to get the shots lined up. There's a blocker in front. Oh! Pred's able to find not just 2, but 3. Hydra trying to force it forward, but Celium is back into the mix and is able to stabilize again. Whoa, okay, so it may not be overtime, but it's getting hot early as we jump over to see how the Thieves are feeling.
What's couches? I think I don't see him couches. Maybe I did. Nice. They're running it. They're running it. Yo, one mid-cut. Mid-cut went in out of dojo. Like, mid-cut. Close dojo. Close dojo.
I can go.
I'm just banging.
I have gold. Arches.
Arches. Exit. Get it down already. Exit Arches. I got it. Nice one. I got nade. I got nade. Okay, holy fuck. I got detonated. You gotta live, Ernie. You gotta live. We're gonna get to you. This hole. I ran there. One close, actually.
Put on me.
I ran there.
Nice.
I'm getting ball.
Arches broken.
You should have bang.
Arches is broken.
What's that? Which place is it? Yeah. Take it down. Back right. Nice. I'm trying. Last guy. Exit on the side. Exit. We got hit twice. Nice, bro. Just play kills. We can get to you, Ernie. Take it down.
I'm here on the back.
Yeah.
Backside, two of them both weak.
They probably gonna grab it. I hear you. I'm from P2 in the corner. They're not grabbing. I'm playing for it. They grab. One of them P2. 2 P2. Alright, kids in the ceiling P2. They're late.
Where's that mid?
P2.
AG.
Last guy going P2 to like, I don't know what he's doing. He's still in P2. Still there. AG P2, bros. They're all P2. I found him hard for P2. Hate this guy? And P2?
I'm nading. I don't have P2 one shot. AG and P2.
Couple of fun one-liners in there. Kenny saying, let's just bang. I don't even know what this guy's doing. Awesome stuff from the Thieves. Near scores a couple times through, but Falcons, honestly, they're lucky to not be down 4-0 right now.
No, 100%. So many goal line stops. And the only one currently finding success in the Slain department is going to be Preda and Celium. You can't get anything going, but like you said, the only way, the fact that you're only down by 1 is insanity, but a minute and 30, and here comes Hydra making the play on the pinch. The opening is now created. Your lead blocker is trying to make an avenue of approach. Can Hydra get anything more done? No, just going to reload in the corner, wait for somebody to scam.
Oh, I love that little pause from the Thieves, trying to put pressure through this front lobby. Trades back and forth, 2v2 situation, but Kenny gets turned around. It's just down to Abizia to pistol out, trying to back up. Values his life, plays it nicely off the reload, finessing, getting some extra space, but he just does not have the help to keep the life going. So we switch to Hydra, try to play around the backside of this, but the Falcons once again clear the front space and now have a chance to try to push forward over to B. But Hydra in the back line slows it down for at least long enough for the Thieves to come off spawn.
And now the EMP is going to rotate. The X-Nate was able to find a double through the middle of the map. You try to push right through the bottom side of Mid Palace. You gotta try to keep your EMP carrier alive, but now all the respawns are there for the Thieves. Pred, last man standing. He is also gonna fall. So with 35 seconds to go, you can play keep away, but with all 4 dead, now we can start to push it towards the left side.
Yeah, it's just the Falcons have not been able to get their feet underneath them. A combined 9 and 26 in the first half so far from Exnid and Kismet, as the pace and the tempo for the Thieves continues to push up, but maybe a little bit too much. Abizi set nade, takes down his teammate. That may actually stop this potential final minute score. Yeah, and Abizi just has to back off. Last 12 seconds, Falcons in pursuit. But that is, again, a first half, just looking at the scoreboard, 1-0, but looking at the stat lines, Falcons are sitting here like, I don't know how we're only down 1, but we're happy to see this side switch come through as soon as we get past this little overtime.
Yeah, we got to get through this overtime, and let's see how committed Thieves are towards this overtime push. Everyone going to work their way through Broken. They got one player in Celium on the pinch, and with them finding the 2, making 3 opening kills, yeah, that's going to be the round over. Falcons, like you said, will absolutely take that, only being down 0-1. Thieves gave themselves a lot of opportunities, but now you can capitalize on their mistakes. With you spawning on the preferred side, you basically want to funnel your way as much as you possibly can with that EMP and towards that B point. And at least the time of possession was dominated there from Thieves. You can't have that on the second half.
No, you absolutely cannot. You can't just keep getting hit in the mouth like that over and over and over again and assume that you're going to be able to come out with this map win. But we look back over some of the moments, and again, heroic, definitely the name of it for the defense. This one in particular from Pred. And a lot of that is Hydra just can't find him. I think Hydra knows he's moving spawns around. There's one left. He just couldn't find Pred until the very last second. So again, lucky to only be down one. We swap the sides. We go again. EMP in the middle of the map. You've got Kismet watching from the cross over towards the bottom side of the map. Everything else largely focused through mid, except for Pred, who's on a route. Nice timing here from the Bulldog, who gets himself a mini little 1v2 off the site. But Thieves coming off spawn still have some defenders to stop this EMP from being grabbed.
Yeah, you got to take care of Hydra in your spawn. And this game mode might have been just created specifically for Hydra. Value your life, win a one-on-one gunfight, get out of dodge, reset the plays. He wins another one onto MC. And that's now 3 dead in the feed. Hydra is trying to be a nuisance, cause mayhem behind enemy lines. And they are so focused on him. Eventually you take care of him, and that leads to 3 dead. Now you stop the EMP from taking any progression, and now you are in the driver's seat to get a score.
Wait for Kismet, though. He's reading all of this. In terms of where the Thieves are positioned, he is a double agent right now. He is going to look like another Thieves member in the back. What a read. What an unbelievable read. Plus, you also get the bump out from the front. Exted's got nowhere to go. And all of a sudden, it's 4 down, and the Thieves can hit the counter attack as we jump over to another listen in.
I stunned him. Pinching you guys. Dead. Balls around.
Weak. Jins, bro.
Nice.
One more back office, low office. I spawned Dojo.
Kenny pinching dead. Nothing right. Nothing. Pitch it again. One shot of easy pitching. You guys only have one. Jen. Go. Out of BZ scrap. One's pitching. Stop shooting me too.
P2 dead.
BZ was P2 guys.
Kenny.
Kenny alright, bro. You want twice?
Yes.
I'm in up. I got it.
Alright, wing left.
Okay, on the right. BZ. Grab a left. Okay, we're good.
He's already short, bro. Scrap.
Get to him.
He's going on the head.
Get to the box, get to the box. Yeah.
I spawned down north.
Catch us, Parker. Come left. Parker's catches, you heard? He's short, take me. Dead. I'm holding you. Flank short. Short, bro. Scrap. No, Nabi.
Check on you. He backed up. One guy's hitting left.
Yeah. I'm wrapping out. I got the BZ.
You're on the wrap.
I'm there.
Get right control.
I think one's already here, guys. Yeah, have a bunch of G. I see going out, boys. Going out. Alright, bro. Fuck, man. I love you.
Oh, it's starting to fall apart here a little bit, Jay, and I think you're starting to at least, see where it's gone wrong. It's just so many moments with the Falcons. They're trying to do the next thing. They're trying to get that next layer, but it's just so individual, and they're getting punished right now by the sheer strength of the teams playing off of one another.
Yeah, and this is what's scary about this Thieves lineup is that they can play the same exact way, just individually trying to find some success, and that is what's led to the difference in this scoreboard. You got players getting lost in your spawn. Hydra, again, is behind enemy lines, just clearing out lanes for your teammates to run in the score. And you're also not winning those one-on-one gunfights as well, so you're simply getting outslayed, and you cannot afford that in a game mode like Overload. You're already down 5-0. It's 1:50 left to go with. You basically have to play perfect if you want to try to have a comeback here.
Yeah, it's going to have to be just a convoy of running the EMP in, and just based on how this map has gone so far, I don't think any of us are taking that line. Scrap, nice damage, plus the elimination. EMP will be grabbed once again. Pistol off the back, cannot keep his feet on the map. Hydra caught a little bit off guard, so an opportunity to kind of swing the EMP over towards this middle battleground, over towards the B point. Kenny in position, deals with one. Response onto the second, and Kenny, like Ant said on the map 2 break, has played extremely well thus far, especially in this series. And that's, I think, rejuvenating the Thieves fans all over.
Oh yeah, if you're Kenny, you're like, okay, wait, how did I end my season last season? Wait, I'm spawning into next season alongside these guys? Yeah, there's no way in hell I'm gonna have a second back-to-back bad year. And so far, just being consistent for this team is all he really needs to do. There's so much firepower. And even with a slow start in the opening HP from Scrap and Hydra, look what they're capable of in the second respawn. Just popping takeover when needed. Still 40 seconds remaining here. The game is already going to be done. Falcons don't have a chance way back on the way back in, but you can gain some momentum. Try to get this score in to give yourself some kind of energy going into map 4. And you can.
Wow. Moving right now. Oh! I mean, again, it's not going to matter in the scheme of the scoreboard, but it does matter to the mental. And you can see that stapled Kenny smile. It's that damn smile. It gets you every time. That's going to be a absolute beatdown here on Den. Again, a run back in this series for the first 3 maps for Falcons. And I think we can walk away outside of just the Scar hardpoint and say that the adjustments have just not been good enough. Maybe one score will get them on the board, but this was a beatdown from pretty much start to finish for the Thieves.
Yeah, it's just way too easy when you're dominating time of possession of the EMP. Like we're talking about either side. All right, even when we're getting scores in, we have players on the position to contest the new respawn. And every time that Falcons thought that they had a jump on them, there was either a BZ or Hydra working the pinch to find a massive kill or a massive double to shut down that play instantly. Just couldn't find any ground. You couldn't get anything going. Nobody could be in sync there for the Falcons on that overload. You got outslayed to bits. Unfortunately, at least you were able to get that one score at the end, but Thieves dominated on that map 3.
All right, Jay, I'm gonna put you on the hot seat here. You know, put the coaching hat on for a second. You take the color commentator hat off, put the coaching one on. What I mean, I would say that again, Falcons. Let's just go and just evaluate that first half. You get these heroic stops to just keep yourself alive. But then, do you feel like they're moving too quickly to try to counterattack when they get those eliminations? Because it never really felt like, as they were able to repossess the EMP, that they were giving themselves legitimate chances to even get across mid-map, let alone over to the opponent's goals.
It was just hard to get across mid-map. It was not really anything they were doing. It was what Thieves are doing to them. The fact that you're consistently coming off the respawn, having to focus where a BZ and Hydra are, because depending where you spawn, you know someone is potentially going to be behind you. And when you're looking for the guy and losing a one-on-one gunfight, you just can't set up team pushes. So it was relied on a lot of individual play. They could never be fully in sync, never were comfortable as a one unit in that map number 3. And I think that's only going to come with time for them to increase, to get better at this mode, because you have players who can individually slay, but you need to slay in the right positions to open up lanes to lead to those easy scores, or set up these proper pinches to open up lanes for your teammates to find an avenue of approach. Just right now for the Falcons, they haven't put it together yet.
Yeah, it also just kind of feels like maybe this is just a reiteration of what I was trying to say a little bit ago. It's like at some of those heroic defensive stops, you get 4 down, and I think it's like you can almost feel it. And we didn't get a chance to listen to them in the first half, but in the second half, it's like 4 dead, go, 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 go. But it's like, wait a second, only 2 of us are alive. We still have to get the EMP. We still need to get the power positions back. And you can see in some of those early replays, it's like a 2v2 away from where your teammates are spawning. It just gets to this staggered level of we're never actually fighting as 4. So maybe there's just a moment in there they need to stop and learn and be like, look, yeah, we had a heroic stop. Yes, we got 4 down, but we need to take a breath and get ourselves set up again before we can actually move across the map. So I don't know, something to think about. Maybe I'm just over chewing on that, but we do have an exposure hardpoint to also consider here. And after, again, the comeback effort was stopped just a bit short in map number 1. The Falcons, you know, what do you see out of their hardpoint in map 1 that could possibly translate here in the map 4? Are you still looking at possible AR flooding, or are you looking for something different?
Well, it doesn't really matter what gun they have. I just think they need to bring that slaying prowess that they had in map number 1, because everyone was basically positive. You had everyone individually making plays off the rotation, and were able to set up properly on some of these money hills for full 60s. You're going to need that on a map like Exposure, especially with the recent update that just came in. P4 is no longer going to be in the outskirts, or at least on the bottom side of Ring. There's a brand new building there, so you can get chained very badly from that P3 to P4. So they had rotations on certain hills for that map number 1. You need to have the same exact focus here on map number 4 on Exposure.
Yeah. Well, the confidence is it's coming into play right now for the Thieves, and that's great news, because again, it was a trial to get themselves started off in the preseason. The expectations, of course, are still very high based on how the rosters were put together, and now we're starting to see the reactions come through that we want to, I think, if you're just a general fan of what these personalities have to bring. So that's what we got to look at, what these reactions from the Thieves are currently, you know, how they're feeling, how they're vibing.
My God.
I'm just ironed.
Grab it. Oh, no, I'm just getting baited, bro. No!
It reset though.
No.
Well, how about that, Jay? You ever have moments like that when you were a pro player, going through the vibes?
Yeah, especially with like Blitz back when I was a pro player. I'd be like, oh wait, I'm sneaking by, I got a free one. Wait, hold on, he shot me in the back. That was at the very end of the game as well, with that listening for LA Thieves. Kenny's just like, nah, no way we gave up a score. That's supposed to be flawless. But vibes are at an all-time high when you're dominating the game the way that you are.
That's good. Confidence boosting is part of it, but of course, that's just something, the energy that you expect to see, you know, from Kenny when he was, you know, in takeover mode, dominant mode. And when the vibes are high like this team starts to feel, I think, very, very deadly. So see if they could try to keep that momentum up as we head over to the exposure hard point. First time that we've seen this for both these two teams. I just think just listening in, we had that longer listen in, you know, due to the internet issue on my side, this listening to the Thieves, even when they're down, like they're still thinking 3-4 steps ahead of what they need to do systematically to get themselves into the best position possible. So I'd be interested to see if they can continue to do that. Here as we jump on over to map number 4, Thieves and Falcons on exposure with some new terrain to take a look at here over the course of the map.
Yeah, Thieves looking to close out this series. Just need one more map to get it done, and already off to a great start is going to be Kismet. Finds a double through bottom dirt. Gonna put himself in towards the HP to try to soak as much time as you possibly can off the P1, but it gets very mixy at this HP. Al, you gotta check every single corner, watch every single crevice, and just when you think you're safe, no, you're instantly gonna get shot in the back. Still 25 seconds remaining.
Nice little moment here, though. Pred on 3 in a row has cleared a lot of space. The problem is none of his teammates have been able to do much with that. So the spree will stop on 4. Cell able to get 1 trade, but not enough to keep the Thieves off the hard point. 15 seconds to fight for before we look over towards New, which the Thieves are already making moves towards that top side of the map. Kismet trying to contest and challenge this with help on the way. But is this late rotation going to be punished? It looks like the answer will be no. 3 Falcons here, and maybe Kenny considering a potential pinch behind, depending on how the action over the hard point goes. And no, goes back towards staircase, and eventually the Thieves are overwhelmed with the numbers on the second set.
Yeah, I just trying to stall a lot of time for his teammates to get into the play, but you stall out too much time now for Pred to develop on that pinch. Is able to line up 3 through the mid cut. The break is good for the Falcons, and now Thieves are playing on the back foot. It's so difficult to try to break from this side of Solar, but when you find an opening kill, that's going to make it a whole lot easier. The contest is going to be in. What can Exit get done? Give me kill number 2. That's 3 dead in the feed, and Falcons in full control of the map.
Yeah, Scrap just going back and forth, bouncing off the wall. Stun coming over from the respawns from the Thieves as Selim has to just kind of play a tight quarter. Good for the first, expecting a second challenger, but cannot break the camera of Abizi, who gets the trade needed to get the Thieves back into the hard point and take the lead right back in the same breath. Now we start to look with 8 seconds, though. Moving over towards New. It's on to Kenny. He finds a big first elimination here as he tries to flip the spawns around, and he will right before we open up the New Hill.
Yeah, now Selim just needs his teammates to stay alive. Value your life as long as you possibly can. I got your front pinch. Just stacking towards the HP. Keep in mind, it's still very early into this game, so trophy systems are not going to be into play, but Kenny from the back door opens up the first kill onto Pred. You are winning the trade fights. Last man standing. Hydra's on the chase, and that's a great break there from the Thieves with a good chunk of time left.
That is a really big educational last 30 seconds in terms of manipulating the spawns, going from 2 to 3, and then how do you break a hard point where it's no trophies? Do you just use nades? Do you try to jump in with SMGs? Absolutely flawless, but on the counter attack, here come the Falcons. 3 straight eliminations, leaving Kenny by himself. Tries for the hot swap, but only finds the first. Hydra trying to follow up on that damage, is in a position to try to keep contesting and blocking these spawns, but with only 12 seconds left, the Thieves are on rotation to New instead.
Yeah, it's a race to do. Scrap, thankfully, was able to spawn out, even with his teammates spawning all on the backside of P3. So he's going to have a big one-on-one gunfight. He's going to locate where Exit is and destroy him through the wall. So back spawns currently secure, but not for long, because Kismet, again, on a different angle, is trying to contest it. Hydra is now here to assist them, but it's still Scrap looking left and right, and he gets caught.
And the timing there as Exit finds another elimination, has Pred right backing up into the action. He falls, though, leaving Cell by himself. Falcon still spawning close, but the pressure from the front allows the Thieves to find entry. And now you've got Scrap trying to shut down the rotation on the outside, but Cell on the interior. Just an absolute pogo stick from wall to wall, and he's not done. Almost able to double down, but once again, Kismet there for the trade, and the Falcons will reclaim the lead with 20 to fight for.
Yeah, this is a good 20 seconds to get as well, because now you're going to go over towards the P5 every single kill. As long as you take some space on the map, we'll spawn them behind you. But now Exton thinking about the roto. Gonna put himself towards top crate, get some information top mid. Let me line up a freebie, but his teammates are falling at the same time. So Exton, he has more in his hand, and he cannot find anything. Thieves were the rotation.
Yeah, but Cell has earned himself a Hellstorm. That's going to be called in to try to make this break attempt a little bit easier. You can see the Falcons stacked up just outside the first point of ingress. A couple of kills will come through. Hellstorm will not get Scrap out of position, though. Hydra finds a kill at mid-map, but He needs a little bit of help over towards the hill itself. Not going to happen. Kismet stunned up, not able to even get a shot off. So it's up to Exton. Knows where the contestants are, but just too many spots to look at. Thieves once again break. 30 seconds to fight.
Yeah, and they have all the control of the world. They have top mid, but as soon as I say that, Kismet checks the right corner, lines up that kill, but Kenny with the response from bottom dirt finds 3 in the feed. So this final 20 is going to go in favor of the Thieves. Lead swap again. So going into our second set of HPs, Falcons need to have an answer this time around for that early rotation at P3, but the P4 was the money hill, and now it's the early fights for mid.
Kenny nearly doubles down again. Abizi looking for the low health pool of his former teammate, but Cell battles back. 50-50 fights now over the top of New. Roughly a 20-point game, but Kenny not only play wonder right back into the mix, and then impressive shots from Abizi as Thieves win every single gunfight over the top of the hill, and a chance to get this thing a little bit more into their favor as the lead grows.
Yeah, they have everything in control right now. You got Kismet, who's gonna have sort of a route to work his way behind window, but just based off the spawn that Abizi was gonna get, you call it out to Hydra to turn around and be aware of it. But just forcing him to turn around and give up that oversight control from top window leads to a break now for the Falcons. Still a 20-point difference. Battles back and forth through the middle of the map, but the next key play is the rotation, and Pred is already in a position.
Finds the first for free. That will send the alarm bells ringing, though, for the Thieves. Oh my goodness, what a transfer for Cell. But Kenny responds. Again, he has been there every single time. It starts to get a little out of hand, it feels like. And it keeps the Falcons from running away with opportunities to get into this deficit maybe a little bit more convincingly. Still, P2 will open up in white. Pred trying to find the kill on the backside of the play, but scrap. A little jiggle, a little elevation. Kenny follows, and Kismet's out of there.
And now you need to have some individual players making big plays. Kismet is getting lost around the solar panels, but eventually is going to get spotted by Kenny. Spawn side for the Falcons, but we cannot give up all this time here at P2. We gotta find a way to contest this, or at least get him out of it. Pred working his way through mid cut, selling him an exit, already combining for 2. You got the numbers, you gotta fly.
Well, here we go. See if there's opportunities to try to get this thing a little bit more out of hand if you're the Thieves. Cell just resorting to the pistol. It might be good enough for a little bit of damage, but no eliminations. Pred now over the top, has to just wait and see if he can find any exits, and it looks like he's just not going to be able to. So there's now an opportunity for Exton to be the next one up. Hard point about to open, and Thieves once again playing for spawns first.
Big kill though from Celium, the only player who spawned out, knowing that Scrap was going to have to try to locate him to set up a proper pinch. But now you don't read the pressure coming through the bottom side. Thankfully, Exton had full HP in the dream. Locates 3 in a row to still hold on to this P3. Now all of Thieves trying to jump in through front window. Oh no.
Well, here we go. Pred trying to hang on. Thieves have to wait for a moment. And whoa! I was gonna say that could maybe slap around Scrap, who nearly turns that into a bash down 3-piece. But still, the numbers for Thieves can start to flood a little bit further forward. Kismet, though, off the regen, gets an extra lease on life. That turns into 4 in a row as nades will start to exchange in the feed, and the Falcons will be back into the lead here with 10 seconds to fight, and Thieves backing up to New.
Yeah, and this is scary now because 2 players not dying off the rotation. Thieves are going to now rely on Kenny and Abizi to try to win this rotation over towards P4. Abizi does his job by getting 1, but Falcons, who are going to be late to the party at this money hill, are here early on. Hexton trying to contest. He's going to get caught, but who cares? You still got teammates contesting for the spawns.
We saw this the first time through. It's all about getting the spawn first. Kismet trying to extend his life, not able to do much at all. So now you've got some freedom here from the front for Thieves. Exton working on that, has Celium nearby. Kenny just trying to guard, if not possibly block the spawn, sees the big play over the top, snaps for another double. And Kenny finds himself at 21 and 19. The Thieves find themselves in the lead. Scrap able to again go from 1 to 2 and clear out this Falcons break attempt again.
This has been perfect from Thieves. Even chaos for Falcons. Players trying to mess towards the backside. They stay strong and tight around P4 and walk away with a majority of the time there to almost give them a 30-point lead going in towards P5. Exton trying to find an opening. Scrap through bottom dirt trying to find an opening because Falcons have the early rotation they need to hold.
Yeah, they need someone to contest up high, and Pred's actually going to leave the low ground to wall jump up to ring. So kind of a sneaky spot for him as teams are trying to set up where their break's going to origin from, but no, it's not really going to do too much onto the hill itself. Exit, keeping his focus into multiple places at once. Good help from Celia. Off the reload. Does he get another? No, it's Hydra for the double. Thieves able to get on for a moment, but again, Falcons in a position to try to quickly collapse back onto the hill. Cell in some trouble. Values his life, backs away. Falcons off the respawn, hitting from the low ground, and the pitch set up from up high is decent, but not actually good enough to get the Thieves out of the hard point as Scrap finds another two-piece. Cell trying to do it all himself because why not? 25 and 19, 5 in a row before being shut down by Abizi as the Falcons will get a little bit of scrap time.
Now we're going into our third set, and I promise you, this is going to be one of those maps that we see all season long, ladies and gentlemen, where it's going to come down to the P2 HP to close out the map. A 13-point difference. P1 off the reset. Celium and Exton trying to hold down the long alley. Just play keep away from this P1 time.
Well, as it's gone in the first two sets, this P1 continues to stay open. The game clock not out of the picture right now with a minute 40 left on it. So keep that in mind if this continues to drain on the clock. Kenny over the top in some trouble, backs away. Thieves with the numbers. Hydra turns that into a second. A little bit of space to work with, but Fred works that out. Kenny looking for the trade. Can't find it. Cell keeps the hard point neutral. 210, 193 with Falcons trying to get whatever time they can before we rotate over to 2. But Abizi's double has some staircase control here for Thieves.
Yeah, now Thieves are in the driver's seat. You already have players pushing out towards the opposite side of Solar. Rotation is going to be won by the squad in red. Abizi in a very crucial position to line up a couple. It's all about the trigger discipline. He's able to find the first. Abizi with the slide, not going to lead to the second, but it's the pinch now from Exton. Can he find openings? Is able to find the first. That's 3 dead. Last player on the point. Kenny just got to value his life, but he should get taken care of. The break is here for Falcons.
And you've got Fred pushing the spawns back just a touch, trying to get in a position to stop and eliminations before the reinforcements can get there. Not the case. Keep an eye on Kenny, though. He spawns out, and an opportunity to surprise this Falcons setup. Kismet can't turn to deal with it. 220, 207. Spawns are all over the place. As now Falcons find themselves a bit split. An unfortunate team kill comes through, and Thieves are on the hard point, still earning time, and they can win here.
Yeah, they can win here, but if you're the Falcons, this is the exact situation you want to be in. We just need to get them off of this time. We had the rotation to the P3 money hill. We need to try to contest this, and that's all you're going to do. Not allow them to win. You need to rotate over towards New, but players are dropping like flies, and now everyone across the map, Thieves can close it out at P3.
Yeah, the timing of the eliminations just not ideal for the Falcons. Kismet has to make the long journey over, and Abizi's prepared. No one else in the ballpark, and Thieves will close things out. Respect, though. Falcons fighting in both the two hard points against a very solid squad, and the Thieves, just a couple of things go wrong, and it keeps creating these windows of opportunity for the Thieves that they keep running through.
Yeah, it's the little things, man. It's when the chaos is brewing through the middle of the map and you need to value your life in certain situations to try to play keep away from the HP time. That's why Thieves pick up players like Abizi, because he was just getting one and getting out, forcing players from the Falcons to break their setup and change their look, and that's what kept them on their toes the entire time. You do what you need to at the very end of the game. You get someone in a rotation position, but then it was just a heads-up play there from Thieves. Pretty sure it was Hydra. Who knows? All right, we can no longer win here. They have the pressure from the backside of Solar. Let me just work my way through the middle of the map and allow my teammates to make it scrappy at that old time. And as long as I put myself in the position, we're going to flip those spawns and put ourselves in the W column to close out the game. It was back and forth, man. It was definitely back and forth. Falcons gave them a run for their money, but it's just a little bit more polished when you talk about the teamwork and fundamental aspect there from the Thieves to close it out.
Yeah, little by little, that's going to be, I think, the name of the game here for how the Falcons have started this season and where they are, you know, kind of in the current, you know, power ranking, so to speak, and what schedule they still have in front of them. Like coming into this, and you know, debut weekend, you're playing the reigning back-to-back champs. You're playing a Thieves superstar roster that, you know, is only a matter of time before they start to click, you feel like. And now you start to maybe, you know, consider where Falcons can spend their energy next. Because you split the difference in the hard points, but again, Thieves is a great hard point team, and to be able to take one and have a chance to take both is incredible. Now you got to get to the lab and really work on things like what's gone wrong in search with map control, what's going wrong in terms of how we're playing around counterattacks and defenses when it comes to what we're doing in overload. And they're gonna have a chance to do that versus Carolina and Boston, I think, next week. So overall thoughts on like just where you see Falcons going from here and where you kind of maybe now reevaluate Thieves after the weekend, Jay?
Oh, well, Thieves look fantastic. Without question, take care of easy work versus FaZe. And now this roster. On the opposite side for Falcons, you definitely showed improvements from what you did versus Optic in your very first series. And I think that this is just one of those rosters that's going to take some time. You see what they're capable of. They obviously got the players who are capable of slaying with the best of them. And when they get that teamwork aspect and the chemistry down, eventually they'll be a really good team.
Agree. But for now, it is the desk and their perfect predictions. Some of them staying still flawless. Congrats, Allie. We're crushing it this year. What the?
And the fans. And the fans.
Good
Smarter than us. Well done to everyone at home. You guessed the LA Thieves win, but I bet you weren't expecting a game 1 loss in that first hard point. The Falcons showcasing they got the slaying skill. It's only a matter of time before they figure out the rest of the fundamentals. And walk me through some of the highlights here. Game 4, right at the halfway point. Falcons actually retake the lead for a moment here from the Thieves.
Yeah, they're playing it well, man. Like, they had an idea how they wanted to play every hill. Thought they did an excellent job on P3. What really just got out of hand a bit is, like, they split time both times on the P5, right? And Falcons had such a good setup each time, it's Hydra who makes a massive play on the first P5. He gets through, he back spread all the way down, then kills Selim. And then the second time, you're thinking, okay, 60. We're about to get a full setup if you're Falcons. Hydra walks through the front and finds 2 kills. And you're seeing right here, it's like, okay, you have mid-map, that's the idea, but you still need to have a little bit of hill pressure. So it's like everything just wasn't happening at the same time for the Falcons. And in Black Ops 7, sometimes it can just be that way because of the speed of the movement.
100%. Personally, I love this hard point. I think if this series taught me anything about Riyadh Falcons, I go back to what I said at the start of this was they need a game mode to really put all their eggs in one basket that they can have as a safety net, and it's looking like it might be hard point. To be honest, I love the showings for both map 1 and map 4 from them. I saw the adjustments, excuse me, not map 1, just as map 4 in this exposure. I think they have a little more work to do on that Scar, but you can see the improvement slowly but surely. You know what I mean? Especially from the side of Exnet, you can see his decision making is getting a lot better. I just think there was a couple of times that they needed to work on their fundamentals.
We take a look at our scuff play of the game. Was it something from Overload? Nope. It's the young man, Abazy. How much money does he have? Well, he's earning more doing stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean, and this is, you know, kind of what we talked about in Search and Destroy for the Falcons, where it's just so stale and they're trying to do like basic strats all stacking up on bomb, and Abazy just gets in and around, finds a kill, and then he repositions towards mid. And what do we want to do? Do we want to plant? Do we want to push him out? Okay, well, we'll go mid, try to push out that guy, and then Abazy just rewraps again, finds the kill. We have to commit to the plan at this point. Abazy with the cleanup and the clutch 1v2. This is why you pick this guy up for these types of rounds. And you see the player reactions like, how the hell you get away with this, man?
That's on my
Because they're hesitating, dude. You give Abazy an inch, he'll take a mile.
He takes it all. Right now, we are joined, though, in the Monster Winner Spotlight by Abazy's teammate. He goes by the name of Kylo sometimes. Kenny, how we feeling right now? It seems like the guy that won a world championship for LA Thieves is back in the right jersey.
Yeah, feels great right now. Starting the season off 2-0 with the team, so got a lot of things to still improve on, but you know, finish out good. So I'm feeling great right now.
Nice.
Kenny, you know, coming into the new season, you find yourself on star-studded lineup. You have been performing. For you during the offseason, was there anything else? Was there anything that you decided to maybe change coming into the year in your own, you know, personal performance or the way that you approach God?
Yeah. I mean, I always approach COD like team-based, so like just teamwork above all. But I think this year was just getting my mental straight, just focusing more on myself, getting myself back to where I am, like confidence-wise, in and out of games. So I think that was the main thing for me all season. And got into the gym, started working out, you know, and then also just hanging out with the team a lot. I feel like that's the biggest thing right now is like we're all from different teams. We're not, I guess, scrapping Hydra, but it's just getting on the same page and getting our chemistry up and our team culture. So that's always big to me. And I think that's one big thing that, you know, equates to winning. So that's one thing right now I'm definitely working on, is just getting the boys all on the same page.
Hey, Kenny, I love that. I feel like you've done that every year. Even when you were back on the Minnesota Rocker with the younger guns, you were also the one kind of leading the way. Like, we need to hang out. We need to build this chemistry. That's really important for finding success as a world champion. So I'm going to be a little silly here because we always see you guys having a great time in the player camps. Who is the funniest teammate that you have right now on this squad?
I would probably say Hydra. He's pretty funny. He has some funny remarks. I think him being French is definitely a key part of it, but I don't know. He just has some funny things that you don't expect him to say, and I think that's what makes him funny. But I think we overall got a pretty funny vibe and, you know, a good vibe, even when we're losing like map 1 today. We're still in good mood, so I think that's a big thing for me, especially.
Kenny, let me ask you about that map 1, actually. Obviously, it was a phenomenal series. You guys went 3-1. But at the end there, we get over towards that P2. Exit makes the play. They spawn behind you guys. Was that just like a lapse in judgment, like you guys not realizing he could flank and pinch, or what happened there?
I think that's one thing right now in our hard punch we need to do is just slow it down a bit. We're a pretty fast-paced team, so I think sometimes when people get lost, we get lost in the game sometimes. So I think that's just the main thing. And right there, I think we did call he could pinch, but it was like way too late.
Yeah.
I don't really know what happened. I haven't watched it back. I just know that was a calm. Like, he can pinch, and then as soon as that was calm, we were dead. But I think that's just like the main thing, is just slowing it down and getting on the same page. Yeah, absolutely. Agreed.
Kenny, this last one is for our editor, just to complete the piece. Before your matchup, we showed a highlight of Ben J 2v4ing Nameless and
He didn't get a kill
in the same lobby. You have never lost to Ben J from what I've seen on the internet. Any words of advice for my man Stud?
No words. Benjay's my agent, so like, if you lost to Benjay, unlucky, because I might have taught him what he, you know, I don't know.
Studdy ran away from Benjay. Yo, Ken, Studdy ran away from Benjay around 11.
You're not channeling?
He had a sniper pistol. He didn't know it was Ben. He ran away from him.
Kenny,
that's not the J I know. That's not the J I know. That's not the J I know.
They said we got to pay Ben J royalties if we keep talking about that clip. That is Kenny. Goodbye to my guy. Congratulations on another LA Thieves victory. If you're looking for an MVP, was there an easy standout player today in your eyes?
I'd probably go with Scrap. I mean, he was moving, man.
He was cooking.
You could pick anybody from this team, but yeah, I'll go with Scrap.
I might go Ken. Just because of his performance in Search Destroy, goes 7-3. They play it perfect, and I think if you have LA Thieves, already a really strong respawn team, you give them a solid S&D like that, speechless. Guess the MVP for the next match in the chat right now, because when we return, it's the Parish Gentlemates taking on Simp, Draza, and FaZe Vegas. Banger.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Monster Energy, official energy drink of the CDL.
progress. Thought it was all part of the process. I was wrong, baby, that's nonsense. Now I'm waist deep in my conscience. I know I got some enemies, so I don't know who to trust. Gotta sort out the energy. Good and bad, no one's a must. Now I'm in with the wrong crowd. The days are getting long now. Don't know how much longer I'm holding out. The time is ticking, it's going down. I'm waist deep, gotta get out. I'm waist deep, gotta get out. What I get myself in now? I'm waist deep, gotta get out. Man, I gotta keep moving. It's up to me, I gotta do it. Man, I gotta keep moving. It's up to me, I gotta do it.
Day 3, match 2 kicks off now as we see a showdown between some all-stars. Dan Ghosty wearing a new uniform this year, playing for Paris. On the other side, Simp still with FaZe, but he's now relocating from Atlanta to Vegas. So new jerseys, new rosters, a lot of excitement because it was a very impressive opening for Orglist. Now the Paris Gentlemates on the other side. FaZe Vegas on the bubble, but not finding success quite yet, Nameless.
Yeah, this FaZe Vegas team, Simp balled out in that first series. Like, absolutely took over.
Best in the lobby.
He was the best in the lobby, and he reminds you sometimes what he can do. You know, this roster, though, the ARs, they underperformed in that first match. You see the Monster Energy pregame, like, can't just be Simp, 0.83 for the others, but it was really some of the plays. Like in the overload, Abuza blacks out, just kind of runs away, doesn't understand the situation. And I think that's an indicator for FaZe of like, okay, we need to be prepared for every situation. Like we had this map locked up, make a heroic play, we just throw it away at the very end. So somebody's got to help out Simp. We got to be prepared for the odd situations.
I completely agree with you. And I almost take it on the side of like Simp was the one making all of the bailout plays. Like it was a 3-0 and it was close. Don't get me wrong, you're talking 30-minute hard point, 2 round in the search and destroy, and then the exposure even was just by 1. So for me, it's just like he needs some help. You know, you need 0-4 to get comfortable. You need to get comfortable to do it with Simp and what he's doing on the map because you cannot have one player doing it all.
Got to be the ARs. ARs got to step up today. We got high expectations for Abuza and Draza as a duo, hoping they can be one of the best AR duos in the league.
We saw it in the Monster Invitational. They were able to step up. It's just kind of like, where are you at now?
Why do you need to step up? Because you're playing against some powerhouses on the other side. Sib and Dan Ghosty have led the way for Paris Gentlemates, especially in Search and Destroy. Sib looking like the most dangerous man in any lobby. Neptune, he's kept up the numbers across all Respawn game modes, and the whole team seems to be vibing. Everyone's saying this feels like a brand new opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, this team, they've had a chip on their shoulder coming into this year. You look at the roster, it's star-studded, and they have been frying in the preseason, in the Monster Invitational, in the K-Sun Invitational, making the grand finals, winning one of them, and going to a Game 7 also with Optic in the Monster one, right, where they felt like they probably should have won that anyway. Started it off so good in that Search and Destroy. You know, for the rest of the teams in the league, and particularly in this matchup, you got to figure out a way to slow them down. Every single game we've seen so far, they are flying at the opposition. You see right here versus Surge doing whatever they wanted. You have to get some aperture. You have to slow these guys down and just not let Neptune like impose his will.
Ali, as we take a look at our maps and modes, I cannot wait to see Envoy on Overload once again. He led the lobby in damage. He was running that objective. Today, he'll be playing Exposure at least once. Do you think he plays it twice with it being Hardpoint Game 4?
I'd say hopefully we get a Game 5 in this series. Neither of these teams in that lineup have any of the maps that we saw from them in the past 2 days, so we'll be interested to see kind of where their map pool sits as we're going to get some brand new maps and brand new looks.
7 for 7 on your predictions. Let's make it 8 for 8. Alley Cat, let's go. Where are we going?
I'm going Paris Gentlemates. I loved what I saw from them. I think Vegas FaZe has a little bit more to work through.
Yeah, I'm going Gentlemates as well. They've looked excellent so far. I got them taking this into Game 5.
Yesterday, I chose Simp. He performed. The rest of the team did not. I do not trust you, rest of the team. I am going with the well-rounded Gentlemates that had all 4 players contributing to their 3-0. The fans agree. Will they go 8-0? I think so. Miles and Chance, you agree?
8-0 is an exciting thing to do at the start of a season. Is it unlikely in this kind of series? I think so, Chance. Well excited to see how FaZe Vegas shape up after what has been a fun couple of days of games, mate. Welcome back. So how are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. This is the type of series that like I would commentate for free. I'm just happy to be here. It's going to be extremely high level Call of Duty. The hard point's going to be great. It's just going to be good Call of Duty across the board. And it's the type of matchup that will push both teams to be greater than they already are. Obviously FaZe a little bit higher of a mountain to climb given the recent sort of standings and how good G-mates have looked. But I'm expecting this to be just an all out battle. Like everybody has to lock in for this series.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a good one. Fun start today, though. Really enjoyed that Thieves versus Falcons match. Either way, though, welcome to Castle Monster and Scuff as we get ourselves into a dead hard point to start off proceedings here. Well excited to see how our 2 teams stack up. Arguably part of the top 4. Let's see who can shift some power rankings a little bit. Here we go in the P1.
And nice little battle as well off the rip. 0-4 going against Neptune. That like sort of mid lane control gonna be ever present. But opening salvo, easy peasy for Paris. They're just gonna get inside the hill first, and Neptune's gonna win that ever important battle. They're gonna have that extra edge.
And Neptune wins every important battle there. Nice 3 off the rip. Gonna get himself no more though, but his teammates do manage to get the time. Envoy and Co finding as much of it as they can. Next wave of attack is here in the form of Abuza and Sim. They're not going to be able to do too much under the watchful eyes of Sim. What a danger he has been. And have I cursed him a little bit?
Well, you're going to help out FaZe then in that regard. They have swarmed the map. I mean, they quite literally have every single lane covered. They are aggressive on the push-up as well. So, you know, final few seconds going to go to Gentlemates for the P1, but it's a very small lead and a much better rotation for FaZe. You got Simp. Well, loses the outside battle over towards the new time, and now Ghosty trying to pierce through the middle of the map. But as the trades roll through, keep in mind, FaZe, they got the closer side spawns.
Yeah, but for now, all good. Neb still dancing. He and Envoy finding fantastic work as well. Envoy and Neptune get their respective kills into time. We now go. Abu's on the outside. For the folks at home wondering, yeah, FaZe are the white arrows. Gentlemates will be in the pink. Envoy with Nep here still roaming time, finding as much as they possibly can. And a wonderful start here from the Paris Gentlemates. 4 in a row now for Envoy, 3 for Nep.
And considering FaZe had those closer side spawns, that was a 5-second gap before they get bodied and pushed all the way out. So as good as it gets, Envoy 5 spree to make it happen. And well, everybody is falling into Dan Ghosty and Sib's lap. Celebration time for them as they get to collect the final 20 seconds. And I mean, hey, that's as good as it gets. FaZe are winning their rotations, but that is all they're doing. Basically everybody negative across the board for FaZe. Parish Dynamites, they're just shooting hotter.
Shooting hot, looking good. Let's hear how they sound with a listen in.
Yo, he's fishing lockers. Lights.
Lockers.
In the lockers.
Cool, the other guy reaches too short. He spawned out.
Intercept time weak.
All spawning dojo.
He's gonna be outer dojo in a second.
I'm outer dojo.
Nice.
Sims close right.
Can't jump.
I'm Dio's coming out.
Close right, close right, Danny. Really close right. Nice.
Intin on the heady. They're heady. Mika weak. We can nade him. Mika weak.
Outer Chris.
Nading Mika. Yeah, everyone nade Mika. Got through Nading 10. Nading Mika, one shot guys. Yo, on their heady. Iver 10.
I naded their 10.
Mika could be pitching, I don't see him.
I'm looking for it.
Definitely make outside time, bro.
I don't see him.
Intin. I hit him once. Pinch weak. Pinch really weak. I'm blocking.
Sip absolute front dojo.
I'm blocking them.
Last two, hard block
They're
though.
gonna spawn. I'm seeing on mid for a second. Hey, Jabba Trubby, okay?
One dojo me.
Hey, Jabba
Center dojo push.
Yeah, I
I have all mid.
I gotta live. I'm going back petty.
I'll be cross.
Nothing mid. One could be front now. I'm just shouldering at that.
I'm playing Dragon, okay? I'll be cross to the back.
Yeah.
They can go top. They can go top.
One in the back weak.
Make a move.
I need an arc for you. One outer roof trap. Outer roof. One shot. Keep blocking. I got one.
Yeah.
Abuza first guy. Go in front of me. One shot Abuza. He's in broken. Going front. Front ship. I'm laying down outer. Are you done? 8 him outer.
Every server help.
8 him outer though.
Yeah, I push.
I got over.
Nothing stunted.
Great work out of FaZe Vegas there, pulling the score back. But is it going to be enough? Let's go for a listen in with the boys in pink.
One more on the back.
All back one still.
He went to under broken. Nice. One more peek cut.
I'm pitching left.
I'm right. Yes, no worry if you want. Right there.
Big time, bro. We have the first.
Go. I'm shot left. I start left. One HP peek cut.
We can chill out.
Going backside broken.
Backside broken. Back at me ready?
We'll see the pick out.
Nothing. I'm gonna push right.
I'm gonna need.
I'll see him.
Okay.
Alright,
That's it front. Alright, you buy yourself, guys.
I'll lay down front.
Guarantee one front, Zach.
Go for yeah.
Let's kill that. Okay. I'll kill mold.
Yeah, Aaron. You buy yourself, guys.
I'll see left.
It's not left on me. I don't see him.
One sec.
I'll see mold.
I'm getting one big.
Oh, that.
Guys, it does not look easy playing the Paris Gentlemates.
No, not in the slightest, especially on P1. They're just getting bullied out. Abuza struggling so far in this game, but a nice sequence for FaZe. Fighting back here on this P2, and draws to the guy, setting him up long term. So it's a clean break, 40 more seconds to collect, and everybody for Paris is spawning out.
And Dra is trying to get it all done here on the rooftops of the castle. He's not going to get any more life out of that life, and that's an Envoy and Neptune on the break now. Entry towards time, and Envoy just runs over Abuza. A closed line and a clean break. Paris Gentlemates with the time.
Yeah, I mean, they just can't breathe. Paris Gentlemates are just too quick and still going to have to battle for the time. The kill feed still having trades back and forth, and it's all 4 down in favor of Paris, and they're going to win the foot race towards the new time. What could have been a fantastic kill there for FaZe, well, the SMGs of Paris just run them over.
Unreal. Scoreline only getting worse, ladies and gentlemen. On board with Envoy, who's having himself a lovely map so far. Difficult player to deal with. Sib to mid, nothing there. Still hard point now in the hands of FaZe. They find a couple of kills. There's 4-man in the feed. On board with Ghosty. on the approach now in. There's a little bit of a line here, a Congo line, except for number 2. Neptune's going to be pinching through the middle of the map. And again, good coverage here from FaZe. They've once again, Chance, held this hard point together. And this is how they get back into the game with a kill like that from a Boozer.
Oh, and yeah, Neptune nearly makes the miraculous play, but as you point out, the AR is now for FaZe. Nice little sequence to try to keep things honest, but it is just an endless battle, an onslaught here on this time. And this is the type of hard point where there's really never a single moment you can breathe, and there you go. 3 in the feed for Paris Gentlemen. It's FaZe consistently on the back foot. A decent L for them. They've reduced the lead by just a touch, but you're still down by about 50 going towards that new time. And I mean, guys like Envoy in the minimap, he's taking the space. He's pushed up towards P2, and everybody else is just there for the back. So Paris Gentlemen, they've got everything they want covered for the entry.
Yeah, very similar to the first set, and this hard point was all Paris Gentlemen. FaZe Vegas now on the attack through the outside. Ghosting to be the man on the in. Here comes the first wave. Damage is fantastic. Swaps to the pistol for a little bit more, and Draza and Simp might have themselves hard point. They don't have a huge amount of space. No trophies either. And here comes the next wave of mates. They are in. It is another break.
Yeah, and that's a good example as well as the value of Envoy. He gets so far pushed out P2, even though he doesn't win that first gunfight. He's back in the mix off spawn, and you're ready to go for a 4 versus 4. So you're able to stagger your deaths effectively. You've built yourself a 60-point lead, and for Paris, I mean, there's no signs of slowing down, no signs of stopping. Now the game's starting to get just a little bit easy for them. Another 5 spree for Envoy. They're looking to take their victory lap.
Yeah, man, they're pushing it far out. Vegas, back to P1 we go. Paris Gentlemen have definitely been more successful here. FaZe might be in there first, but can we get anything out of this? Nep, 4 spree, no, nearly. Great damage. FaZe are in. He's getting nothing but tags. His boys are here to help out. Envoy and Ghosty in the feed. Simp left alone. Picked up, cleaned up. Envoy finds another. What an unbelievable map he has had. And that is P1 firmly in the hands of Paris Gentlemen.
Yeah, and they're bullying them out on this hill. That was the first time FaZe had that mid-cut, and Envoy just comes soaring in with the Dravik. Shreds that guy, shreds the next 2. And, I mean, any opportunity FaZe wanted to get back into this game, they're just, I mean, this is such an uphill battle.
But yeah, Dennis really been good for the Mace. Good work here out of Neptune. 24 and 17. Could be the final moments of this hard point. Have we hold on to all of it? Ghosty and Co. just cleaning house. One last hit now from FaZe. The white arrows on your minimap flying in towards time. A nice bit of a contest. Is it enough to get us towards another hard point? It could well be. And the final hit has paid off. Staying alive for a few seconds more. Not the ideal position to be in for a P2. And the Paris Gentlemen move in for the win.
Yeah, and once again, Envoy already pushed up in a credit, and it's the perfect time to use it. 0-4 checks it, but doesn't matter. He gives you 2, and outside of a miracle from Draza, that is just going to be their game. Ghosty holding off the final few at 247, but it is an onslaught, and it's an onslaught to stat pad for Dan Ghosty. GG. Go next.
Sim had to nade him there. Ghosty, what a 3 to close it out. Envoy, master of the corners here on Den. Bunch of foxes over there on the Gentlemen. They put FaZe to task. And it was very clear who the Predator and the Prey was in that matchup. Good golly. Paris Gentlemen take the first. FaZe Vegas bounce back in the search and destroy? Question mark?
Well, that's a big question mark you're going to have, because obviously Paris Gentlemen have not lost a single step, nor do we expect them to. But that's a clean game across the board. Like getting them to listen in, fantastic communication in the stats department. Everybody there to contribute. Dan Ghosty, another fantastic game. Neptune, quite literally from start to finish, did his thing. I mean, that is double-digit assists on every single player on Paris and FaZe Vegas. Not even remotely close in that category. I mean, maybe it is just literally the teamwork of Paris right now that is setting them apart.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of love for the individual prowess of those players, but I mean, it's been the name of the game for the first weekend. Teamwork. These boys are living awake, living their dreams indeed. Ghosty, man, he's a very tough customer on that inside hardpoint. We've seen the Dravik come out, 4 Draviks there for the Paris Gentlemen on that time. Same for a lot of these hills here on Den. They're so close quarters, outside of P1 being a real open space, and the bottom side of the map as well. It's not, I'm not seeing that many M15s chance in the feed. I'm seeing a lot of Dravik.
Yeah, I mean, hey, when you pull it out for the Dravik, you're going to get that highlight reel play. I feel like Dan Ghosty has been collecting them, but it's not just the highlights. It's not just the strength of the individual talent. Again, I think the listening from Paris Gentlemen was fantastic. Like, in my mind, Sib is not the best communicator we have in the league, but he was the main driver in the listening of, like, you're having the conversation. Droz is there in the mid-cut, have to figure it out. Sib's the one that does the calculus, be like, I haven't seen him in 5 seconds. You need to turn and watch the pinch, and he's the guy that's heads up in the moment. And if he's the guy that's heads up in the comms, that means you have 0 weaknesses on this roster. So the construction is going to be a fantastic thing, as were the P1s. I mean, I don't think it's a hill that's necessarily that easy to set yourself apart, but they outscore FaZe every single time. Plus 14 off the rip. The second go around, they get them by an extra 25. And then the final go around, well, they run them up by an extra 15. So chipping away on a mixy hill, setting yourself up on the rotations as well. I mean, Paris Gentlemen, their game mode is clean across the board.
Absolutely. Delightful stuff. Scar, S&D coming up now, and an Overload Exposure. See how that goes. Yeah, to say that Sib is not the best communicator in the league, to not say that he's the far from the worst as well, because you're not wrong, mate. That was a very, very good lesson and a wonderful indication of how those players have improved and how quickly they've gelled together in what feels like a very, very short space of time. GG's to the Gentlemates, map number 1. Relatively easy going for them. FaZe, let's see how the S&D looks. Gentlemates, it's pretty good. It's good. If you're betting folks, I think it's a very safe, sound move to put it all in here on the Gentlemates. I know that the desk is going all in on the win here for them. We'll see what FaZe can bring. Because again, FaZe have always been, you know, the combination of Simdraz and whoever at this point in time. They're not necessarily an early game or an early season team. They figure it out. They get their map pool deep. They get those, you know, reps under their belt, and then they become a very, very difficult team to take on with no weaknesses. At the start of a season, though, they're very much in learning mode. The Paris Gentlemates, they are outskilling, they're outthinking, and they are out-preparing everyone they have come across so far, preseason tournaments included. I'm excited to see the heights of the Paris Gentlemates, though, but again, chance to quote Rambo Ray, losing is learning, and winning is teaching, and right now the mates are teaching the league how to get it done. We'll see if that pays off in a couple of weeks' time, but for now, it's looking great.
Well, on an education front, you know, it's only an education if you can replicate it, right? Neptune's gameplay is not an easy thing to try to mimic. And if you do, most people are going to end up failing. You know, we're going in an S&D. We're always talking about the snipers this year. The way that Sib snipes, I mean, it seems incredibly unique compared to the rest of the league. So he might be teaching in that capacity, but that's just learning what you're going to have to counter in VOD. You know, if Abuz is going to be the sniper, I don't think he's going to be walking it down in the same way that Sib is going to try to pull off. Granted, only the 2 life thing we're working for here in the CDL this year, but as much as they've been teaching, we haven't seen a counter just yet.
Well, one of the halves of our problem to deal with here, Abuza, man who brings the big rifle to play first. Not going to see Ghosty through that lovely thick black smoke coming out of the mech, but 04 sees more than enough shadow here to make this fight happen. No stun connection, no nothing here. Envoy backs up. Coverage here from Boozer through the middle of the map, potentially. Draz is there to cover. Oh, but he walks right into Sib. Unfortunately, now through smoke, we're finding a few more. Boozer tackles one of Sib's 2 lives. They're in the sniper game and a man advantage to the mates.
I mean, this is a game of hide and seek. Neptune is actually through for free. He never found 04 in the smoke, and I said for free, Abuza ends up getting the perfect COD timing, but not before Neptune gives you something extra. So a potential clutch opportunity here for Dan Ghosty. It's only a 1v2.
No, he's made the right moves. Bomb plant potentially now on. We should surely see that go down. There we have. But Ghosty, will he check this quickly? Just the tip of the thigh, not enough to really get the kill, and great work from 04 to pick up that M15 and get involved. Bomb planted, no hope there for the defuse. FaZe with a nice opener, and again, early life loss there for Sib in the snipe world.
Well, I mean, an example of the counter snipe, right? So this is why the 2 life thing is going to be so important, because Sib still finds that entry kill after they figured out where Sib was playing from. Then Abuza can go for the counter snipe. So lucky for Abuza, after he gets the bomb plant, never got finished off. Maybe long term can have a higher impact with the sniper. Sib definitely going to have to be much more careful about when he wants to pull it out now.
We're not going to be keeping these gentlemen's agreements in rank play, are we? I mean, well, you could be looking at 4 snipes a game. It's just
I'm sniping 11 rounds. I'm all year. Doesn't matter the situation. If we're down 5-0, I don't care. I haven't sniped in years. I'm doing everything I can.
I saw you on World War II, brother. I saw you on World War II. It was special stuff.
I will cost my team endlessly.
I'm looking forward to it. Round 2 will be with us in about 3.5 minutes. So if you want to get cozy, chat, Get yourself a bev. We're almost ready to party. Oh, what do you know? Time dilation on the planet I live on. Envoy with the bomb in hand, we're going to see a little bit of a hit towards A. As is tradition here on Scar, plenty of that.
Oh, this is timing. Sorry, I was going to say, I thought they were going to take the timing for number 2, Neptune. The nades they had backed them down just to mess with off the rip. So Neptune was able to take some space, but he actually had the timing. He could have ran straight through. It would have been a nutty play, but either way, he's in a good position.
Sibs brought the snipe to the low side of the A bomb site. No kills just yet. Neptune's now trying to bait some action out here through the middle of the map. Catches draws on the transition. That certainly helps. A 3v2 makes her up.
Oh, and they're going quick as well. This is a fast wrap over towards B. FaZe. How quickly can they respond to this pressure? Simp is beginning to push through, and now Abuza, what's the decision? Wrap back, watch the cross, go help your teammate. Well, Abuza's staying put over towards the A site, and Simp might have a time battle with Sib up top.
Yeah, the timing's great. The technique to use the jump check there to make sure no one's in that tight corner watching him was great as well. Sib, he's not going to check that position, so Sim's going to be able to get in. The pinch is here, but Sib is still upstairs, and what a position this could be. Sim making his way forward. It's now all down to the Phenom. The turn for Sim. Can he catch another one here? Shots are in from the behind, and oh dear. The dance is on. That red dot is now on the mini-map. Last man. And it's an easy read and an easy bit of work there for the pistol for Sib, who stays alive and gives the general mates the round.
And the B attacks on this map for the offensive squad, I think, is where the skill gap is really going to develop on this map. When Thieves played it just the other day, you're going A 90% of the time, you're setting that tone, and it was the final round of the map. They go for an all-out B hit. Perfect call. Gentlemaids do something similar here. They get the first couple bloods, but they have to be instant on that call to go and attack the B site. And when you get there, nobody's home. So, you know, Simp maybe with some timing could have done something special, but without the intel on the map, you just get the man advantage and a bomb down over towards B. I think nearly every round with the bomb plan over there has been successful.
Not easy site to retake with that wide open space between the train or the trench, or the plane of the trench rather. Opening hit here from 04 takes care of that. He's the bomb carrier as well. That could have been an awkward moment. A heavy stack here towards A for the Gentlemates. Draz looking forward to getting himself on the board, but Neptune always gets away with his life.
And site is open. I mean, that's a lot of players responding to the pressure that Simp is putting on the map. So FaZe a small window of opportunity. In the meantime, Neptune has loved himself that shop. Flank opportunities always going to be here. Simp, his awareness might be at level 99, but an aggressive angle, if he gets spotted, Neptune is going to zoom in for the kill.
Oh, he's not spotted the man in the middle of the map either. Sib. Paparazzi, no photos, please. Oh, and it's a bit of teamwork there from Neptune. He dives in, finds one, hit from upstairs now. The wall hops, Ghosties on the trade. He can't live for much longer. And the General Mates, a little bit of friendly fire thrown in the mix there, take the round 2-1.
And this is the situation where I think Gentlemate's able to just play with a little bit more confidence. FaZe doing good things on the minimap, creating opportunities to set themselves up, but maybe not quite as confident to sort of jump on these opportunities and seize them as quickly as possible. Bears right now just moving with a little bit more motion, and to acknowledge the aggressiveness of Sib's sniper. Instead of playing up like top green or some power position, he's waltzing through the middle of the map and squaring up with Simp to make sure you get those types of kills. So it's a very unique play style, tricky to play against.
Yeah, bear in mind the position he's in. I mean, he's exposed to all of this concrete wall, all of the top side of that blue barn. There is a lot to worry about. No fear for Sib. This is his last sniper life as well, so if he falls here in this round, we won't see any more of it. Early on here on our game of Scar. A bomb, mates are on.
You see two players on the pinch. You go towards A as quickly as you possibly can. Abuza swinging a miss. Neptune with the first blood. At least he gets traded out for the 3v3, but because the two players are on the pinch, they know you get the bomb down for free. We get a pure 3v3.
Yeah, 3v3, and it looks like a War 1 front now for FaZe. They make their way to now through the top set of stairs. As Abuza going to join them. Sib not in a position to really contribute just yet. Envoy's going to be the man to catch at least one out here, but sneaky down Ghosty, read and dealt with. Sim strikes first. No good there for Sib. Sniper now out of the equation for the mates, and Envoy slashed down as well. FaZe with a clean and decisive retake.
That's a huge retake as well. A massive round. That is no more sniper from Sib for the rest of the map. He's going to have to lock in with the M15. So you take care of that weapon early. And Abuza, I mean, I think he's still free and clear. FaZe have all the strats in the world they can play with.
Yeah, so it keeps the game very fresh now. They don't have to worry about the snipe. But now you have to worry about Sib with an M15, still just as dangerous, but he's going to be now a lot more mobile, a lot more free to roam. We'll see if that improves the mate's chances. Aza, great retake. Everything working out. That top side of Motel, expect a player to be prone there 9 times out of 10. Power position, able to hop up, get shots in, damage on players. You know, the pre-aims and the centering of our pro players at this level is nearly a guarantee. So a heads-up moment there from Sim to take care of that position. Next round is on. Abuza still with the big gun.
And you see off the rip as well, they're having to dodge all those nades, so always messing with the timings off the brakes. Double pinch rolling through, though. 0-4. Got a spot, too. And Sib just chows it, opens up potentially the pinch. In the meantime, drops to the middle map, gets the first blood, and he gets out. That's huge.
Ghosty, look at this little angle. He's going to sweep a little further left. Hello, Daniel. Abuza didn't catch him in the peripheral vision. He's too locked. Man's way too locked. As the Belgian baddie, he can't do much more from here. Sib on an absolute rampage. Wow. Abuza's eyes poked clean out on 0-4, completely alone. Sib, what a round. Alongside Neptune, 2 kills apiece. The mates run FaZe over.
I just eviscerated as well. I mean, that's a 3v4 where, again, in terms of ability to play with confidence, I feel like Paris Gentlemen just have a little bit more. They are never fearful about flying in for the chows, going for the pinches, making some type of aggressive play. Paris is going to make you work for it every single round.
And we wondered how effective Sim would be without snipe. The answer is extremely. He's having a nice looking Black Ops 7 so far. Some games treat other players right. And so far, so good. It's only a round advantage, but Sib's 5-1. We'll keep running with it. A-bomb right now for the mates. Sim managing to catch our Envoy. The nades trade done. And it looks like a fast plant potential here. 0-4. Spotted out. Ton of damage. Managing to escape through the smoke.
And committing to the plan too, but those 3 players right now for Gentlemates are trapped on the site.
A big wrap here from 0-4 as well. Might run into Sib in a second. The timing could be great, could be bad. Bruce's last chance here with a snipe. Oh, works from Sib, and it works out. He tracks 0-4 down, and now he is behind. Oh, like ships in the night. They've passed each other. They have to clear it out. 20 seconds to go.
This is so much time invested just for him. You're able to get him, but a 1v2. You can clutch this. Only 15 seconds. Neptune just has to worry about the bomb.
He's been spotted. I know exactly where he is. Here comes the hit from behind, and that is it. Tied up with a second to spare. Goodness gracious, FaZe. They handed in their homework at the last possible second. Fantastic work again on the retakes.
And Abuza able to stay alive with the snipe as well. Or at least hasn't burned those lives just yet. So still continuously they will have that back pocket idea. And great there for the 3v3. He finds the opening pick there and gives you the man advantage. And we're going to take a second look. Glass is working this time. Ghosty, he didn't pull off the La Fantôme.
La Fantôme. Nice working in with a pistol there on a Sib. Quick swap immediately to the M15. A very, very good idea in 99% of situations. Or a drop it. Just a quick cross there through shop. Nobody to be found. And again, quite an open position. Sim managing to connect there to the perfect corner. Nearly impossible to deal with. 0-4, 5 HP. What an escape from that man. No good in the middle of the map. Draza, though, managing to catch the first. And Abuza licks his wounds and lives to fight another day.
Still, though, if you take this bomb to A, I think that corner the Neptune's in, I mean, Simp's the guy with the bomb, so that's a dangerous moment to try to make moves there. And if they're wrapping out, well, Envoy is also lying in wait. So a 3v4, but they have both sides covered, and timing pays off for Envoy.
Unbelievable. Ghosty wins another one on 0-4, so a 2v2. As true as it could possibly be. Now down to Ghosty. I take it back. It's as fast as that became a 2v2. Now it's on. Le Fantôme on the rotation. Abuza and Simp now in prime position to hold this together.
Plenty of time. Ghosty v Simp.
A matter of time. Simp with the high ground. Timing, absolutely sensational. I mean, how did he know? He didn't go left, right, left, right. It was a left, no left. Perfect work, good comms, wonderful intuition. And a great, great round. What an attempt, though, from Ghosty.
Yeah, an 8 and 4 from Simp as well, so his instincts deliver him to a double positive KD for the moment. Keeping his team in the mix, and now FaZe having an intense conversation, figuring out what they want to do in this round, see how deep into their bag of tricks they can go. And on the flip side, Envoy chatting it up. I think Sib has also been noted as being a playmaker in S&D, or like willing to make the calls for the team. It'll be Ghosty carrying the bomb, which means Envoy gets to be a little bit looser, a little bit more free. Ooh. And they're playing patient. In the meantime, Simp is capitalizing. 9 and 4 on a 4 spree.
Big pimping moments now from Simp, 4 spree, and full control of that bomb site. A quick recovery now needed from the Gentlemen to get back over there and grab that. It looks like they're sort of teetering on who will be the one to grab it. Envoy now, bomb in hand, a minute to play. Bear in mind, Sib has made himself over to the tree position by B. He's got that defilade cover to work with. Will Draz check it? He lost his life in that exact same position last round.
Well, just no reason for them to move forward. Abuza should not push into this, and he does. He's gonna check it. Yeah, look at that. Glasses are there for the X-ray vision.
He made up amends and some. Draz there on the pickup. Last man, Envoy down. Map point, FaZe, Vegas.
I mean, what a way to just sort of dagger somebody off the rip, right? Sim just hyper aggressive through A on the defensive end and finding some, like, you know, very awkward angle to kill the guy that's top blue. Just to start the round off that painfully. I mean, what do you do on the attack after that?
It does feel like
confident is. What's up?
It just feels like I've got nothing to do now. My whole opening strat is red. I've got to now completely rethink this, and that's going to mess us up. And now we're down to our last possible life in this search and destroy. No more mistakes for the Gentlemates. We got ourselves a series.
And it might be finally time for a B hit. Neptune aggressive over towards the helicopter. Gentlemen have already taken control of store as well. 04's got the intel, and nice shots through the wall. And that's enough to get the kill. There you go. Draza gets set up towards the middle of the map. He does get traded out. We had a 3 versus 3. And still a default setup on the offensive side of things. No craziness just yet.
Before still running sharp. This time he's not getting smashed through the walls. He's managing to actually deal damage to the players on the inside. And Sim, a sneaky attack through the front and a double smoke as 04 once again gets away with it. Allows Sim to now reposition. Can he catch Ghosty out? Sure can. Last man left alive, Sib. And now in a world of hurt on the strategic retreat, but he may be able to catch a soul out or two here. Sim, the number 1. Next man in. 04. He and Abuza, shoulder to shoulder now, pairing together. Oh my God. Oh, baby, made an effort for it. FaZe Vegas tie us up in the search.
Beautiful stuff. You're looking at this team to be one of the best, if not the best, search squad in the game. And it was a battle early on, but I mean, honestly, low-key, dealing with the sniper that early. They got it out of Sib's hand by round 3 or round 4, and then you just don't even have to think about it anymore, and you get to calculate. Maybe those little strats of like Simp flying out towards the A side on the defensive end, you're not worried about a sniper. You can go for those aggressive chows. And either way, it pays off for a nice little 10K there from Simp. Single first blood for him. Draza gets credit for 3. Obviously a well-grouped up effort. Abuza, outside of not seeing Ghosty that one time, had a fantastic game.
Yeah, the eyes were great. They were switched on. My boys got the peepers. Disgusting work again. Big pimping. 10 and 5, 1500 damage. Beautiful stuff there. 6-3 final scores. We'll get back to our maps and modes, and exposure overload coming up next. And of course, so far, if you are a diligent Call of Duty League fan, you now know, or if you've been watching the show at the very least since today, FaZe Vegas, they have had themselves an exciting time on exposure overload. A lot of time in the lab alongside the Thieves in a very dramatic finish. We get to see another one of those now, and just the way the respawn shaped up, it's a bit of love there for the mates, but what we've seen out of FaZe, they know what's going on exposure chance.
Yeah, how long do you spend talking about the overtime strats that you're going to be cooking up, right? That's at least an hour-long conversation. Make sure everybody's heads up, ready to go. So hopefully we'll get deja vu all over again, lightning strikes twice, and get the similar set of circumstances, or maybe Gentlemen will just continue the respawn dominance. That remains to be seen.
Hey, anything can happen. What do you guys think, Des? It's going to be an absolute banger.
We're going to game
teams going
5.
at
It's
it.
the first thing that Ant said to me. Round 8, you saw Simp go on a 5 spree, and we thought, okay, there's a little bit of life in this FaZe Vegas squad. But are they there on respawns? Because they lost the hard point by 100.
Yeah, the first hard point was bad. I mean, I was looking back. I'm like, what rotation did they really cleanly win throughout the whole time? It was really only P2.
Sorry. We're going to start here with the searches. We'll get into hard point. But who popped off here other than Simp? Was it just this man, Chris Lair?
I think just the team as a whole, some of the adjustments they made was awesome.
Yes.
I mean, you saw like early on offensively, like the decision was like, okay, 0-4, you carry the bomb. We're going to go over and like maybe slow play towards A. But you need to get some mid-map control. Later on, we saw, namely in the final round, it's like 0-4 is going to make plays through Delhi. Like, let's get a smoke down. Let's draw their attention away so we can take a bit of space. We saw some awesome retakes defensively as well, like giving up the bomb plant and then taking your time off, flying in and giving yourself an advantage. So, yeah, FaZe Vegas, search and destroy. It's kind of what we predicted, like coming in. Like, this should be a team that is, its base is search.
Allie, you heard Chance giving flowers to FaZe Vegas for dealing with the sniper rifle, but Sim started off 5-1. Is it really going to be just when they have a sniper that the Gentlemates are dangerous on attack?
No, I wouldn't say just when he has a sniper out there dangerous on attack. So we saw a few rounds. Sim was like, all right, you don't want me to have a sniper anymore. I'll get a couple kills with this AR. If anything, it's just more flowers towards the side of Vegas FaZe. Once 0-4 started to get more comfortable taking some lane and some space in mid, it just felt like for the rest of his team, some pressure fell off. You saw Sip get aggressive in that top side. But going back to the hard point, it just hasn't been great for Vegas. I mean, to be honest, Gentlemates hardpoint looks like it's been their strongest mode thus far. And as Ann touched on, they just had no map control. There was maybe one time they had early rotations on the side of Vegas FaZe, and they just weren't able to close literally anything out. And for me, it was on it, and it was on Envoy. It felt like right off the start of this hardpoint, he was balling. And if Envoy's starting off like that, we already know what the other three are gonna do.
Yeah, he put yourselves in a hole, like 6-point hole, and you're playing that catch up the entire map.
Yeah.
And you know, they had a couple positions where it's like, okay, maybe we can get a break here. It's like a P4 where, you know, they had a pinch going in, getting ready to break, and then what happens is the first guy dies, and then you spawn all the way out, and now you're man down in that situation, right? So yeah, FaZe Vegas, like the idea is there. Like it's just the execution, not quite up to par on the level of Gentlemates just yet.
I just feel like the way they approached this hardpoint was a little interesting. You saw it in that P2 where FaZe Vegas was trying to lock down like all lanes individually. Where on the side of Paris Gentlemates, they love to push that front with multiple people. They're gonna play that trade out in close corners. So when you lose all those initial fights, suddenly you're flipped out and suddenly you're down 60 points like Ant talked about, and it is so hard to call your way back.
I highlighted the ARs when we were talking about it. It's like Abuza starting 4-11, Draza not having the greatest game one as well. Like the respawns, to me, that's the story.
They need more damage.
They need to be playing up to par, yes.
ARs have their work cut out for them. Over on the other side, though, we talk about how do you build a team? Well, you grab a duo from a previous squad. It seems to be working. It's your scuff play of the game, and we saw it already between Ghosty and Envoy. Let's listen in.
Go couch. Enter the last guy. Outer. He's hit once. Outer.
Nice.
It's one the back. Let's one the back.
In the back. We're flooding front.
Couch already. Three couch. I got two. I'm back there. Oh my god. Back there. Has to be. Damn, bro, these guys are terrible. Oh my god, you guys are gross. I thought I was Brian. I have a 2.0.
Times when you're on the final hill and they're just throwing their lives at you, you're just farming.
Yeah.
Like, these guys are ass.
Dan is so funny, bro. Every time I feel like we get a clip of him picking up the sub, he just does something insane like that. He just slammed 3 guys in the hill. It was like, this gun feels kind of nice.
It's always like that with the opposite gun.
Vibes were high at the end of game 1, but then it was Vegas' turn. We are now knotted up 1-1. And before we get to game number 3, a reminder, you can look like the pros right now. The 2026 League Pack is available. Grab the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game right now. It comes with all those goodies on the right side of your screen. And boy, I gotta say, the skins look decent right now. They're only gonna get better when the teams drop on December 16th. As we get back into this one, it's 1-1. Anyone want to flip over to the Vegas side?
Nope.
Silence.
Locked in,
Can we
gentlemen.
get a crickets play button? Where's
Nothing.
Miles on his soundboard?
I think we're all still riding with Paris. We send it back over to the casters. Miles and Chance.
I really, really hope FaZe Vegas win now.
Bias casters. Wow, the truth comes out. It's always been like this. I've had to keep it a secret for so long, but Miles, I'm willing to FaZe fan.
I'm willing to run this one. You know, we've never done this on an actual league match before. We've never gone full bias in a single game with this. I'm tempted. I'm not going to lie. I'm tempted. I'm also not looking forward to the tweets after. Not a 1-1.
Maybe. We can go biased for whatever team goes down 2-1, and then we'll root for the game 5. We'll be that kind of biased.
This might be it. Here we go, folks. Paris Saint-Germain's FaZe Vegas exposure, and we are playing Overload, middle of the map. That's where you see the EMP. And a lovely bit of work now so far from the boys of FaZe. They're going to get those kills. Let's go, FaZe!
It's the best team in the game with the best opening. Okay.
Bang! Damn, that's a big set of kills. The Paris Gentleman's lovely work. They've managed to now, so the front man is going to be Ghosty. You don't want the first guy to grab it. You want him to be the sort of second or third there on the pickup. But now they're fighting for kills, but no one with the EMP just yet. They've burnt a bit of too much time, and now FaZe are right back in the middle of the map for the quick contest. No grabs. Wow. Sets of kills though once again. Paris Gentleman's coming on top back to back. It happens, man.
Let's go, we've had more deaths of people falling off the map this year than I think every other game like combined. Like already, I think we've seen like 6 or 7 in the CDL. That's the second one today. It's been tough, man.
Now, wall jump assist will get you killed. If you've got it on, at one point, it's definitely going to get you killed. The first time it happened to me, turned it off straight away. Great shots from Sib. Not enough for the kill. Now we have got a run. Neptune's going to be upstairs. It's gone. Wiped out. An opportunity for a capture here. Boozer, the point man. Sim running it home. Nades over the top. No good. FaZe take the lead.
I mean, this is also an opportunity to chain it up if you're able to get these kills. Sim gives you the extra one. He's got plenty of teamwork here. And this is Spawn Trap Central. I mean, Paris Gentleman, it's going to be tucked in the back, nowhere to go. 0-4, there for 2. And every single time you spawn, you panic. Where is Sim? Where's 0-4? Where did these guys go? And then you have to worry about that EMP device as well. Abuza going to be able to walk these straight in, and how quickly you get that extra score. I mean, that was maybe 10 kills in a row, it felt like, for FaZe.
Wait a minute, FaZe. We have got them on absolute lock. You've got them in an armbar right now. Paris Gentleman's now to the bottom side of the map. They're not in a position so much to get this either. Abuza still living, dancing. He's got himself a little bit of a 15, and Envoy goes for the Shoryuken and finds a double. Still pressure. Now Draz has to back on up. Still has himself the device. It's going to spawn on the top, or the middle of the map now, on the 3rd cap. Anybody home to stop this? In theory, yeah, but Draz is making them work.
I mean, where did that nade even come from? But credit to Envoy finally getting a 2-piece to alleviate that pressure and get them out of dodge. But this has been a slugfest. FaZe definitely have the extra edge.
Got the edge, and now a little bit of an advantage now for the mates on the fight forward. Let's go for a listening with FaZe and see how it's going.
One shot long. Yellow box. Yeah, on the hop. They might go left.
One team in.
One left, guys.
Yeah, I heard.
They could be top. Left. Top B2 on me. Take. Pull behind me.
I'm getting out of the DB.
Spawn on right.
Neptune on tank ready. Neptune tank ready.
Have you inner army. Two left. Yeah, go. Out the flank. You good. Let me 3 dead. Hey, listen, that was back. The back window. Take it up. Well, they for 1 left still. Yeah, it's probably flanking deep. Definitely flanking deep.
I'm right.
Yeah, they're going right.
I have Zig. DB window.
I don't see anything. One more.
Hands on their portal weak.
I'm coming. Yeah. Top. Invite.
Keep coming left. Give me top. I'm a tank right now.
You want to shoot?
Coming outer.
Zig dead.
Yellow.
Yellow's a mid.
13. Dante top. That's one. Nice. That's one and you're missing. Dan's gonna be there. I'll be in a second.
Meet on me. I think twice.
I have you kill the guy now.
He's saying you tank. Yeah, deep. One shot.
A lot of production here from FaZe Vegas in the kills department, but they are struggling to gain the ground over by the solar fields. That is another drop. EMP. Will it change hands? Chance final 45.
He couldn't get the extra kill there from Simp, and I think Draza might really be trying to break some ankles. Nonetheless, the bait and switch is set up towards the middle of the map to get that entry kill, but you got to push another wave before you can get the score.
This is looking like a good hit. Can we get the kills? Draza's on there. Man on the pinch as well. Neptune could go huge. Front line's open. Somebody pick it up and get it in there. Over to Abuza on the slide. And it's 3-0. 20 seconds to go in the first half, and it is not looking good for the mates.
And Neptune found a brand new way to fall off the map, apparently on the top side. So he burned a little bit too much. 15 seconds, though, gentlemen. You would love to pick up this EMP device and find a last-second score. Bottom side of the minimap's going to be open. They got 2 lead blockers, couple trades rolling through, but 0-4 might just call it, and 0-4 does indeed. And if anyone scores now, it'll be FaZe.
He's hooping. Oh, they're running it towards B. Can we get a fourth? Can we prematurely end the half on the whistle? 20 seconds to send it. Envoy, big damage. Sim getting away with his life. Waiting for the boys. 15 seconds to go. Here's a Booz on a pinch. Big work here from FaZe. Still alive and kicking. A goal now open. Sim over the top, done. And on the drop, halftime whistle blown. What a blowout from FaZe Vegas in the first.
And those are some emphatic fist bumps rolling through for the FaZe boys as well. They're getting hyped up about that one. 3 scores in 1 round, and they set up the chain as well. I feel like any chain you can get is extra diabolical, and obviously, this is not the map I would expect to be difficult to stay on top of. But that is 2 players in a round, effectively suiciding. Unlucky.
Oosh. Great stuff. Again, looking across the highlights here, a very, very well concerted effort there from FaZe. Abuza gets his second capture in there just before being brought down. A side swap. We'll see if that matters too much here. I don't feel like it does in exposure. Lovely opening nades now exchanged, and this time round, FaZe with the advantage tackling mid-map. General mates, see what they've got.
And FaZe, obviously, with that 3-score lead, they can play a much slower game if they elect, post up, get the kills. Draza, unfortunately, gets a team kill, but he takes 1 extra to the grave. But there's the space players are looking for. So finally have control of the device and can begin to make moves of their own.
Here we go, onto the solo field. This is a dangerous territory to be in. Goal scoring opportunity now. Sim stops his first man. The second over the top. Perfect pre-aim, gets another one. The ball is still in play. It's still alive and kicking. The flank now taken care of. You're looking towards a maybe a goal capture. But Draz on the read through mid-map. Is he going to let that player through? Eyes on the indicator through middle. Not going to let anything crazy happen there. They know they've got Ghosty trapped.
This is an interesting moment, too, because Ghosty's doing the world tour. Simp, in the meantime, just gets behind enemy lines. That's a 5 spree for him. And now he gets to be the lead blocker. Every pair falls like dominoes, and the EMP device is following Simp.
How many can we get? Simp, first man in. Big work on a Ghosty. The second as well, nearly, but massive damage, allowing 04 to stay alive. Back on up. Try to recover now for FaZe. A little bit of coverage now. Careful, son. Towards the middle of the map, and Simp. This is an extra set of hands to help out with the heavy lifting right now. Hellstorm's going to stop any grab there of the device. Slow it down a little, buy some space. Wait for the boys of FaZe to make it out of spawn.
And this is the pinch of all pinches from Abuza, but for the moment, he is just not in the picture. EMP device resets towards the middle of the map, and now Abuza ends up getting the timing all well and good. Sid maybe wants to sneak this one out and does so. They're just leaving Abuza in the dust.
This is going to be a very difficult stop. Envoy's going to be the point man. Here comes the hop. Sibs in, and it's good. It is 3-1. Mates still with a position into control, but they have to worry about the next spawn. Top side of the map, and that's where FaZe will be first. They've got a man at the end. Abuza, lead blocker right now, trying to maintain control. Can't get any more kills. He's now down. Back over towards the drone spawn, and we're on it.
Well, there's the 2 kills from Neptune, so now pairs have the advantage. Another wide pinch rolling through from FaZe, but this is a dangerous game about the timing. 0-4, if you don't find the kills, it's going to be a problem because he's just so distant and not in the picture. You get the lead blocker, you pick up the device, and you go through for the score. It's the goal line effort, and they can't get it done. 0-4 in the nick of time, able to get it covered.
And Draz on the dive. He gets brought down. What an unbelievable save, and FaZe immediately bounce back. A quick drop, and across the map they now go. B gold wide open. It's looking like 4-1. Draza from one end to the other. Great overload.
Yeah, this is the map of inches right now, how close that could have been to 2 punishing mistakes maybe for FaZe being out of position, but ends up working out perfectly. Now the kill's going your way because Simp is just doing whatever he wants. Spawn traps getting set up on both sides of the map. Man's 24 and 16. He's got 0-4, 26 and 14. The SMGs for FaZe have kicked up indeed.
Oh, they've had the entire map control. They had the exact execution they wanted there, but they lose both the gunfights. Sent back through mid. A boozer finds 3, and they're all dead. They're all dead. Pick a goal, any goal, and send it, boys. Waiting for the intel. The front man of Boozer once again finding kills. Over to the B goal we go. This could be number 6. Can Chris Lair put it away? Coverage from over the top. The stuns and nades are finished. Picked it up from Ghosty, and there is Sib. The last man 04 wins the fight, and little does he know, it's his goal. A quick hop, and that's the 6th.
Yeah, just get to run it up if you want at this point. I mean, they have just feasted. I mean, this is what, 56 combined kills from Simp and 04, and I mean, as you stated, they've more or less had map control and device control for what feels like 80% of this entire map, and I mean, talk about a way to capitalize off of it. Simp, another 2-piece, 04 once again. Like, this has just been fiendish in this overload.
40 seconds to go, and it is looking like a FaZe win. It is built to last out here on Exposure. What a look. And at this point in time, with 30 seconds, the FaZe fans can breathe a sigh of relief. Their team has certainly come to play, and look at Simp go. Again, we cannot stress this enough, ranked play fans. Get your pistol right. Get your pistol right. It is a weapon in this game, and you're going to need it more than you know. Final 10 seconds, we're going to go for a cap. There will be no overtime at 6-1. And FaZe in full control. Unless a Boozer, if he drops this and he gets picked up, that would have been overtime. But it looks like the towel thrown in. Paris Gentlemen know there was no hope there. FaZe feeling great after that one. They take the lead in the series.
Yeah, feeling a lot of emotion after a 6-1 victory like that. Paris Gentlemen look a little bit stun-locked. And I mean, big advantage in the series now. Even if you imagine that the Gentlemates have an advantage in the hard point, I mean, you still got to go to that game 5 where FaZe may be reliant on their S&D gameplay. Either way, the opportunity is theirs. They can pull off this upset, staring down the barrel of a 3-1. I mean, that's just electric stuff as well, because that's 04 getting the gun nice and warm. What was that, 61 and 38 combined from the SMG duo of FaZe Vegas. Just out there having fun.
I love how the ARs have both got at the end of their name. That's so bizarre. That's even more unusual. What a strange thing. 6-1, another devastating performance on Overload here in the Call of Duty League. 10 minutes as well. Technically one of the longer ones we've had. That is a fantastic look. Well, highlights here, folks. A lot of love here for the FaZe boys. Paris Gentlemen, it's not able to get too much going. Magnificent work on that top right B zone defensively in the second half by FaZe. Draza, unbelievable save. And moments like this from Simp off of spawn, that's what you want, man. I mean, not only are those big kills, but that was also a streak.
This is where Neptune dies off the map, yeah. Awkward timing. It was a good try, but I mean, just really never a moment for Paris to breathe the entire map. It didn't feel like. You were busy getting spawn trapped on the first half for a solid 2 minutes where you're spawning up and already having an L trigger. I mean, that is just a diabolical situation. And then you're thinking, swap halves, maybe things are going to go well. It was a battle off the opening break, but the second FaZe got control. I mean, they quite literally never looked back. I mean, that's just an entirely overwhelming experience. But for Paris, shake it off. Get ready for map 4. Their hard point has been incredibly clean, but certainly a difficult map 3 to swallow.
I think it's a tough one, yeah. I mean, FaZe, having possession, you're forcing the Gentlemates to respond and have to react to every single little move you make. I mean, great work out of FaZe. When they got their captures, they were in position for the next ones. The rallies were good. Their top side of the map control was great when they needed it. But again, when it comes to that third spawn on the third point, you get yourself towards the bottom side of the map. You grab drone, or grab the EMP, sorry. One day I'll stop calling it a drone chance. You grab
Drone's
EMP,
insane. That one doesn't even make sense to me.
I know it doesn't. It was called in BO3. I can't help it. I can't help it. I'm an OG. I can't help it. I can't help it. But once they have control, once they have possession, you're forcing the other team to have to bend to your will and have to play around it. So huge work, man. FaZe looking real good. What can I say? We might be going all the way. Oh, I bet the desk is sweating just a little bit now, and it's not because the heat's up. It ain't because the heat's up. It's because we're going to another hard point, and FaZe starting to get hot. Hey, I'm just saying, Gentlemates, great team. It's going to be a good series. We could be looking at 5.
You're the number 1 fan, Miles. You're getting all excited over there. I see. You're waiting for that 3-1 win. Change the narrative on the FaZe, guys. We watched one series at the very start of the year, and now everyone's FaZe stocks just tank, completely fall away. But look at him now. It's day 3.
I'm bought in the dip. What can I say? I bought in the dip. What can I say? What can I say, ladies and gentlemen?
Except you're welcome. No, a stat I'm very interested to see, and I suppose we won't have the good intel maybe on this until like Major 1, and then it's going to radically shift by the end of the year. But like the largest deficit in Overload, like made up from. Because you are right. If you get that like 4-0 lead at half, you can just like, if you're able to gain possession of the device, you could play whatever pace you want. You could slow it down, wait for the opportunities, and just take such like a large amount of control. At a certain point, the lead's going to be insurmountable, obviously just by the timing of it, if there's less like than a minute on the game clock. But even coming back down after a half, like by 3 or 4, is seemingly it's gonna be very difficult. It also might be a map dependent thing. We've yet to see a single Scar Overload, but it'll be fun to look at by the end of the year.
You can.
I'm thinking 5. I'm thinking 5.
Okay, cool. No, I like that. You can also, I mean, if you get a good lead in the first half, you can, and I quote, park the bus. It's not an attractive strategy. Turtle, if you will. Play defensive. Grab the actual EMP device and hog it in your spawn. I mean, there's options, man. Beautiful, beautiful game mode to play. Exciting year ahead of us. Into the fray we go, though, once again. Paris Mates now playing for their life in this match here in this hard point. And so far, nice set of kills, but FaZe with a point.
Well, the gunfights on this map are the exact same, except for the brand new P4. And so FaZe picking up exactly where they left off. Draws inside of time. Juking out the spots as well. Ghosty looking for some kills, and when he gets it, he gets them all. That is a clean 4 down, and big moment of opportunity there from Paris. Reading the spawns, everybody's got everything covered. If you get a 4 down at this level, you expect good things to happen.
Yeah, delightful. Again, this is one of the maps where wall jumping absolutely looks lovely. 6-3 out net here. He's still schmoving. He's schmoving. As the Paris Journal mates, they are battling through the middle of the map. Technically, they don't have the lead, but they have the new hard point. Let's go for a listen in.
Who's that? I'm just living there. Said one on me.
Middle,
Zip on me.
Beacon on our side.
One's on the B control point.
Beacon as well. He could pick.
I'll pick it up.
Outer side.
I send him one top. One top. The top and the long.
Parts at top. I can't be one more long. Enter. Yo, long. Go for it. Hit once there.
Last guy.
One shot.
I dropped it.
You went our side. Wow, pre-fired me.
There, outer. 2 outer.
Beacon still.
I send him. Both on point. All 3 there.
I swung behind him.
Yeah, all 3 there. 1 beacon, 2 point.
I'm waiting for you on the outer. 1 sec.
Outer solar. Nice. Flip behind you. First guy.
Turn. Push up. I'm gonna push up.
I'm getting in. Could be loaded.
Yo, could be your outer solar. Could be outer solar. I think he is. Inner solar. One more inner solar, and I think that's outer solar. That's it. Yeah, Abuza's inner solar. Yep. Are we missing?
I'm in.
Holding left. I'm holding left.
Wait,
what's Beacon on me? Drops can be loaded. That's it. Drops can be loaded.
2 on the left.
I'm in there. I'll send my low.
No, 1 old, 1 left.
Are you left? I don't see him.
Just play tight then. We can.
Stand back right.
Yeah.
Look at Jen. Yo, one's pushing up. Low dead. One more in the back.
Right. Yo, 4.
Yo, top.
In the back. Let's go. Flat stairs then. I'm blocking.
I'm gonna take quick. Too short. Both 1 shot.
Block.
2 1 shot. They're short. 2 1 shot. They're short.
I'm pitching beacon.
Short. Abuza weak as fuck. I'm absolute.
Beacon. Weak sip. He's beacon right corner.
Beacon and short. I'm coming to you. He's under our beacon. Under our server. Jumping up. 1 low. One's bottom on me. I hit him once bottom. He's behind the pillar, guys.
Yeah, 3 on.
Yo, listen. We need to wrap. We need to rotate. Go right. I got one. 1 low and 1 top.
I'm playing 6.
Top. Yo. All right. I'm getting out right. Yo, on the tank.
I'll put you low. Give me 2.
I hear. Kill this guy. Yeah, I'm gonna help you. Kill them all full.
Top dead.
1 low. Low is front.
I don't see him front. He's gonna be beacon somewhere.
Yo, Boozer spawns back left, okay? Link curve. Boozer spawns back left.
Beacon.
Yo, I'm with you. Sip his curve. Half HP, guys.
Heard you.
That's a frantic attempt chance to stay alive here. Oh, a new hard point we go. FaZe are in finally, and a bit of a sign of life they sorely need to an exposure.
Yeah, I mean, outside of a 1 moment where they sort of mismanaged the spawns, it's been a back and forth battle. Now, surely back in the mix. I think for Paris and not listening, a little bit of discordance of trying to get guys to move out the right side. I heard Neptune made the call, but everybody was slow for the follow-up. And now you're finally attacking the right side properly, but 30 seconds have already fallen off the hill, but you want to get the break, should be good to get it. 2 kills in the feed. Abu's the next man here in the mix, and he gets taken down, so the break is good. You maintain the lead, but FaZe certainly very much still in this game.
under a hail of 45. He gets cut up. Of course, we ran up for Envoy, looking at streaks so we can get there. Oh, that's a wild thing to hear. Deep in our ears, fans. How are you feeling? Go see Envoy finding those kills, and Envoy spree still going. 11-6 now. We are so close to that Hellstorm. No dogs in the CDL, but you know what? If he gets it, imagine that. That'd be fantastic. New hard points up, and Envoy got it. There, Hellstorm back pocket. 100 points. We're on it.
Yeah, and I like the play 04 actually made on this hill. His teammates never really had the pressure. He played it extremely patient to wait for his moment to strike. And 04, really the only guy contributing on this hill for FaZe, picks up the next two. But in spite of 04's best efforts, his teammates haven't given him too much at all. And that means Pairs thriving and frying overall have been dominant on this hill, cleaner across the board.
Yeah, great work. Well, Hazard and Hazuba not having the finest of games so far. The AOs of FaZe getting beat up. Nep, Sube, another one bites the dust. Dude. We'll see him later. Sib, nice shots there off the wall jump. The final seconds here of our hard point. And Paris Journalmates, we're looking to fight our way towards that game 5. First set, superb for them. Second set begins now.
Yeah, Paris shaping us up for a game 5. We've had, in this series, 3 players fall off the map. In the past 2 maps, there have been 3 deaths to falling off the map. I think that's more than some entire years combined. I don't know what it is about this game, but this has been, I mean, Clayster's just loving life.
He's just, thank God it's not me. He's not watching this one though, is he? Streaks out. On voice investment. Connection on the first. Here comes the main missile. Again, just enough to slow those boys down, get them out of the time, get now the mates in there. Neptune brought to his knees after a big string of kills, and the Hellstorm goes in. It doesn't do a whole lot, and it gives FaZe an opportunity to turn it around.
And FaZe have the right side spawns as well. A couple pickups need to happen, and Draza takes care of that. You got the right side on lock. You got the top side on lock, and Abuza here first, and set up with a trophy as well. Trophy, the earn rate you get on these is incredibly slow in this game. You got to make sure you're on point when you use them, and I love the setup so far.
Yeah, well, wasted trophy is certainly going to sting teams, especially at the higher level. Envoy somehow managing to slip the perfect line of sight to get into the fight, and what a break it is. 04 now battling to keep his boys alive in this. A 45-point game. As the tank on the map seems to be Envoy, not the actual tank. Get it, chat? Do you get it? Sure you get it. Into the time we go.
And so much for that trophy as well. Yeah, well, I have a trophy. You can have all those guns, and now, well, Paris have one as well. 60-point lead, and I think that was the moment for FaZe to get back in the game, but one guy sneaks through the mid-cut, and everything just evaporates. Paris, once again, in complete control, and our duo of FaZe is getting straight up bullied.
Again, banged out, and it's not been a good hard point so far. We're not getting anywhere nearer a decent time. Looking towards rotation, man, chalk it. You can fight your way back in with a perfect 60 if you can get it. The rotation is on, and Simp is not there. Envoy is, and another win. Another big rotation. Envoy alone now. He's being swarmed by FaZe members, but he's managed to take down one. His teammate find the second. 04 in the back door, finally able to get himself involved, and the battle is now on for time.
And 04 has been fighting for his life. 04 has been fighting for his life the entire map. And finally you stabilize. You get the back spawn, you make sure you get the block, you clear house as well. You're down by 70 points, but for FaZe, a moment of freedom, a moment to breathe.
All good. FaZe finally holding. The bias caster is back. BUYEST chat, just in case you were wondering. 30 to go here. Envoy with an unbelievable attack towards time. And a superb break for Dylan Hannon.
I mean, this is pure annihilation. Can't believe he didn't get the extra 2. The headshot, hit markers rolling through. If it was anyone other than 04, Envoy would have gotten that kill, but Bears have done more than enough.
Baby.
Another clean 4 down, and now the back spawns are not what you want. Now the back spawns are, you are getting trapped in. I mean, Paris just have so much space, so much distance on the map. Neptune's going to be able to soak this up for free.
See the new hop when we go. What do the game call it? Stair room tower. We'll take tower. Boy, that with a flank. Covered. Neptune through the middle of the map. Beautiful work all day. That is it. FaZe, good night. That could be it. One more wave of kills. And the Paris Journalmates, perfect setup now. Great work on the spawns. You name it. This was their game of exposure. They got absolutely eviscerated in that game of Overload, but we are right back to business. And what a bang out we're going to see in our final map. A game 5. Bar any madness now, bar any shenanigans, the FaZe are getting closer and closer to the threshold. No one able to get the contest now. Final 10. Final opportunity here for FaZe. The Paris Gentlemakes are holding the tower down. What a map it's been from them.
I mean, that's just that removal of all doubt. That is 2 dominant hard points rolling through. Another effort where across the board, every single player from Paris Gentlemakes is just there doing their job. Highlight reel plays on highlight reel plays. Neptune was good for a couple threes here and there. Envoy doing the exact same thing. Ghosty feasted on that map as well. And on the flip side for FaZe, I mean, I think their AR duo combined dropped about a 0.5, and 0-4 seemed like the only contributor on the team that map. Hardpoint woes for FaZe Vegas will continue, but you're just looking for those 10 CDL points. You get a win however you can, and Game 5, as Puckett wanted, will be the decider. But yeah, you just see some sufferings on the bottom side and everything looking good up top.
Everything looking real good up top. Also, everything looking real good for my drops. I just got the cold open at Driving 45. Thank you very much, FaZe and Gentlemates. You guys wanted a long one, and you got it. Here's the look at the game flow.
That P1 was a battle. Wow.
Or was it? Was it 11 seconds straight and then 12 seconds straight? You'll never know unless you go back through the VOD. But yeah, a very, very strong hardpoint game from the Gentlemates. Their hardpoint looking very good indeed. Plenty of learnings to be found there for the FaZe boys. Search and destroy though. That's where we go next. Game 5 to Den. Ooh, lordy. This should be good. What a battle we've got. FaZe taking on the Gentlemates. One more map to decide it all here. Our second match of the day, our penultimate match of the day before we get one more after this. Optic, of course, coming after this matchup. Of hey, Chance, quick gut check before we get into this one. How are you feeling?
I'm very excited. I mean, I was expecting to need to lock in for this series. There have been a few blowouts in different game modes, but nonetheless, a Game 5 means the competition, and it is a Game 5 that could potentially change some narratives. So I'm just ready to go.
Could be big indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a very quick commercial break. On the other side of this one, Game 5 between the Paris Gentlemakes and FaZe Vegas. Who walks away with it? We'll find out after this.
Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Monster Energy, official energy drink of the CDL.
shine. Let's go. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. I was born ready. If there ain't pressure, it's the wrong setting. Cause I love a moment facing my opponent. Victories I want it, and that's more many. Not slow and steady. My horsepower is a force, baby. If you know me like I know me, I want trophies, I want confetti.
Game 5 between FaZe Vegas and Paris Gentlemen started up momentarily, folks, and what a great series it has been. Hardpoint dominance from the Paris Gentlemen, a little bit of back and forth when it comes to the 2, 3, and now the 5. We're going to find out who walks away with this one after an electrifying run. Chance, let's do it, baby.
It's going to be a good one indeed. I mean, this series has taught us many different things. You have the FaZe boys whose Euro steps are on point in the game 3s, but they cannot handle Paris in a hard point in any way, shape, or form. That being said, they are getting locked into the S&D. Those poor dummies in the firing range. Simp is just giving them an absolute beatdown. But in Game 5, they decided all. These players have seen it all. Multiple world champs on both of these teams. Envoy holding it down there for Paris. Everybody else trying to get in the mix. And of course, Sid Bedraza holding it down for FaZe. Early start to the year, if you're looking for 10 CDL points, and of course for the standings going into the major, a little bit more pressure on FaZe right now, just because they start off with a loss to the LA Thieves, but maybe nothing too absurd, nothing too insane. Right now, you're just looking to get the extra edge. Simp, the man of the hour when it comes to S&D, be on the lookout. He was entirely on point on map 2.
Yeah, Scar was certainly a lovely place for him on board with the fellas of the Paris Gentlemen. They will be pink arrows on the mini-map. Carrying the bomb now through the middle of the map is going to be Ghosty.
That is insane timing.
A lot of effort from the COD gods to orchestrate that moment. B-bomb site's all theirs.
I mean, when FaZe look at the mini-map over that, they're going to be, wow, we could have just flown through on the flank. We had the timing perfect. Meanwhile, Abuza reigns supreme with the snipe. He gives you the first blood. But as far as a 3v4 goes, you got the bomb down. It's workable.
Definitely workable. And a little ugly. He's going to get away with his life for now. Allow the lads to reinforce and get into the mix. Here we go. Trades are there. Makes only 2 remain. Now to 1. Ghosty. Awkward hops and an unfortunate team kill, but not a massive problem. That will be the bomb defuse with 20 odd seconds to spare, and that will be FaZe Vegas taking the lead.
Yeah, beautiful work out of Abuza. Finds the first blood, lets the pressure come to him, and does enough of a job to stay alive that he's got the team support there on the retake. And again, just the timing that happened off the rip that allowed those FaZe players to sort of double flank through for free. Like, if they get spotted, maybe they wrap back instead of forcing it through, but Call of Duty timing went their way, and so did the sniper shot of Abuza. Sib checking every corner and, well, died because of it.
We're working in with the Jaeger 45, the pistol we use here in the Call of Duty League. A lot of 45 cal action and a lot of action from Abuza. First blood with a nade as well. Over towards the A-bomb site, and the lads are off the wall jumps. They are now hopping their way in on towards the site. A slight shuffle here from the Paris Gentlemen. They're going to make their way towards the back, and a Draza. You can smell that one.
And no bomb plant yet. They fear the sniper. They're waiting for the kills first, and there's the angle you want to deal with the sniper for. You got a 4v2.
Yeah, we're on. And great work again. Up close and personal, whether it's the Dravik or whether it's the ARs, we are in the fight. And now, Ghosty, the Phantom. Bon chance, here we go. In this 2v1. Bomb plant. Still on site. Spotted out. Here comes the reinforce. The trades are going to be difficult to handle. 04 down a bullet. Ghosty, diligent checks. Can't handle Abuza on that naughty tree heady. FaZe Vegas strike again.
And that is a now long-time duo of Abuza and 04 working in those moments as well. And I think Ghosty, many teams, many players, when 04 gets that contact, players start to pinch in. Abuza says, I'm going to be in the best spot I possibly can. And L trigger, you got to come to me, Big Poppy. And well, 4-0 out of the Belgian. Perfect start there for FaZe. And even for the opening blood with the nades, you had Paris round 1 try to throw the exact same set of frag grenades over the top. They messed it up a little bit. FaZe had it dialed in.
I will say, I cannot imagine Abuza saying Big Papi. I love
Not in his lexicon. Yeah, that's not a Boston fan.
No, I think this is an important thing to add to at least his vocab. Unfortunate miss there. Abuza will live to fight another day, and Sib quick reposition. Meanwhile, A-bomb site slowly but surely making it clear. Here comes the package. Stun connection. Draza somehow managing to thread the needle and find a first blood. And that was a player on the bomb site. So now you know it's going down, and you're down a man as well. We're starting to, exhaust the lethals and tacticals. FaZe waiting for the lineup.
Envoy has to deal with the 2 subs. It's just a full group. All 4 players hidden from below.
Oh, here we go, boys. Who's going to strike first? Envoy on the immediate wrap. He's called it. He's made a move. He finds his first. 0-4 on the site now, waiting for the turn. Simp, the pimp, gets another one. And that is going to be 3 rounds in a row for FaZe Vegas.
That's great stuff. That is also not easy to orchestrate. All 4 players going down low. Envoy had the perfect timing and perfect play to try to make that impact, but ultimately they just had the numbers able to get those trades. So a difficult thing indeed. FaZe, it pays off. And this is looking relatively destructive in search and destroy. I mean, there's a bit of a battle on the Scar, but ultimately a 6-3 win, clean, comfortable, and now things on Den looking even easier for FaZe. And I see Abuza's face. He is locked into these comps. Not a fan of David Ortiz, but he's a fan of the S&D round wins.
I got nothing. I've got nothing. B-bomb, here we go. We're throwing it down. Trophies are in place. And smokes are out. Oh no, stun. Trophy, thank you. Neptune, eat that. He gets absolutely bombarded on the inside of small room. Now the B-bomb's still the place to be. Envoy on the big wrap, and he's about to run into serious trouble. Great shoulder. Stays alive. Can Ghosty catch one? Might be catching these hands. A sim the pin mid-map. Great intel. FaZe Vegas are rolling across Den with immaculate coverage. There's another trade, and this round is as good as done.
Yeah, perfectly calculated play. No one on FaZe overcommitting towards that B site. They just let Simp get active on the pinch as the island player. And that is perfectly coordinated, perfectly executed. And they are grouping up to make sure they don't make any mistakes. They know Sib ran off towards Dojo a little bit prior, but since then, no contact. You got number 8 worried about the pinch. Simp and Draza playing together.
Good luck, Sib. There's the coverage from middle of the map, and FaZe, like a well-oiled machine, they ran that round. Every possible avenue, every possible attack, every possible counter, it was there. The boys are well and truly rolling so far. Gentle mates, Charles. We are seeing a drop-off here. Scar was a good match. This one, a little bit of a mismatch.
If I had a rhyme, that'd be great. I was going to talk about their hardpoint. How long do you think it takes FaZe to figure out hardpoint?
A month. Before they're really good, yeah. A month.
That long?
Think of how good Vancouver Surge were in BO6. You take half of that roster.
Yeah. Black Ops 6, I hear you.
Yeah. You think of how good they were back then? Man, you're looking at some good stuff. You're missing some key pieces. But let's face it, there's no slouches here. Envoy gets into the middle of nothing but bad news. He's brought down. Neptune now. Semtex helps. Drabik nearly doesn't. Once again finds himself in trouble. 0-4 on the dive. What a big kill there. And a man advantage now for FaZe Vegas. Ghosty all the time. He lets that man get on towards the bomb site. And now 0-4 runs it down. What an aggressive play. And it's about to be 5-0 here in game 5.
And in the meantime, Sib is just chasing a ghost. He was looking for Abuza, and Abuza disappeared to the other side of the map. That's bombed down. You got to cross it. That's a great read and a great start, and you get wall banged immediately. This is a suffocating performance. And 0-4, giddy, happy, the jolliest man getting in the Christmas spirit.
Well, you know why? Because he just said, let's go, big puppy, and the whole room laughed. Because they thought, I would never have imagined you to say that. Bangs through the garage door into what? I mean, tin, small room, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. Match point FaZe. Boy, I bet the desk is sweating.
I mean, this is what I don't know how many 6-0s you have over the course of like a CDL season, but maybe in a similar fashion to people falling off the map in this game. Maybe 6-0s in S&D will be a slightly more predominant than we are accustomed to. And if it starts like that, of course, Abusa from downtown gets the credit, but a team effort demoralizing into game 5.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that will be all she wrote. FaZe Vegas 6-0 in game 5. That was as good as it could possibly get. As good as it could possibly get. Wow. I stunned Paris Gentlemates. Much to ponder there. The search and destroy. And of course the overload. An unbelievable turnaround. As FaZe Vegas, those who are counting them out. Desk. Desk. Those who counted them out. They are back with a vengeance. What a series.
I mean, this is clearly like the homework that they did was like focus on the S&D, because they're coming up with some, different level pre-nades as well. Got them on both the offensive and defensive end to just get the impacts in the first 10 seconds of the round there. But I mean, that is 6 for 6 on the first blood front for FaZe. There's not a single round you could really address any degree of issue. And I mean, for Paris Gentlemates, I can't even be mad at them. What were they supposed to do? They just got bullied out in a game 5. Clean, efficient work across the board for FaZe. Absolutely tippable. And I mean, again, as you say, it might take them a month to figure out the hard point, but their homework in the other game modes right now, getting an A+. FaZe, 10 CDL points, maybe changing some narratives a little bit as well.
Well, we always joke about at the start of the year, you have the opportunity to, pad your stats, to pad your skill points. And right now, it ain't in hard point for FaZe. But I am the #1 FaZe Vegas fan. That's right. I got my own sign. I got my own badge. That's right. That's me. That's me. That's me. How about that, Desk? How about it, Desk? You had the chance. You had the opportunity to turn it around.
Get more free pink clothes. We know you, Miles. Well
this
done,
obsession
FaZe
is odd.
Vegas. I don't know why Miles is being so tough on the fans. It's the first time they got one prediction wrong all week in Nameless.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, prior to the series, you did predict it going to a game 5. Thought it would be Gentlemates, but listen, Vegas FaZe, unbelievable in search and destroy. 6 first bloods, pre-nades together. Abusa got 2 rounds.
Yeah, he got a double.
First blood just from a nade, a double in the final, some snipe first bloods as well. Like, they came to play.
How are you like burnt peanut? Do you call them LeBrons, or are you still classic Kobe's with the grenades?
I say I'd have to be a classic Kobe for sure. And I mean, this is the FaZe Vegas. We knew this was going to be a good S&D team. And honestly, like a 2-3-5, they pulling out overloads like that, I don't hate it. And on the side of Paris Gentlemates, it's just hard. I mean, you're losing first blood on a map like Den. It's just so difficult to play out those trades because it's such a trade-heavy map. And Simp alone usually counts for 2 people already. So unfortunately, Paris Gentlemate's going to have to hit the lab when it comes to Den, Search, and Destroy. But for FaZe Vegas, I mean, you're feeling great.
And FaZe was able to win the first 2 events of last season. Then they kind of fell off towards the end of the year.
Not bad, FaZe.
How do they compare in Search and Destroy today to then last season?
Yeah, I mean,
because 14-3 from the 2 new guys ain't bad.
No, it's extremely hard to evaluate that based on we just haven't seen enough matches. But from this in particular, I was coming into this thinking Gentlemates are one of the stronger search and destroy teams that we've seen so far, especially trying to deal with the Sib sniper. Well, in this one, it wasn't really an issue at all. Getting rid of it quick, finding the first bloods. I mean, when you find 6 first bloods in a row, I can't even think of like many games where I've done that before.
It's time for a monster winner spotlight. We got the one and only Chris Lair. He's here. He's there. He's every freaking where. Chris Lair. Chris Lair. Simp, well done. You get a W and you shut up all of the haters. Congratulations. A big win over Paris tonight. Talk to me about the evolution from the loss against LA Thieves in 3 to the win tonight in 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we did get 3-0 by Thieves, but I think all those maps were close. And I think especially the search, we definitely threw away. And I feel like we didn't really take, obviously we took things away from it, but we didn't be too hard on ourselves about it. I still think we got to lock in a little bit on our hard points. But overall, I think we made good adjustments on overloading, in particular. And our S&D is still good.
Absolutely.
Chris, obviously you were part of, that last Dynasty roster. You guys teamed together for so long. And now on this team, it looks like completely different out there with you guys and the search and destroy preparation on another level. Was that the idea in building this roster and just like trying to be the most prepared team possible going in?
I think it was just more of a, I mean, Tyler kind of said it best yesterday. I think everyone kind of just needed a vibe switch. And with this team in particular, I feel like we're a really good, just grind heavy team. And especially towards the end of the year, I'm really confident in where we'll be. Obviously we started slow with getting 3-0'd and whatever happened in the monster tournament, but I still feel like, the Gentlemen are a pretty solid team at the moment. And
Yeah.
I feel like the way we won is just, it shows how good we are.
I mean, it looked like a knowledge gap in the search and destroy and the overload. So congrats to you guys.
100%. Talking about
Thank
that
you.
overload, I want to ask you kind of like how you guys feel about the game mode, how you approached it being a brand new game mode heading to the season, and obviously starting so quickly as well. It looks like maybe you have a little bit of a better grasp on it than the other teams. Is it something that clicked instantly, or is that something specifically you guys tried to be ahead of early?
For me, it's definitely something I think we were trying to be ahead of when the game mode first came out.
Yeah.
I think everyone's still learning it and how to take map and kind of just overall how it plays. I mean, even in our Thieves match, like that's probably the most insane overload we've seen for quite some time, to be honest. And yeah, I don't know. I think we're in a good spot with it. I think it's a little bit like uplink in terms of like the map control you need and like kind of how you play waves. So
yeah,
I still feel like, it is a new mode, but I still feel like there's hints of other modes that help you like learn it faster.
Yeah. Do you like it?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great switch up from Control, especially towards the end of last year. I think Control was just hard to grasp, in my opinion. I feel like it was super fast paced with the spawns, and it became very offense heavy, I'd say. So I think right now, Overload's in a good spot.
Awesome stuff. Simp, we're going to let you go. You finished week 1 with a 1-1 record. Congratulations.
Thank you. You absolute beasts.
That is Chris Lair, FaZe Vegas, walking away with the dub over the Gentlemates, who also finished 1-1. And that means we have just one more match on the night. Is Minnesota going 2-0, or is it Optic Texas, the decider, coming up on the other side of the break?
She wants this to go so bad.
Scuff, official controller of the CDO.
Monster Energy, official energy drink of the CDO.
Big stepper when I walk, money maker when I talk. Another boys on a mission, never put them in a box. Clawing to the top, jaws open while they watch. Yeah, I'm getting to the chicken, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the life of the party, know it's going down. If they wanna talk about me, I'ma tell them how. I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, Everybody wanna be like me, fast lane, steady whipping 2 doors off speed. Everybody wanna be like me, but that's something that they never gonna be.
G2 Minnesota walked away with a Game 5 victory over Cloud9 last night, and that leads to a 1-0-1-0 showdown. Somebody's going to finish opening weekend perfect, the other 1-1, just like Paris Gentlemates and Vegas FaZe. What's up, everybody? We got Nameless, we've got Rosalie. I'm Chris Puckett here at the desk, and we're getting into the final fight of the night. Let's start here with our stars, Mercules versus Mamba, 2 pop-off players in their individual performances. But I think we should talk about the Wrangler here, the AR, the real-life cowboy taking on his fellow Texans. Yeah. Expectations for the rookie tonight.
Yeah, to continue how he started off. In that overload yesterday, he absolutely popped off 4,000 damage, 1,000 more than the second closest guy on his team, and that's the respawn that they won, right? You win 2 search destroys in a respawn, that's all you need to win a series, and it's seeming like it's going to be that recipe in order to take down a team like Optic.
I think a big thing is that he was kind of the closer for the team yesterday, right? Like, what is G2 Minnesota without going to a Game 5? And he went 8-2 with almost 1,200k damage in that last map to solidify the win. And that's where you're going to need a guy like that, right? And coming from your rookie, you're feeling great. And their only issue yesterday for me was play a little more together.
Is this a 2-3-5 team?
No. They look good they look well-rounded. They look good in the hard points. They got edged out at the end of both of them.
It was just a couple of mistakes. That's all it was.
Yeah, and we talked to Mamba, and he said sometimes they just need to slow down their pace when they do give themselves an advantage. And we have seen that in Kremp and Estriel's history, right? Like, they pop off, maybe don't know when to reel it in a little bit. Well, that's something you're hoping Skies can get this team to all get on the same page with.
Skies, speaking of, has one of the most entertaining snipers in the league. Tonight, he takes on Dashy, who I hope will be sniping for Optic Texas. Let's take a look at our green team that is on top of the leaderboard after a lot of wins in the preseason. They were expected to be the top squad in the CDL. Back-to-back world champions. They are on top of the mountain. But how close are they to falling down a step or two?
I don't think they're close, Chris, to be honest. I mean, we take their series versus the Falcons, and it's like when your ARs are going almost double positive, like you should be in an incredibly comfortable spot, especially when you have players like Hook and Shotzi as your front line. So for them, it's just about consistency. I would love to see them in a tight spot, though, and I think maybe G2 Minnesota could be one of those teams that'll put them in those uncomfortable situations, right? And kind of see how they react to that.
Or deal with that pace. You know, we keep talking about it as much of a negative where, I mean, if things are going your way and you're finding those kills, it can be positive. And that's something G2 has definitely shown us so far. But yeah, with this Optic Texas team, we talked about it in the pre-show today. They really haven't shown us any weakness at all.
Really.
They've just been lights out. I mean, start to finish.
With that said, is there a strength here in our best of 5 as we take a look at the maps and modes that Mercules, Dashy, Hook, and Shotzi will be facing off against G2 on? Is it Surge? Hardpoint? Overload?
I think the respawns are great for Optic, yeah, so it's really just...
I was trying to buy time, and there they are.
Yeah, I mean, the Scar Hardpoint's a map that G2, it just got away from them a little bit. They lost it by 25 points. Probably feeling confident there if you're Optic Texas, and then as well as the Dens. We've seen them on that a couple of times, whether that be preseason or their last match, feel comfortable in Overload.
Listen, Scar is where Optic Texas beat Falcons by over 100 points, and then that Den Overload is where they beat them 4-1. Incredibly comfortable is where Shotzi went 32-16. So hoping somebody on side G2 Minnesota Rock will be able to match that.
I will say, Raid Search, the sniper is lethal on that map. So if you're on Sky's Dash, you watch. If Dash is going to be a sniper, it's going to be an exciting one.
How far back am I? I think I'm like 5 back already through 3 days in our Scuff predictions. Let's take a look here.
Right.
4-4. Okay, just 3 back. All right. I'm going to go with the safe pick. I got to go Optic Texas. I think it's going to be a 3-1, though. We at least get a 4th game.
Yeah, I'll go with that as well. I'll go that 3-1. I got Optic Texas winning this one. I think G2 could take that search and destroy.
I think it'll be a 3-1 as well. I'll have to echo you guys. We'll go Optic Texas for sure.
Shift. Indiana is the best college football team on the planet right now. Who's the best Call of Duty team, though?
Is that a real question? I think just based off of the obvious results.
Answer the question, Jeff.
Like, yeah. It's Optic right now. G2's got like this hot new rookie, but Shotzi's sitting there saying, I win. Google me. Shout out Kurt Signetti.
I win.
Jay's got no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm here for it.
No clue. I'm excited for this one, though, Al.
Yeah, same. Easy transition, easy segue. Jay's is going to be locked. This is, I think, for me, just a G2 Prove It series. You know, coming off of the long lower bracket run that really impressed a lot of us and really shattered expectations about what this G2 roster could do. Following up with the Game 5 win yesterday, and now a real big test with Optic looking complete across all three modes.
Yeah, I think this is a really good test for G2 as well, because like you said, in the preseason, you get in a couple of top fours, you're feeling fantastic, taking out some of the Titans that we have going into the season. But then yesterday you get tested. You go all the way to a Game 5 and you're able to face adversity and come out on top of it. It's just now, early into the season, this is where you want to see where you truly stand versus potentially the best team in the game in Optic Texas, who go flawless versus the Falcons. G2 go all the way to a Game 5. But the true question for me, Al, is the way that Estrio and Crimp have been playing recently with their SMGs, can they keep it up versus this kind of firepower?
Very true, very true. And you also got to kind of keep in mind, there was that look on this map earlier today with the Falcons.
Oh, no way.
ARs, but Shotzi doesn't need an AR, he just needs a body shield. And Kremp, Skies, both going to fall, and a statement has already been made early. No hesitations. Optics saying, we're going to take you in every single way.
Yeah, look at how they have them trapped, Al. Everything on the minimap is currently being blocked. You know, if you're Shotzi, everyone on you is going to be around that blue area. So just being a nuisance behind enemy lines, forcing them to consistently try to locate where he is. Already off to a 4-0 start, makes it almost 5. But at least for now, even with Optic having such a great start, you're only down by 6 of your G2 and you have rotation.
That is, I would say, like what we're seeing right here out of G2 is kind of one of the things that I really thought was an early identifier of them in that lower bracket run in the preseason events, where they really did look like they just could keep composure even when things started to get a little out of hand, which is a good sign of maturity, as Skies is able to find 2 before Dashy gets the trade. Estriel, the pop-up man, lots of damage onto Hook, but cannot finish the kill. So G2 will hold the hard point for now, but Optic quick off the respawn, trying to recontest.
Yeah, how are they going to get their way back into this HP? At least it's off the opening kill from the nuke, but Mamba from up top almost lines up 3, and it was Hook who started off the fights, and he's the last man standing. The second push gets shut down. G2 are looking for a flawless hold here at the B2, and Optic might not have any decisions to make. We might have to just go new.
Yeah, you very well may have to, and that looks like that's going to be the call, as Merc is already on the way over. Has one player spawning with him, but it's all G2 over the second hard point. Astral's going to soak up that final bit of time. Looks like Mamba's going to join him here, though, to possibly maybe try to combat this Optic setup from multiple angles. They actually get Mercules to spawn behind P2, so an opportunity here for G2 to move quickly, but now the pinch is underway. Merc's going to find a freebie, and G2 will be pushed away back to mid-map.
Yeah, I love the way that G2 are trying to set that up. Obviously, you want to put pressure on every single side to spawn them a certain way so then you can set up that pinch and find an early break. But when you find success on the backside, you're too slow on the opposite, and then Skies gets isolated. Now spawns flip. So Optic are keeping themselves into the mix. You currently have the nuke just roaming through top green, not going to allow spawners a free roam out of the spawn, but doesn't even matter. All the focus is on top green. Everybody else is on the HP, and G2, they get the break.
That's a great timing for finding 4 down as well. Not only do you get the back part of this 30 seconds, but you also have the freedom to get Kremp into a power position to watch this rotation. Problem is, he never saw Mercules. So now Optic have established that, yep, we're playing for the Roto. Estriel, the next one up, gets one for free. Looking for Merc, but instead finds Hook. So Optic will be able to contest new, but the lead for G2 is pretty sizable, and they actually get Estriel to still spawn close, so they could actually battle this pretty quickly, and the first 2 kills come through from Minnesota, and they're going to take the initial time with that final kill from Kremp.
And that's a clean 4 dead. Now the score line is only going to get worse for the green wall. You got to break your way through broken plane and right center of the middle of the map. You need to win a couple of gunfights, and thankfully you got a Mercules who's able to line up a double. The spawn's still going to be in for G2, but not for long. They know it. They know that they still have to be in the vicinity. Let's clear it out so we can walk away with this final 30, and that's a very good break there from Optic.
Very quick, very clean, maybe a little bit too easy of a break there for Optic. Hook almost able to go from one to another, but at least holds off the potential for G2 to hit this scrap time with any sort of significant force. A couple of kills over the middle of the map in on transition, back over towards the north side of the minimap. will have G2 looking to set themselves up for a rotational win to new. But Optic will have all 4 members and the clean scrap time to get them back to within 30 points and have a chance to try to find what they want to do on this rotation battle. And they're going to clean out the middle of the map to get some entryway over towards new.
Yeah, now they can fly their way in towards top green. Hoop, the nuke is just looking for a timing, but Krebs gets the better of him there. 2 make it 3 dead in the feed. Even though G2 are trapped towards the backside of green, you know that all of Optic have to break through the front side. We just got to get someone in towards Deli, and you can already see Krep on your mini-map. He's going to be the guy calling out the cross, having everybody weak, just set up his teammates for a couple freebies, but he falls, and now Optic are here.
Yeah, Sky's in some trouble. He will drop. G2 will have a couple members who spawn close, and we'll see how they handle this back 30 seconds as we jump to a G2 Minnesota list mid.
I'm done. I should back on us. Back. Watch out that.
Nice. Let's get done.
I'm blocking. Don't block. Did we block P5? Yeah, you know. They could have. I'm taking live top blue. Okay. Take live top blue. I'm just taking live top blue. I don't shop play. I should shop. I'm taking live top blue. Wait.
Son of a.
Yeah, still have blue. I'm coming to you. Let's play a line. Yeah, I'm top blue roof. Merc.
I hear.
I'll see him. Watch out on you.
You can go green to me. You can go green. Oh, you're green. One shot green. That's it. One shot green. That's it.
I got right now. Wait, I'm just watching time. I need to be cut.
That's fine. I get your zone.
Be cut. Oh, shot. Then one shot green. Last 2 minutes top green. Nice. I got time.
Let's make cut.
I got time. They're gonna green 1 bullet. Top green 1 bullet.
Dead on me.
They're gonna be. I realize. Top green dead.
I'm saying jet. She block.
I'm blocking. Keep playing your left. Left, Kyler. They're both of them.
Left heavy then.
They're both weak. 2 left. I'm shot. I'm watch. I don't see him on the pitch. Stop Merc. You know shot dead.
I'm reaching green. Give me a sec.
In shot Merc.
I'm not pitching green. He's on top of my AP.
Brandon, we can know.
Nice. Take your time. 1 bullet. There's 2.
I'm playing left.
Dash on time.
Yo, it's my man. They're gonna put your side. They're gonna put your cut. I'll get next. Time one shot. Half time top blue. Time top blue. Let's do. Go right. Go mid. Just pressure. Yeah, pressure for now. No, Cat, Kyler, one shot, Cat. Low, maybe shot.
I'm one shot.
I'll pull Brandon.
Nothing low, you can be Cat now. I'm pitching guys.
One shot. I roll.
I thought you low time on one shot.
Low time, one shot, Merc. One shot.
We're good, forward. Alright, I'm on time.
Alright, I go, stay top.
I'm looking in the corner.
No, don't. We're good. I have your Cat. No, Cat, need me. Low, Brandon, one shot, need me. Stop the running across dead. No, low. Brandon, watch on you. Close that. Kyler can pinch that. Pinch. Need flooding.
I heard.
I'm behind all of them. Zero.
I'm blocking.
Missing one. Watch out. I'm with you. Give me a second. Give me a R-type blue box, Kyler.
I'm at the jet.
Watch out, Kyler roll. Alright, I'm going through green. They can pitch this. They can make a timing summon.
Two front. One's gonna be
I'm gonna pitch the front. Stay alive. I got one float. One deep. Give me a second.
He's weak. I couldn't say that. He's weak. He's running the time. Weak, Dashy.
Brandon, I'm ninja as well. Name mid. I'm going mid, guys. I'm going mid. Give me a second. Alright, in the mid. Short. I'm waiting for you. Short. What's the left?
I got him jet.
Yeah, I'm one shot. I'm one shot. Can't
no jet.
I'm pitching green, guys.
Time weak, Murky.
Your time is dead. What's the key on you?
Nice. They might split.
One more. It's fine. Let's get that time. Mind me. I'm one shot. I have mid. Can they go mid or not? No.
Front Kyler.
Two front. Alpha. One start. Jet Merc. Dead.
We're gonna start flipping.
Watch your boat. Close. I have a cut. Yo, mind me. One low. Got one. No low. I'm 35 streaks. This one's still. Push my boat.
Deep zone. Kyler, weak as shit.
I'm waiting for the guy behind us. Right,
watch out.
Don't just one out.
There's no one in the back of him.
Nice.
Kyler.
How about the grittiness from G2 Minnesota continuing to keep this furious fast pace, and it's got Optic and a little bit of a blunder. Shotzi's just 11-26, cannot find any timings.
Yeah, they're just getting caught off guard completely. G2 are in full control of this map from start to finish. The teamwork aspect, especially with a new roster, you expect that to take some time. But these guys have all been like system players throughout their career. You put that together, especially with early grinding as a team, this is what it looks like. They have been in control of this HP. Only need 35 seconds to close out the game. Optic trying to make it something out of nothing with this final 30 seconds, but G2 are just in the driver's seat.
Yeah, this back 20, very important for Optic. This game not out of reach, but again, it's coming close to the closing bell, it feels like, especially with Estral just trying to continue to finesse those last couple of seconds for contest. But Optic's going to clean things up and now have a chance to, with numbers, move across the map. Good win initial from Shotzi. Dashy better as he's able to win the crash site back, and you get space for Mercules. Hold your horses. We've seen comebacks of larger deficits before, and it may happen again, but Kremp spawns behind Optic, and there's a chance to break this hard point open with the Hellstorm.
Yeah, that's such a sticky spawn. You got to make sure you're guaranteed blocking the back of green 4P5, because Kremp gets blessed with one opportunity. He makes the most of it, even with Optic. Now spawning on the backside of green, the Hellstorm is already gonna be felt, and G2 are just getting closer and closer to taking map 1.
Yeah, that is just deadly timing for a 4 down and a Hellstorm just... Yeah, sure will. G2, again, that frenetic pace keeps Optic out of the running for a lot of those money hills the second set, and the deficit too large to overcome today, Jay.
Yeah, it was just way too slow of a start right there for Optic, especially around that P2 HP. When we're talking about if you're G2, all right, Optic had a perfect start to the game. You get a 4 dead, you're trapping towards the backside of blue, you have all the map control. But then the one opportunity to let G2 out, that's when they were able to capitalize on it. And it's so hard to keep track of when they are in flow, because you get a full 60. Now you have Optic playing on the back foot, always playing catch up, but they have to play perfect because they're not winning their timing fights. Every single time for G2, there was no hesitation on certain plays. The way that Kremp, the way that Estral played, and even Mamba at certain points was hitting pinches, knowing that this is the window that we needed, and I was able to capitalize on it. Perfectly played out of G2 in an opening HP. This is one that they fell short versus Cloud9. And the fact that they were able to, you know, withstand the early assassination from Shotzi and move forward in the dominant fashion that they did, G2 are not to be messed with.
No, not at all. 4,400 damage from Mamba, by the way. Just kind of flexing his way around the map. And when we were enlisted, and I kind of mentioned it to you, it's just like when Estral gets the ability to sit in the hard point and just play ratty, you're going to get someone who's essentially a super soaker that's good for a 1-for-1 at worst, almost every single life. And then you've got the experience that comes with Skies and Kremp to where you just trust Mamba that he can go into blackout mode and do whatever he wants. And that has been a recipe for success. We saw them in that lower bracket run at the Invitational, and it continues to be pretty pertinent throughout a lot of stages of this map here today. And map number 1. It didn't see maybe as much of it against Cloud9 yesterday. Still, I mean, both those hard points were tremendously tight and close, but this felt just that little bit of extra polish and just even working against some difficult situations, making the right reads, making the right calls, and really capitalizing.
Yeah, that's good stuff there from G2. And with the early roster, like I said previously, it usually takes time to find yourself in this kind of form versus a team in Optic who didn't make any roster changes. The only team who didn't make any roster changes, so they should have all the chemistry in the world. But when you put in the work, you're able to see early results. And that's exactly what map 1 was all about. G2 were in control for a majority of the map. And it was all off the P2s, Al. Optic couldn't find a way on in. They couldn't set up pitches through Delhi because they were forced to funnel their way through the front side, and just not winning any gunfights is going to lead to a game flow like that. Raid Search and Destroy should be fun. This would be a really good one. because obviously it's a classic. If you are in the chat, or for anyone that has played Call of Duty for quite some time, you've seen Raid in the mix multiple years. But this time it's a little bit different now with the wall bouncing. You have so many different angles of approach, especially early information gainers, like just pushing your way through mid-sync, jump spotting through mid to read the early pressure if they're going to get aggressive and try to take the map away from you. You can get early comms like that to make adjustments off of your setup. So I think if you are Optic, you know what Dashy is capable of with that sniper in hand, but this is a map where you're definitely looking at shots. He should just find his openings, get loose, and just be a nuisance to try to stir this series back into their favor.
Agreed. And you heard it from the desk. The anticipation surrounding the two likely snipers may be a bit of an outcome determiner. I mean, we definitely saw that with FaZe in the last series. First bloods, whether it be by set nades or picks from the scope, were game changers. I mean, just dominating through rounds in 4v3 situations early for free was kind of the name of the game for FaZe, and it's been kind of a recipe for really both these two teams. I mean, we see it a little bit maybe more so from Optic because of their ability to play, you know, the case on LAN with the extended series that they played versus pairs in particular. But yeah, even G2, their lower bracket run, part of it, but also just yesterday watching them play very clean search and destroy in the map 2, map 5 versus Cloud9 has us, I think, really excited to see how deep this map will go now looking at Raid. And I'm excited for these guys because, like you said, like, there's no shortage of knowledge when it comes to what Raid brings to you, but the way it plays in this game is obviously unique to previous instances of it. So it's just down to what you can do, taking some familiar knowledge, but finessing it with what you have in terms of a toolkit of this new movement ability that we've got with the wall jump.
Oh yeah, you're gonna see a lot of the strategies that we've seen for years on years. It's just now we have to advance those strategies with an extra wall bounce, gain some early information, because you got to think, Al, for the last couple of years that we've seen Raid, when you're trying to contest B at the B steps, you're usually head glitching the bottom of the steps to try to contest top window. Now you can wall bounce off of the wall and challenge really high towards that top window. So even bread and butter setups on post plants are completely different now. But Raid El Clasico, who doesn't love themselves this map?
Well, let's get it on here. Map number 2, Optic looking for the bounce back. G2 looking to assert that search and destroy dominance. Nade into Zig actually really hurts the G2 offense, but still a nade on the opposite side reveals that there is a member for Optic playing somewhere towards kitchen, if not maybe even in middle, which is the case. Shotzi playing forward has not been seen yet by Estriel. A couple of the stray shots and a cooked up nade goes Dashy's direction, and it will connect, but not enough to find the kill. Estriel now in trouble, trying to back away, and Shotzi's on the hunt, but no, gets pushed down. And on the flip side, Kremp finds another onto Dashy. That opens up the map pretty convincingly.
And now Kremp is able to get information onto another player, so you can send your teammates potentially for the kill onto the nuke. But you force Optic to now hit that rotation over towards A, but Kremp is going to fall to the hands of Mercules, and this is where if you're the bomb carrier in the skies, B was wide open. We might just want to get this projected down on the opposite side, but time's ticking.
Yeah, but now that they worry about this rotation coming through kitchen, but Optic has not seen Skies maybe initially. Now they have him for sure, and yeah, that's enough for Mercules to secure the kill. That might even just win the round. Mamba trying to chase. Down as Merc gets the read and burns him in place. Huge double for Mercules, and Optic strike first.
Well, that's good plays right there from Optic, even in the man disadvantage. Shotzi tried to be the playmaker with Estriel being one shot to push down water steps to find that first blood, but once he gets taken down, Mercules is able to respond to instantly make it a 3v3. But I thought once G2, especially Kremp, wins that one-on-one versus Dashy towards Ring, you know that there's going to be a rotation coming in. You get information onto the nuke, but instead of just thinking about that objective first, getting the bomb down at B, and allowing Kremp to just still be the ISO player, you just get caught by Optic. They force it into a 2v2, able to spot Skies going into money, shut down the bomb plant, and then Mercules. That guy always wins some insane gunfights. Optic 1-0.
Doesn't matter the year, and based on the off-season events, doesn't seem to matter what title of COD we're playing. He's got it all. Optic with early eyes towards A. Nades all over inner ring, but doesn't look like really either team has gotten much info off of this. That's cooked for over the top of Laundry from Mercules, but does not land. So the defense still keeps themselves relatively concealed, and we're just going to get a pretty even split of the map with Hook maybe trying to challenge Laundry window, and yeah, his sky is low, but can't finish his food, and we'll reset.
Yeah, but it's so difficult if you watch Raid for years to get this bomb down at A when you don't have Laundry control, so you try to send it on in, and there's too many players from G2 set up for the push. Dashy's able to find one shot, he gets picked up on the pinch, and now Dashy in a 1v3 pistol. You can't count him out of this one now.
No, you cannot. Oh! But the chow comes through. It's tight. It's close. And I think we all went there in our minds for a moment of, ooh, maybe. But yeah, G2, if you see it, Hook is looking to try to create that space like you called in laundry. And he turns the corner and sees the entire state of Minnesota looking at him. And that is essentially what just turns this on its head. But Dashy keeps it interesting, to put it plainly. 1-1 we go. Second offense coming up for G2.
And that's already one life down for Dashy with the snipe in hand. You can never count him out, even when they're up close and personal like this. But thankfully, Estriel doesn't allow him to regen, doesn't allow him to get comfortable for the reach out. And you're able to tie the game. So now going forward for the green, raw strategy's got to change up a little bit, because you definitely want Dashy with that sniper late game.
Yeah. Shotzzy's seen by Crimp on the little bounce off the Zig wall. Keep in mind that, like you said, whoa, little whack-a-mole action at Zig. I was going to say, with Dashy already, like you mentioned, down once, he's got Mercules here for help in case things get mixy. You just don't want to lose that tool early. Bomb making its way forward. Defensive nade from Mercules actually blows up the van right in front of Mamba. I'm not sure if that tagged Crimp or not. Looks like it may have, because Shotzzy tries to come back over towards pillars, but doesn't like what he sees. And we'll get into now the actual execution if it is going to be at A. But no, it's going to back off, and Mercules may actually catch this from behind, but doesn't make a difference. Minnesota have gotten the kills they need to sprint to B.
Now in the 4v2, let's just try to get the bomb down immediately, because Dashy on the wrap back towards basketball can at least find one, get information on the rest. Still in the man up advantage. Mercules is able to get out of dodge on the pinch with 40 seconds to go. Down by 1. Time's ticking.
Merc mid-map. Whoa! Smokes Crimp. So now it's on to Dashy, trying to play against Skies at bedroom, and he gets a good look at him, but Skies will get the kill.
Wait a minute.
A heck of a call from Merc. Skies
can't see it from low.
He's got to come back over to them. They can't see him. They can't see him. And Merc is just going to sit there and defuse the bomb. Credit to Dashy for putting the damage in initially to back off Skies, and Mamba is worried about the flank, and Merc's like, sorry, too late. I got this.
And that's a 2v4 there, Al. You cannot allow that to happen if you are G2. You played it perfectly. You had information on Shotzzy. Esri was the one-on-one over towards Tiki, but this is the only play that Mercules had, and the fact that no one is in a position to spot the bomb is crazy to me, but that's because they had no information on Merc. Dashy was able to keep Skies at bay, open up that lane, and then just committing on the bomb site. This young man can do no wrong.
And now a little bit of extra aggression starting to step up for Optic once again. This time, Hook will stay back as the bomb carrier, and Shotzzy will go on the rogue mission. But Dashy's dropped, and G2 have taken over Art. So Optic are in a bit of a pickle. What do? Do you push through this, or do you back up and try to find some space behind you?
Oh, but it looks like Shotzzy already finds an opening. You're going to be able to find Skies for free or not. The pistol hits different in certain players' hands. Hook and Mercules combined for 2, but Mamba effective on the trade, and now it's the nuked. Left to try to clutch on up.
And he should know that both players for G2 were over towards A side. But instead of going for a plant to put the clock in his favor, he's going to see if he can catch someone on rotation. But as you see at G2 taking a passive route of their own, they're going to go back up to bedroom and see if they can right the wrongs that were previously served in this location. 24 on the clock. Hook now the one who has to initiate the next move. Checks mid, doesn't see anything. G2 also missing info on where Hook has gone off to, and they're going to meet likely here around the A site. Mamba and Cramp going to B instead, and Hook's going to get a chance to reset the 1v2. Here comes Cramp trying to quickly move his way over to contest.
Were they able to spot him on the exit? I think Mamba was. So now you're going to set up a pinch to try to trap him towards White Van. Yeah, early shots go down, and Cramp from a different angle is able to secure it there for G2. Just well executed from G2 to just take mid-map away from them. So far, Optic on 2 offensive approaches have gone slowly towards Ring. This time, Kremp, instead of working the deep pinch, just instantly takes Zig away. No one ready to contest him in towards red. You find the first blood. You trap in Optic towards the back, but it all comes down to Shotzzy not winning that gunfight versus Skies, man. You get the jump on him. It's a sniper pistol, and even with the pistol in hand, Skies is able to take down one of the best SMGs that we've ever seen. G2, tie of the game.
Huge. That kill goes the other way. It's pretty much a guaranteed round for Optic.
Oh, yeah. Because they have laundry control, and then you plan it for that side. That's just the bread and butter of how you want to play red S&D.
So Mambo very well is going to say 3 in a row until those nades land right over the top. That's again that set play with multiple nades hitting into the backside of the Zig stairs. Those are some insane nades to land out and at least get information. This time it does better than that by finding the first 2. And G2's offense has to essentially feel like it's stuck in the mud.
Oof.
As Skies is now vulnerable with this scope out in the 2v4.
Hey, this is Sky's potential last life with the sniper in hand, and unfortunately looking the wrong way. Dashy's able to locate him, and Estrio now left in a 1v3. 45 seconds to go. You're going to try to look for a kill before you even think about this objective, but Optic aren't really going to give one up for free.
No. Estrio does not go top art. Hercules is waiting. Easy pickings. All of that guaranteed thanks to the set nades once again at Zig. We saw it, the opening round from G2's offense getting tagged by those nades. And Optics seem to think that that's going to be something they can use round after round here as it continues to find value.
Yeah, it's just their constant. It's their constant, Al, because those nades connect through mid-Zig. You cannot contest Shotzzy when he's trying to push mid-box. Like, you can't, because you're already one shot. You turn that corner with no information. You have no idea who's sitting on the front side of kitchen potentially pre-aiming you. So that's a good stuff play right there from Optic. Just set up Shotzzy in a playmaking position. But now with Skies falling on that round, there's no more sniper in play for G2. So completely different strategies on that side.
Yeah. And also, I was going to say, frees up Dashy to get more aggressive. No one have anything to counter, but Crep from pool stairs catches Dashy off guard, especially considering that was 3 Optic members playing that round. So that's a bold route from Crep. It works out to trade off the first blood. We'll go 3v3 the rest of the way.
3v3 the rest of the way, and no more snipers the rest of the way for both squads. And all the map control in favor of G2. Look how far pushed up Kremp is. He basically has A unlocked. You already put someone in a position to contest on the backside of Tiki. And this is going to fall into the hands of Krep. The trigger discipline might be the best move here.
Or does Hook check it? Now slides over, and Kremp will get one for free back off. And we'll, have some safety playing over on the ring itself. Ooh, what do we got? Yeah, Kremp's gonna see both. Nice shot onto Shotzzy. And you know Mercules is nearby. There's the confirmation of it, but the teammate on the corner, easy follow-up. And G2 still cooking up with some magic of their own with that opening round from Kremp.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened right there, Al, because Optic completely blind counters them. There's 2 players that go through water step. Optic get the first, but they don't spot Kremp on the push-up. And then Dashy's thinking, all right, my water step should be guaranteed. And if they get aggressive through raid, who cares? We can just get the bomb that I beat for free. But the fact that Kremp is able to equalize immediately, shuts down the sniper, picks it up in the back pocket, and locates one on the round with it. This is just what the young man does in Search and Destroy. Play after play. He's never afraid to make it.
So 3-3 into the next G2 offense. Deep trophy this time for Minnesota, not wanting to fall to any of those opening Optic set nades. Shotzzy still playing a kitchen. Ezreal seems to think he's got a timing here, and he does. First blood for Minnesota. Middle of the map also goes their way, and Kremp's getting aggressive. Almost finds one at money window, but that's an open B side if they want it.
Oh, but you got to keep in mind, if you're Ezreal, you are the bomb carrier. You do push out towards back B ball, but the hip fire doesn't connect. Hook is able to take care of Kremp in a gunfight. He definitely should have lost, but 3v3, 50 seconds.
Do we have a replay of just Kremp's face? Because you can see him just like go to a land of disbelief. Skies trades out Hook as we get to a 2v2 here with 40 on the clock. Bomb down just behind A. But Dashy's rotated over. Wow, bullet away from taking care of Mamba. So Skies and Mamba now have to work together as the information is pretty known that they're sitting and trapped over at Laundry.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough, especially with Dashy throwing that extra shoulder to gain the info that they're pushing out towards ring. Time is ticking. Eventually, someone's got to think about that objective, but you get some information onto Dashy, and you also get the information onto Merc. Can you find one of these kills? You cannot. Mercury stalls out time from mid-pillars to set up Big Brucey for the double, and Optic get the round.
Yeah, it's messy. It's tough to fight through those pillars when you've got G2 kind of surrounding in towards the rocks, but yeah, you're right. It is like, okay, we're looking at Dashy. Now we're looking at Hercules, and then Dashy says, don't forget about me again. Good damage as well from Merc in a tough position as the clock was ticking down, so wow. A joke of an opening kill, and we'll see it because this is silly stuff. Oh, what an unbelievable return for Hook, and then here's the he's lost. Kremp has no idea what just happened.
Yeah, that's just the AR versus the SMG hip fire a little bit better for the submachine gun. But Optic take the advantage by 1 now. Shotzzy, unfortunately, knocked down to 7 HP, is able to get out of dodge. Not having the best search and destroy, but just allowing him to take this space away. Look what it's doing to G2. Everybody else is just cornered up. Where is Shotzzy gone?
Yeah, he may be 1 in 6, but it doesn't mean you stop focusing on where Shotzzy is. And he continues to put that positional pressure out as Hook is, again, in very kind of bullheaded form, continuing to play with the bomb front Laundry. But this time he survives, has a trophy if he wants to back up to look for a plant. But like you had mentioned from the first Optic offense, you need to clear Laundry window. That's exactly what unfolds. Mamba returns with 1 at Kitchen, but Mercules has gotten behind the defense, and there's a 3v2 here for Optic.
Yeah, now that you have Laundry control, you can potentially catch them thinking that you're going to be on the objective. Get information onto Krep. Time is now starting to tick, and instead of trying to get this bomb down at A, so many different angles of approach, at least for G2, let's wrap it over towards B.
Split setup here on the defense.
Gotta get it
will
down.
Go top bedroom. He can find the bomb planner. Maybe a chance there, but instead he finds Dashy. So the clock now gets reset, but Mamba gets his second. Mercules has gone unnoticed to this point, and he will avoid Mamba for now. Check the bomb and reset. SMG will be what he has to work with. He's going to go for the full rewrap. What a ballsy call. And the timing may work out perfectly. He's going to have top bedroom control. Has an M15 off the reload. 8 seconds on the clock. Mamba falls in the blink of an eye. And now it's just down to Kremp, who has to try to stick for it. Mercules comes back over to check. Kremp gets pushed off the defuse. And Mercules is going to clutch up the round thanks to the clock. What a call to rewrap bedroom. Only after checking the bomb from pool stairs for a brief moment early in the plant. Unreal decision making.
Mercules must have watched a couple raid S&Ds from back in the day, because that's just ideal of how you want to play it. Get the early information. You plant the bomb in a spot where you can watch it from top and bottom. So when he hits that rotation, you're able to catch Mamba for free. Time is starting to tick. And if you're Kremp, you know we're going to waste a lot of time trying to push out towards bedroom. And I have to choose the 50-50 correctly. My best shot is to just play from sight and hopefully try to win the fight. But the shoulders, the information gained right there from Mercules on the clutch, just way too much. And now Optic at game point.
Oh, nice shot, Terrestrial. Long range, though, with the Dravik. Not able to finish what was a lot of damage onto Shotzzy. But he can quickly move back over to plant right underneath the nose of Optic. And Mercules is like, wait, how'd that happen? Sky's at top rank, finds one. Has Dashy held back. Long route developing on the other side of the map from Kremp, if they even need it, which doesn't look like they will. Dashy will have a small window to isolate on Disguise before the rest of G2 get here, and just as they do, they quickly find the kill and get this back to a 1-round affair.
Yeah, G2 are just starting to make their adjustments, man. No longer going to feel the impact of those early nades from Optic through mid-zig. You're getting your trophies down. You're not allowing Shotzzy to take mid-map away from you and just backing him down in towards kitchen. That allows Estru to push right through pillars and just plant the bomb right underneath the nose of the players on Optic who were playing towards Laundry. So you get it planted, you find the first blood, and even though it's instantly responded, Mamba just shut down all of mid with that AR to keep this S&D going.
Can you get him back to back, though? Because you're going to need to do that +1. Shotzzy going to make the first move. Once again, pushing forward with a lot of pressure over towards Laundry. Dashy's just there to try to create some noise at B, and actually it does pull the G2 defense around a touch. Enough, at least, for Mercules to find a safe plant. And the post plant for Optic's going to default to playing into Laundry. So we'll get a 3v2 here for potentially the round. Merc, good damage on the first. Mamba's actually the initial default. And Kremp trying to play on the backside of this play. Needs to get here quickly, and he will not get there in time. Optic have their full focus now on the bomb.
That's just way too easy of a round there for Optic. They're able to walk away with the search and destroy El Clasico on raid. Multiple clutches, especially for Mercules. Shotzzy not having the best map there in map number 2, but the final play call was perfect. Sick and tired of playing slow over towards ring. Let's just take it to him. You win the gunfight, you get the bomb planted, and Kremp's flank route is not going to be felt. Optic tie the series up at 1.
Clean stuff. And again, it's like you talk about it, you know, as much as it's easy to look at the scoreboard and say Shotzi's not having a good map, positionally, he's still putting a lot of pressure on the G2 defense.
Oh, yeah.
And we see it once more right there. Just a quick run up. Dashy finds some focus over towards B, and Shotzi gets into position to allow Merc for the plant. It's enabling the rest of Optic to do what they do best in their setups. Another solid map, though, for Mamba, 10-5. So in terms of early rookie looks, Mamba, I would say, is kind of taking the spotlight from everybody else in the mix, but not enough to get through the Optic search. So we go 1-1 in the count here, and Den Overload is what comes up next for us. Optic looked great here, but I guess to be fair now, kind of in retrospect, that was against Falcons, who are really struggling on the mode overall. Yeah. Minnesota, also I will say, beat Falcons up on this map pretty badly. They played C9. Sorry, yesterday. Yeah, silly me. They looked good here too. That's what I was trying to get to. So I don't know. For a team like Optic, we're talking about looking the most complete in every single mode, and this matchup for G2 being like almost like a prove it series. How good are they? I like that we're getting the square up.
Oh, yeah, I definitely do, because G2 right now, in my opinion, are outplaying Optic. They did it in map number 1. They did it in map number 2. It's just some clutches don't go their way. Now you're going into a Den Overload where you already have a rep on this, and you know what they're going to throw at you, because you have the same type of SMG players on your side who just love to get lost behind enemy lines, and that's just your main focus here. Not allowing Shotzi to do Shotzi things, because we saw what he was doing versus Falcons. He didn't die on their spawn for almost like 2 minutes. You cannot allow that to happen. You need to make sure that you're dominating that EMP control, dominating time of possession, and just playing keep away, because if you allow Optic one opportunity, yeah, it might be over with.
Tight affairs so far as we head back into the studio to talk to Puckett and the rest of the game.
What are we supposed to talk about? You guys just did our job.
Sorry, guys.
All right, you guys did great. Did great. We got to talk about this search and destroy, because at the end of it, I saw Mercules had 1,800 damage. That's 180 damage per round. More evidence that he is either A, an alien, or B, a humanoid with wall hacks built in. And which one do you think it is?
Humanoid with wall hacks built in. And the reason I say that is because yesterday I draw the player comp, and he reminds me of Crim 6 on his ascension when he first started to become like the best Call of Duty player, because of the way he plays and things he gets away with. I mean, listen, this game ended 6-4, and there were 2 1v2s that Mercules had. One was the sneak defuse, and the other one was the peak bomb re-wrap. Just excellently played. The kid situationally is just on another level, and honestly, the way Optic played this map is beautiful, right? Like, you're gonna have Shotzi drawing all the attention mid, and what that does is, like, defensively, if you have mid map, if they try to go over towards ring and get bombed down, you are afraid of the player in Shotzi who can make a play on your side of bomb, and then you have a player Laundry who can see your side or the other side. So you really can't even get bombed down. So Optic defensively, some good looks and some big clutches from Mercules.
This is going to be a study map, I think, for the rest of the league for both of these teams. As Ann said, you know, the 2 Mercules clutches is kind of where Optic Texas got the edge out here, but throughout the entirety of the search and destroy, the way both of these teams were playing it, they were both making really good adjustments. They were both trading first bloods as quick as they possibly could. It was multiple situations where it was just a man down and they were having to fight for these trade battles in the back. I think for G2 Minnesota, this is still a really good spot for them. I don't think they're behind in the series just by losing this map 1, tying it up. And I guess the only struggle here is kind of like, did they learn their lesson in Overload?
Well, the thing is like, when you got this team like Optic on the ropes, you got to keep them against the ropes and close them out, and those 1v2s might come back to bite you. Why are we all backing up from bedroom? Even if he chows it and dies, you have another opportunity to just run up there and kill him off bomb, right? So some things they'll have to go back and reevaluate.
Rookie of the Year, now one of the most dangerous players. It was a little too late for Rookie of the Year honors, to be honest. But Mercules, he is doing work. Let's take a look, though, at who is putting in the work in map number 1, because I looked up and I was like, yo, this Kremp guy is dangerous. Mamba's doing his job. Everything is working for G2 in a hard point. Walk me through the highlights here, because Minnesota goes up early despite some shenanigans from Shotzi.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this one, it was some beautiful P2s that we saw to Minnesota. And, you know, kind of like, you know, Ali was talking about it when we spoke to Mamba yesterday. And he said, you know, sometimes they maybe play a little bit too fast. You know, I was thinking about it coming in. Like, that could be the pressure you need to take down a team like Optic Texas. When you don't let Shotzi or Hoop get comfortable, and you saw it here, so much pressure. Shotzi was never able to get lost, never able to get comfortable, had a stinker of a map number 1, and they're able to capitalize on it. And you mentioned Rookie of the Year, Mamba. went crazy on this map.
100%. You talk about pacing. Usually it is Shotzzy kind of setting the pace in most of the games Optic Texas are in. G2 Minnesota, I mean, it just felt like they hit flow state. I mean, you're talking about 3 players on your team that had over 30 kills. Crimp, it was 215, 148. He had like 22 kills. He has 13 to close out the rest of this. Guy was unkillable. And when Minnesota's flowing like that, it's just upsetting because it's like, they're playing up to Optic Texas right now, right? So I'm like, is this going to be a team that's going to play up to their competition, but also play down?
I don't even think about it as much
series?
like that. I just think they just play good Call of Duty, right? Like, you got to, like, don't let Shotzzy get lost. You make some plays, put them in the blender. You want to be the one that they're thinking about, that they're trying to wrangle in. And that map number 1, they could not do it.
Coach Looney has been surrounded with some players on his team in the past. That can't just put that pressure on. I know he's trying to tell his young guns, don't be afraid. Just go let it loose. Speaking of young guns, Challengers has been popping off today. We want to give a big shout out to our friends around the globe, including Big Cat, who stopped by the Bush Watch Party. Unshaven is the way these guys are watching TJ pop off alley. TJ may have the best pistol of anyone I have seen in the game. Watch these.
Yo, that's top 10 player TJ Halley from last year. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, this guy is absolutely slamming down in Challengers. We got a bunch of pros trying to fight their way back up to the main league. Make sure you go watch it.
Top 3, I was just told, by the way. And they're playing for a spot in the grand finals for our first Challengers Cup.
Yeah, that's awesome. Honestly, Jersey Jerry is very passionate about Call of Duty. They built themselves a great Challengers team, and so far so good for them. It's been exciting, all the Challengers news, having a Challenger event.
It's going to be the best year for Challengers, 100%.
I got bad news. If you wanted to play at Major 1 for Challengers, the passes are sold out. So you might as well get your tickets to watch as a spectator. Still come out to Texas. It is going to be one of the best events of the year. And Elite Season 1 for Challengers is going to kick off in January. So everyone gets about 3 more weeks to grind before we jump into that. As for Challenger Cup number 2, it's next weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Casters are ready to rock, shift and study. Are we going to 4 or 5 tonight?
Well, we're going to go at least 4. So
guaranteed.
I'll take that bet. I mean, why not? I can see it going 5, though, legitimately. I think just by how Minnesota has played the opening hard point, and I think just what they looked like in Respawn across, especially the Overload yesterday, I like what they look like, and they're obviously fighting, Jay, so I don't hate the option of a 5.
Yeah, I'm feeling like we definitely have an option for a game 5, especially with the way that G2 are playing and the way that Optic are playing. Like, they're not being that dominant slaying team that we saw. Right now, the teamwork aspect is making the dream work for them to at least have a tied series at 1-1. But G2 are outclassing them, man. They outslayed them in map number 1. They made better plays in map number 2. Just got clutched out by Mercules in some unforgivable rounds. Like Nameless said, they're going to go back and watch and definitely make their adjustments. But they have a good understanding of how they need to play around each other. And we saw it on this map versus C9, just dominating time of possession, realizing what openings they have and what timings they have to work these pinches. So Optic have to keep their head on a swivel here.
Agreed. I also think that Optic, or at least the Optic fan base, is looking to see if Shotzzy can get involved here in this series, because it's been a little slower than we've normally seen. Good start here for G2, but the aforementioned Demon on Den, Shotzzy has worked his way around the back and is now kind of playing in the Bermuda Triangle of G2 Minnesota's backline. That said, though, G2 not hesitating, still putting the pressure onto their own right. So I love it. Again, the identity for this Minnesota team is just feels so different, and now they find Shotzzy. Time to start making a play for the OBJ.
Yeah, I love how they're just playing it so patient, knowing that Shotzi's lost. Where has he gone? Let's locate him before we decide to step up on the map. You find him, but now you don't find the rest of the green wall. They have dominated all of mid-map presence. Shotzzy off the respawn is able to line up a double. Now you have pressure towards the speed point, Mamba. You gotta get something. You get nothing.
But Skies is able to reinforce the back line. The rest of G2 here, but look at that Optic play up through mid. That lobby hit could be dangerous, but Mamba off spawn deals with one. Shotzzy on the heady. Pushed off for a moment, but G2 not comfortable enough to get the EMP and move forward. They want their guns up. And as they try to clear some space, Shotzzy denies, looking for more as Skies gets pushed off. Now Optic can start to find the reset and get back over to try to really use this position. But once more, G2 fights evenly, and an opportunity for Astral to possibly take the EMP if Mercules were to fall here.
Yeah, you can run this right up middle if you want, but they're just looking for a couple kills before they think about that objective. Astral with some great shots onto Mercules. Takes care of him through mid-cut. Now, what else can he do done? Now through bottom comms. So he's trying to find Mercules again off the respawn, the shoulder good enough to gain the information, and now Ezreal is trapped between a rock and a hard place, and Optic in full control.
Shotzzy looking to play forward, finds the pistol, but can't get the score. Optic following up as we'll see how they're coming this one out with 3 on the clock to an Optic Gaming. Listen in.
I'm push up the lobby. I'm there.
Left. I've left cut.
They're back lobby.
I'm moving.
Close lobby, Astro.
Top broken jumped out. Nice. Three. I'm ready to push up. Last guy Caesar mid, right?
I spawned P4, bro. I'm about to push up.
Let's try and get out left.
He's cutting it.
Alright, one more Gen. He's weak.
He's
inside Gen now.
Lobby, dude.
I think last two are Gens.
Lobby, Caesar, dude.
Last two left. I'll get ball in the middle.
Already short on me. Dead.
What's left?
I'm pushed out left. I'm under spawn.
Yeah. What's tiles?
Pushed out left.
We need to kill the tiles.
They're back spawn. That's him to the
He
left.
sounds weak. Then it's short.
What?
Good shot, man.
Made it short.
You're right.
They're gonna wrap.
I won.
Could already be pushed up.
I think I'm middle.
Outer.
Get tears.
Push up. Stun winner.
Out of shot.
I've been there.
He's
outer and on ball.
pinched. He's one shot watching his pinch. He's absolutely in there.
Okay, try to go left. Can you wrap it, friend?
I'm trying to. Wait,
I'm ready to push out left. That's perfect. I'm getting out. I'm ready to push out left.
P2.
Mid. Two mid. Another one mid.
I'm ready to push it back left by the way.
Crap is mid. I'm ready to push out left.
He might come me up middle.
He might go B cut.
Probably will go.
He has it.
Oh, no! Another one. The Ninja comes back over again. Skies is going to try to sacrifice his teammate with a nade in his face. And he's able to find the trade, but it's all about can they find Dashy, and no! Finally, a detonation comes through. Optic on the board. G2, though, with this new spike location, is actually trying to play forward, maybe trying to kind of quick counterattack.
Yeah, Dashy's got to get into the play. He's thinking someone else had to be thinking potentially going to work the rotation back, but thankfully you got SMGs who are able to find kills in not very the best situations. The nuke is able to line up a double. You slow down that push now for G2, but this is where they can hit the go button, or at least attempt to, but everybody's getting gunned down, and Optic in control of the EMP again.
And Shotzzy able to push up forward, has G2 spawning down towards the B goal. But for Optic, they are completely split off this set. Estriel, he falls. Skies
gotta
also
be careful.
drops by Nade, and Hook has got one pushed off. Should be a free run, at least back over, but off spawn again. Mamba saves the day for a moment. Estriel follows behind, and the entire time Dash is like, I got the goal, and someone bring the EMP on over, but no one can grab it and keep it in their hands. Dashy's still staying alive with 18 on the clock, but he cannot get back over to try to get a second score.
And it resets as well. So now Shotzzy has to time this flank to perfection. They know that he's going to be working his way through mid-map, but all the pressure on the opposite side is going to go down. Thankfully, your teammates were ready for the push. They're going to have the EMP in hand, an extra 30 seconds for potentially a last cap here. As the rotation is coming in, Shotzzy, the farthest player pushed up. This gets shut down. So it doesn't seem likely that Optic get this other one in the board.
Yeah, that's a tough gunfight for Mamba against Shotzzy.
Oh, yeah.
Like that. Impressive win. Shotzzy off the quick spawn, though. On his horse, ready back in through mid quickly. But Hook, he'll drop. It leaves really the entirety of the play on if Merc and Dashy can just force it forward, and it's not going to happen. So a very neutral affair in the first half has us looking at just a 1-0 score. And again, I have to just give G2 some early credit. They are fighting.
Yeah, they definitely are fighting, but we talked about it before the map started, just allowing Shotzzy to make Shotzzy plays. I feel like he's found an assassination basically in every single map so far, besides the Search and Destroy, but he almost had one. But you just can't allow this guy to do these kind of things. He's just getting lost on the map, creating openings for his teammates, and just simply assassinating that first player, keeping Skies at bay, allows Dashy to fly on in with the Jagger to close it out and secure their very first point of the map. And even with a lot of goal line touches, I think you're happy with that result if you're G2, because now you're going on the preferred side to attack over towards B.
See if they can find something off this break off. Mamba, Skies, Estriel, all flooding in the middle of the map, leaving Kremp just to contest on the bottom side by himself. That, of course, means that Shotzzy is free to flank. Timing on that gunfight could be huge as Estriel finds one. Turns, now is aware that Shotzi's in the play, but Dashy's still pinched up with it. And even though Shotzzy's shut down, no one for G2 in a comfortable enough position to grab the EMP, or are they? Kremp actually elects to take it and see if they can maybe back this thing up, but no, Mercules keeps him held, and we'll reset again.
Yeah, Mercury's just trying to keep them off of that EMP. Well, his teammates are clearing space over towards that B point. Skies, though, is able to line up 3. Almost tries to locate the 4th, but just wasn't ready for Mercury's to be up so close. But now, here comes the push. Can you get something done? Mercury's just shutting it down single-handedly. Knife, weapon, doesn't matter. On 5 in a row is Young Merc.
What intuition for Mercules, knowing he had at least someone else right on his back foot after the first elimination comes through, but to go to the knife and still follow up one more beyond that. Just something special. 5 in a row, 15 and 11. Optic now playing through Dojo with 2 eliminations in the mix. Sky is trying to guard, but Dashy up top finds one. Dashy will find the second. Merc will score. Hellstorm earned, and a huge swing in this map now for Optic up 2.
And they already have players contesting off of the reset. The nuke is at least able to get 1. But just all time for your teammates to get back into the mix. Mercury's trying to locate a couple more. Puts down shots. Know that the play is going to be on the left side towards A. You have everyone ready for the push. Here comes Shotzzy to shut it all down, and now you can go right on forward.
Unbelievable stuff. Frustrating moments you would have to think for G2. 2-0 the count, and Shotzi's back onto his normal den form. We'll jump on in, take a listen to the comms as we try to wrap this second half and see if Minnesota can bounce their way back into the map.
Still there. He's going towards. He's still in there. Still in there.
1 bullet, 2. He's already
He's picture window. It spawns left. It spawns left.
He's deep patio. All right. Deep patio. 1 of the bullets.
I'm trapped there. I think my front. I'm trying the shit. Might be out of it. Shoot that. Mid lobby. Mid ahead. I'm deep. I'm cut.
Quick. Nothing outer.
They're heading. I'm trophy. I'm
running it down.
Outer.
No one closing in there.
With half health. I'm gonna shit on.
One deep.
He's going 10, I think.
One deep. He could be right. You bottom server lane now. You play bottom server. He's still he went to our small room. Jossie went to our small room.
I know the deep bench.
Jossie's our small room, sir.
They're ready. Guys. Inside 10 huge. All right, last two left then.
We gotta play kind of quick.
Yeah, wait, sir. We gotta switch on. Tin chow? I'm trying to get 10. He's still weak. They're ready still. 230.
Outer merge, 1 shot.
Oh, this is where the game starts to get very dangerous. Optic find themselves a 3rd score. You heard it in the comps for G2. We just got to start running this, and that is where the game can get out of hand. It's starting to get a little bit out of hand as it's speaking right now as Shotzi finds another 3, 27 and 17. Oh my goodness. And he's not done. Moreover, through Dojo on 4 in a row. Crap able to find 1 ancillary elimination, but Shotzi gets to 5. And who could just play keep away for a little bit here to secure the game?
Yeah, we can just wrap it back, stall out the game clock, force G2 to play super aggro to try to take care of us. But you also don't want to get caught by yourself. Mama's thinking that he potentially had a one-on-one, but Dashy is keeping it safe. Only 1:15 left to go. Optic are slaying them to bid. Shotzi is always behind enemy lines. It's like he's spawning in with G2 when you're watching him on the minimap because he's consistently right next to them. But only a minute left to go. G2 need a miracle.
Yeah, it's not looking good, especially with Hook just running laps in the Optic spawn. 53 in the clock. G2 having a tough time even finding Optic members to eliminate right now. Merc just holding off, and it literally is just don't take unnecessary gunfights. Keep G2 at bay, get your trades, and then maybe just win the map right there. 35 seconds feels like it's pretty much out of reach with just the clock as it is. A couple of nice moments here for G2. They will spawn close enough to grab the EMP and try to give this a good old heave-ho towards B. But the clock will likely not allow for more than maybe 1 score, even if they do get this one through. And yeah, that will be it. Optic, a tight first half, but clean on this second half. Never gave J2 a look at a goal.
Yeah, just way too easy there for Optic. And even though it was a very slow opening round with them only securing 1 based off of what shots he was able to get done on the pinch, you just could never be comfortable on this entire overload if you are G2, because you're coming off spawn, certain spawn points, you're thinking, all right, I spawn here, someone's got to be flanking. And Shotzi's either flanking or he's not flanking, but just keeping you on your toes. This is going to be a very difficult mole to take down versus the Green Wall, because they just have players who individually can shine. And when they're shining, you can't find them, you're not going to have fun.
No. And that's just the power of having 2 SMGs that are just flying and frying. When they're on, they're on. That was definitely the case for Shotzi. It just feels like there's something in the water on this map for him, man. I mean, it has just been highlight reel after highlight reel moment for Shotzi on Den. and he will find himself 33 and 21, 21 non-traded, 3,800 damage. Give me a break. Unbelievable stuff for Optic as they take the swing map and have G2 now looking at a map 4 affair. But again, like I still look at this first half, Jay, and say, you know, G2's playing the mode well against a really tough team, maybe the best Overload team of the game right now in some people's minds, but it just comes down to those little moments as they try to, I think it's like, not just staying stagnant and maybe getting a little too cute around the map because you're counting numbers, and just try to force something maybe a little bit earlier to try to get Optic a little bit more uncomfortable. I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
Yeah, you had to do something to try to make Optic uncomfortable. You just never had an opening to do so, just because of all the map control that Optic had, even when you're getting a majority of the kills. It's just too difficult to try to locate where they are. You're not winning these one-on-one gunfights, and when you're coming off the respawn thinking, okay, they're going here, no, the EMP is actually rotating to the opposite side. So you were just always on your toes, always on the defense, never on the offense. And versus a team like this, where in order to be on the offense, you need to kill them, yeah, you weren't finding your kills.
Yeah. That next level of finesse continues to bring smiles to Optic. I think especially right there at the end, just that discipline of not just playing lives, but not scamming. Like, again, just you're playing keep away, so don't take unnecessary gunfights. It's just that level of, you know, very simple maturity that allows them to take the 3-0 perfect win on Overload. And now we look at exposure hardpoint. Again, we've seen it a little bit here this weekend with the changes over towards P4. It definitely has lended itself to feeling like spawns could not be more important, especially as we get past the first 2 hills. So I'll be interested to see if G2 can continue to kind of keep that hard level of macro focus that we saw them really, I think, again, to their credit, play well on Scar. Can they do it here on exposure and send us to a 5th?
No, they definitely can. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult than Scar, because some of these routes that you can find yourself in on exposure, like working your way right up the middle through Long Alley, you can get lost with an SMG. We know how mixy it is at P1, but the P3 to P4 dominant chain is where either team is going to win this map. We saw that Optic at least were lackluster in this lane department, especially in that map number 1, but everyone is now woken up. Shotzzy was able to dominate. Hook's been having a good series. Mercury's in the search destroy, and Dashy's just Mr. Consistent. So you got to make sure you're bringing it in this lane, but the micromanaging of like not allowing people to slip on by, because you can lose track of people on a map like exposure. And also those hard blocks, especially for that P4, you cannot give them any windows. So even though G2 are feeling a little bit defeated after that overload, you can shake this one off and try to take 2 hard points instead of like the last series, try to force game 5.
I heard that. Anyone in particular you think for G2 that needs to step up here to get this thing to a map 5? Like, I think it's easy to point to Mamba, the new guy up, obviously playing a little bit more of that flex roll off the hard point. But I don't know about you, Jay. I kind of have my eyes purely focused and aimed onto Estriel. Like, I feel like the role that he's fulfilling in this G2 roster is not necessarily like too different or unique, but it definitely feels a little bit more specific compared to previous Minnesota teams that he was on.
Yeah, no, Estriel definitely is a good shout for the potential player who's going to go off here to try to force this game number 5. But I got Skies highlighted because this is a guy who can obviously have moments where he's investing in his game, looking like one of the best AR players in the game, but it's just had a lackluster performance there, and that overload just really couldn't get his timings down. You need this guy to be that guy on top solar, just dominating the likes of Mercules and Dashy to set up properly for the P2s and just basically create openings for your SMGs to get loose like they were so far throughout all the preseason.
Love it. Love the setup. Love the look so far. And now we just gotta not sit back and enjoy. Let's get a little bit forward on the seats here, friends, because this has been a thrilling series to this point. And it feels like exposure is going to give us much of the same of what we've had so far through the first 3 maps. Shotzzy in some trouble early, trying to create space over through Gens. Grimp fighting back, but it's Dashy for 2. And numbers for Optic that will allow some space and vacancy to jump onto the hard point for early time.
Now Dashy just trying to keep his teammates alive, because you know how difficult it is to get any time off of this P1. That's true. So finding multi-kill after multi-kill from front window, but so far Optic are doing a great job of just maintaining all of mid-map control, soaking up as much time as they possibly can, picking up the cuts. They got their head on the swivel, and they're on point right now.
Dude, the way that they just cleared out the middle of the map was so procedural and so surgical to allow them a chance to get over to 2 early with great timing. But Minnesota bounced back, as they often have so far in this matchup, to get them into a position to supplant that setup of Optic and now get some time of their own. Estriel for 1 before being shut down. Here's your guy on screen, Skies, as he's the one inside the hill, but maybe not expecting some of this pinch to come through as damage is coming from every single angle, and Optic now just looking for one as they jump back on the hill.
Yeah, this is scary now because Optic, you know their ARs are going to be hitting. The crossfires are already set up. You have the nuke, making sure all of mid-map is covered, so you're forcing all of G2 to break right through the front side. Astro going to be able to contest from the backside of the barrel, but now you're going to set up the nuke on the pinch. He already is able to find one, lines up, or at least gets the info for the final two. And Optic had the rotation as well, so this scoreline could get a lot worse in a little bit.
Sure could. Mamba able to shut down Dashy before streaks come into the equation. But like you mentioned, this first set of hardpoints has been absolutely in control by the green wall. Merc shut down up top. That creates an avenue here for Minnesota to flood from the front. Dashy's the only one to try to combat against this, and that's not an easy gunfight. Respects that Estriel's got the power position, backs off, and will wait for his teammates to flood around the back. Minnesota just bunkered up in the hardpoint. Can they win the gunfights outright? So many members they have to deal with, and Optic with just brute force and muscle break their way into P3 for some quick time.
It's just set up to perfection, man. The nuke was the last guy, at least still contesting over towards Solar. He knows that, okay, my teammates have back door. Let me just set up a pinch real quick, and it works out to perfection. He strikes for the opening kill. Now you're forcing all of G2 to funnel their way through the front window. And now with 30 seconds remaining, you want to try to flip them out so you can chain it over towards P4. Shotzzy knows we're still trying to locate one, but Prep just going to value his life.
Yeah, this could be not put away early, but it's going to feel like some dire, desperate moments for G2 are going to need to come through early in this set if they want to try to dig back into this, because we're going to be looking at 100 plus to 13 as we go over to the new point of interest here on exposure. And Mercules is already putting some route pressure down. Has G2 split a little bit coming off of spawn. And as we make our way over, Mercules finds the right timing and routing, and Optic are already contesting. Oh my goodness, this is too easy.
This is way too easy right now for Optic. Spawns are now flipping. G2 have 2 players across the map. The battle for the backside control is currently won by G2. So even with all that pressure there from the green wall from so many different angles, you're able to withstand it, potentially walk away with this final 30 to keep yourself into the mix. But when you have a lead, yeah, we can keep on hitting it time after time again.
A good recovery here for G2. Oh boy, that was egregious, but G2 still able to lock things down and likely get the majority, if not all, of the scrap time, especially with Estriel creating a bit of an exit path for G2 to get back to mid-map as we look down over towards sand. Shotzzy the only one down there for Optic, but Mercules cleans up the middle of the map, and once more hardpoint opens and an Optic member is already in soaking time.
Yep, and they have the pinch being covered as well, so now all your focus is on the front side towards P3. Shotzzy uncontested on the time, and G2 don't want to just funnel their way through dirt. Gonna take some really long routes to try to take mid-map away. So you need to make this one count, but Dashy already in a crucial position towards long, locates the first. Krep and Mamba are able to respond with 2, but you still are not in the time.
Wow. I mean, they have got every path covered at mid-map, do Optic. Shotzzy back into the hard point. Can't lock down the shots to Mamba, who's made his life difficult to trade out. Enough for Krep to come back in and get Minnesota some much needed time. They are digging into this deficit little by little, point by point. It makes the end of this first set a little bit more manageable. Hard to use the word respectable because it's still more than double the points, but for G2, at least you're not out of this game after the heroic start that Optic was able to put together in the first 3 hills.
Yeah, big shout out to Krep, man, because if he doesn't make that play over towards P4, you're still going to be down by 100, but at least you make up for some of it at that HP, and now only find yourself down by 60. Into the second set we go. Optic have the mid-map control that they want. Skies needs to start to get active, is only able to take down 1, and with 3 going down in the feed, Optic can hop right in the hard point.
Now you can see they're really trying to get Kremp out of position from top window. Dashy.
Oh my!
Okay, little jump shot across the map. Obviously, Estriel was low, but still doesn't take away from how impressive that little pop shot is. And that'll be enough to get Optic some more time at 1. They'll crack the 150 mark. G2 is scrambling just to try to get a look for some sort of a setup by playing through what will be the new hardpoint. But Hook's got that red. Can't quite finish off the first kill, but still enough damage out for Optic to stay in the hill.
Yeah, that is like the best P1 I've ever seen right there from Optic. It had no one being super aggressive to have G2 having split spawns. So they were just focused on them spawning towards top window. And now early off the rotation, you thought if you were G2, we could be here. But no, Optic, with the lead that they have, you were forced to still contest at that old time. The 100-point lead is on us again, and Optic are just dominating.
Now it is a do or die moment for G2. 40 seconds to fight through on P2. They need the break. They need the rotation to New on top of that. Contested is Estriel, able to find one. Goes the drop shot, finishes off Dashy. Shotzzy still hanging, contesting, and allowing an opportunity for the Optic reinforcements to still help him out on the point. Oh my goodness. Merc and Hook, right as soon as they get back into the play, can keep Shotzzy alive to reset, and now he's dancing on solar panels. But Estriel again comes up to at least give G2 a chance to still contest, and he will do it himself.
Yeah, you just don't want to give any more time to Optic. As much as you can contest old time, the better. You have the rotation over towards P3. You cannot allow Optic an early break. You got a Hellstorm, but it's not going to be impactful on this HP. So it's all pressure through the middle of the map for the green wall. You got Shotzzy taking the long route. He wins the one-on-one. Now the pressure's going to be felt. Skies just jumps on out, and that's 3 dead and an early break for Optic.
Dude, Dashy in this pistol is a problem. Dude. That is a problem. There goes 200 points for Optic. G2 just in tatters, trying to find some sort of an entryway. And yeah, going through this window is not going to feel very fun. You've got the entirety of Optic Texas just absolutely ready to blend you up. 25 seconds. Optic thinking about some early pressure on the rotation to New, with Hook exiting the hard point and finding kills at mid-map. Not able to find the second with the pistol. But G2 just cannot keep more than 2 players alive at any moment in time, it feels like right now.
Yeah, and this is where it gets scary, man, because you're down by so much. You know you can't give up that time, but now you only have 1 player off the rotation over towards New. Shotzzy trying to locate. Where is Estriel? He's just trying to be a nuisance. He's able to win a one-on-one gunfight, but this is where the Hellstorm is going to be felt. It's just no one from Optic in a position to potentially block those spawns. So G2 should have multiple cracks at this hole.
The problem is with this Hellstorm, they have to be inside, and that means that, yep, Optic can just surround you. Come on out with your hands up. And G2 will, because they have to. They have to fight for these spawns if they want to have a chance to hold. Then the kills are just too good for Optic. Absolutely perfect streak usage and an opportunity to close the game out in convincing form. The first time we've seen G2 really kind of falter in the face of the defending world champs, and Mercules put an exclamation point on it with an extra one from Ook. Domination here in map number 4 after a pretty tightly contested series has Optic staying flawless after the debut opening weekend.
Just looking at the faces of the players on the side of G2 is like, we could do nothing about that. Skies knows they were beating me to every punch. They had all the power positions on a hill where they're not supposed to get a lot of time. They basically held it for a full 60. Yeah, Optic are just a couple steps ahead right now. They had a slow start to this series, especially on that Scar. A little bit lackluster in the search and the short, but the last 3 respawns were absolute steamrolls. G2 put up a fight, but Optic technically right now the best team that we have in the game, and they show it there.
I'll say, wow. That was blinding. I mean, you called it in the middle of that second set of hills. I don't think we've seen anyone find as much time on P1 on enclosure than what Optic did. And we'll see it, I'm sure, be reflected in a lot of the numbers that we have on screen. 23 and 17 from Hook. But Dashy's 27 and 13, right above that in terms of total eliminations. The damage is pretty evenly spread. The assist numbers are great. I mean, it's just, that was essentially a perfect match from Optic. I don't know what you could point to and be like, well, you know, they didn't do that very well. Everything felt near perfect for Optic right there.
And that's what's so scary, is that Optic being the best team in the game right now, the only team that didn't make a roster change. You saw it on the P1. The chemistry is there. Everyone watching their cut. The game flow is outstanding. G2 could not find anything. And that is scary, because that's the version of Optic that people are afraid to play. The early map ones is when you can catch them slipping. And what you heard Nameless said is, like, once you have them trapped in a corner, you have to try to finish them out. You needed that surge and destroy to at least force a game number 5. But once you give them an inch, they definitely take them out.
Yeah, the only VOD review that JP is going to do in his stream later this week is, okay, this is how we could have broke P3 better the first time around. Because everything else was absolutely stunning. So there's the recap back. Again, first 2 maps, G2 right in the mix. So I would go ahead and just go ahead and classify that run that we saw in the Invitational to start off the year was not a fluke at all. This G2 team does look very much so for real. But a couple of vulnerabilities in the Overload, and then of course they're in Exposure. I wouldn't want to play that Optic team no matter what the roster is with how they just looked right there. So Optic will stay perfect on the weekend. G2, I would say again, for a debut of a roster that no one expected to play this well, awesome. The rookie in Mamba, I would say, is currently looking like at the top form. I mean, again, the sample size is low, but there's a lot of things to love about G2. I think there's just more things to love about Optic.
Yeah, Optic are the best, man. Optic are the best. Right now, there's no one contesting them. But that's enough from us, Al. That's enough from us, all right? Let's get the desk to close this one out, man. It's been a fantastic day of Call of Duty. You guys all look great. It's your show now.
You guys look good too, man.
Yeah, look at that bling. All right, let's wrap this baby up just like Mercules did the 1v2s. That's where you said this series got flipped on its head because all of the momentum after game 1 was in favor of G2. Mercules in the search broke the soul, or just kind of the momentum? What happened there?
I mean, I just think when you have a team like Optic on the ropes, or you're trying to take down the top dog, like, you got to go up 2-0 there. It was within grasp. And you see when Optic gets comfortable, they get that map point, it's now 1-1. I'm going to show some love to Dashy here. He took over the series in the Overload and in the Exposure Hardpoint. Dashy absolutely popping off. And, you know, when we talk about all these other teams, I kept bringing it up. I'm like, if you can't match the AR duo of Mercules and Dashy, you're not going to be able to win the series versus Optic Texas. And on this map in particular, this was dominant.
Yes, 100%. I mean, this was unbelievable. I'd be shocked if many teams try to play Optic on this once more because, I mean, by that P3, you're down 103 to 13. Not a spot you want to be in. But, I mean, I will say from G2 Minnesota, like, considering who they were going up against before that Den, it was a really solid fight from then. But as Ant touched on, like, you lose that momentum against a team like Optic Texas, like, they're not going to let you come back in.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to beat Optic in 2 hardpoints.
Yeah.
It's just like not many teams are going to be able to do that. So shout out to Optic. They're looking good right now.
Looking solid. Their one strength that they showcased tonight was the 1v2s. It is your scuff play of the game.
Jump into it.
Mercules flexing on everybody. Once again, let's take a look at how he pulled these babies off. Allie, walk me through this first one. It was just round 3.
I mean, this one, it was just a timing thing. It's like you have to full commit to that defuse, and that's what he decided to do. He's like, look, Dashy got these players to back down. He was laying the damage, and you can tell, like, they're expecting a flank from Merc at this point. They're expecting him to come through mid, and he's like, I got 20 seconds. More often than not, you don't have the angle on this bottom side. Oh, my God, he sees
Yeah, I mean, listen, the mark of a good player, especially in Surge, Chris, is when you make the play, it gives yourself the best chance to win, right? Like always, you're at least always trying, right? It may be, the chances may be slim, but I'm gonna hop the bomb, and they might,
hezzy, right?
Yes, and they might be worried about me re-wrapping, whatever the case may be. G2 just don't peek, and he gets the defuse. Now, right here, plays at excellence, planted for both sides. You can see players in the mini-map, they're tweaking out. He peeks from water steps. He goes, okay, nobody's on it, so I'm gonna hit them with the hot flank. Finds the first kill, and now you got this guy on the ropes. He knows, like, okay, I could peek from anywhere here, so I'm just gonna give him one jiggle down low, and then I'm gonna go in for the kill. Unfortunately, he dies there, but the round is secure. 2 1v2s for Mercules to secure game 2.
Mercules with some big S&D rounds, and throughout that series, you saw him being set up by players like Shotzzy. Shotzzy joins us live in the Monster Winner Spotlight. How does it feel to not have to hard carry this season?
I mean, all 3 of my teammates are absolutely phenomenal. You know, they played 3-4 first map, all good though. I bounced back. You know, maps 3 and 4.
Yeah, what I love is even if you have a negative KD, you're still playing the game the same way. Your teammates can still rely on the opponent having to play around you. Is this something you've always done throughout your career, or is this the evolution of Shotzzy?
Yeah, no matter what, no matter if I'm getting slammed, I've always, you know, stuck to my game and kind of just always play how I play. And yeah, I mean, luckily my teammates were just godlike and they just carried me. Yeah, well, we did our thing the last maps.
Listen, man, you were hooping too, right? You may be a nuisance on the map. You're giving them favorable positions to be in. I wanted to ask you, though, you know, we're trying to always look at all the other teams and compare, right? Who has been giving you guys the most struggles in practice? Is there anybody you feel like's on your guys' level as it stands right now?
I mean, the top 3 teams, we've scrimmed them, and I mean, we play really, really good against the top 3 teams. They've at moments battled back, but for the most part, like, we're pretty dominant on all modes, to be honest. But I mean, any given day, I mean, you know how it is.
So,
it's just
for clarity, who are those
mistake.
top 3 teams outside of Optic right now?
Just FaZe, Thieves, and Paris.
Got it.
I want to ask you, you know, obviously you've been on top for a while now, and you know it's not all been steady coasting. You've been up and down over the years. So how do you intend to keep this pace that you guys have been on, staying at the top? What's going to be different this time around?
I just want to each other accountable, to be honest. Just making sure we're not, you know, just being lazy and just taking scrims as we did in last year, just going into champs, just make sure we're on top of things and just keep grinding. Honestly, I feel like that's like the biggest thing. Just don't get complacent.
Shots, I'm gonna ask you something similar I asked the Simp earlier, just talking about the new game mode and Overload, specifically because you guys are frying in it now 2-0, looks very comfortable in that situation. Is it a favorite game mode for you right now? Because, I mean, it looks like you're having the time of your life.
Now, Overload's got, like, I don't know, everyone complains about it. Overload's my favorite mode. It's just different. And yeah, I mean, I'm Kyrie, just, you know, hooping.
You are hooping, my friend.
Shotzi, what's amazing is we have a production dude who didn't watch Call of Duty before working on this show. He now walks around proudly with his Optic Texas jersey. You're his favorite player.
Hell yeah.
What is it like to be, like, I guess, a superhero to the fan bases around the world? You are the star of our game still.
Superhero's crazy. But I mean, it feels good. You know, just I'm gonna keep doing me, and it's just as simple as that. And I appreciate everyone that, you know, loves me or loves the game and all that.
Cheers, man. That's Shotzi. That's another dub. That's Optic on top of the leaderboard at 2-0 as they send G2 to 1-1. As we recap the whole day, it was a good one. Let's go back to LA Thieves with their match win after 3-0 and FaZe. They go up against Riyadh Falcons, and just like Optic, it was a bit of a slow start. Falcons kind of catch them in the hard point.
Listen, I just want to give some flowers to Exit. I feel like he came up and showed what he's capable of doing today, and I hope he watches this back and tries to emulate this in further matches. But flip side, LA Thieves, this kind of looked like business as usual for them. You know, they get put on the back foot, and they're able to put themselves right back into the game and into the match and able to take it away.
Yeah, Ali hit the nail on the head there. I mean, Exit starting off balling. They're not as far behind as people may have thought.
Yeah.
You know, this is only opening weekend, so it's only up from here. I thought we saw some good things from the Falcons today.
For sure.
Match number 2 on the day after the Thieves win. We've got a chance to see FaZe Vegas take on Paris Gentlemates. And for the first time, the fans were wrong.
An upset.
Gentlemates go down. FaZe looking totally retooled. Very strong in overload, I should say, on the same map that they lost in sudden death.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe today, I mean, 0-4 and Simp in this map. I mean, what a duo. Right? Exactly what you envisioned if you're Simp making this new roster, and then in the Search and Destroy, it's just excellent today.
Yep.
I mean, in the Game 5, they put a statement out to the rest of the league. We're going to go out and get 6 first bloods in a row. So FaZe Vegas definitely in that mix.
FaZe doing some FaZe things. You know, it doesn't matter. We changed the roster a little bit. They're still absolute monsters when it comes to Search and Destroy. And to hear that they put as much effort into Overload as they did, I mean, we might see a couple more Nuzlos from this team as the season starts and they get their woes going. Because Hardpoint usually is a struggle for this franchise specifically. So probably going to be hitting the lab for that soon.
Simp was the best player in the lobby against LA Thieves. He stays in that position today for FaZe Vegas. 86 kills, a 1-2-6, goes positive 18. That was
Dashy,
only
bro.
bested by Dashy, a plus 23 with a 1.34. You look at our standings after 3 days of action. 2 teams are sitting at 2-0. There's a few more still unbeaten with Breach and Koi sitting at 1-0. And how many teams now? 3 at 1-1. Some teams, plenty of work to do. Other squads performing quite strong. Who are you impressed by, Ali?
I think Boston Breach being in that conversation's pretty far up there, as well as Toronto Koi. I feel like when we talk about the top teams, they're kind of left out of that conversation, and I don't know why, because I feel like that's a pretty star-studded roster that'll be able to contend for some chips.
Nameless, we see all of our squads in action again next week, and as we kick off our show on Friday, let's take a look at that schedule and tell me which one of these is going to a game number 5. Is it Carolina Royal Ravens versus Celium and the Falcons? Breach versus G2, or Koi versus Surge?
Yeah, Boston and G2. That should be an absolute banger. Let's go the distance.
That one kicks off once again 3 p.m. Eastern on Friday. We will see you all there for the second week of the CDL for Black Ops 7. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thanks for watching. We freaking love the new studio. We'll see you next week.
heat. It's winning hour. It's no retreat. It's time for beast mode. Our energy is on the leash. We in the red zone. We stand alone. We undefeated. We're undefeated. We stand alone. We undefeated. We undefeated. We stand alone. We undefeated. We born for the battle. We got no time for peace. Got them living in our shadows. Gotta give it all for the team. It's time for beast mode. Our energy is on the leash. We in the red zone. We stand alone. We undefeated. We're undefeated. We stand alone. We undefeated. We undefeated. We stand alone. We're undefeated. We're undefeated. We stand alone. We undefeated. We undefeated. We stand alone. We're undefeated. Yeah, they don't stand a chance. Yeah, they don't stand a chance. They don't stand a chance. Yeah. We're undefeated. We're undefeated. We stand alone. We undefeated. We undefeated. We stand alone. We're undefeated. We're undefeated. We stand alone. We undefeated. We undefeated. We stand alone. We're undefeated.
Danny, big Danny.
Good shot.
I'll start down.
Listen, one's there, Jojo. One's outside of you. One's this small. One's wrapping me blue. And one's in our cams.
What, blue?
Yeah, low pass to me, I think. Low pass to me, 100% pocket.
He's on me.
Low pass to me. He's low on me. I'm in.
Yo, what is happening, bro?
I don't know.
Where the f are you doing? These guys are horrible.
I don't know.
What is going on?
What the f is going on? Why are they not hopping the bomb?
These guys don't know how to plant. They don't know how to hot bomb.
Got the streak. It's 6 at us.
This my moment, ain't no try. I'm all in, go ahead and call it. Up in the clouds where I am the pilot. No turbulence, cause I'm at